6 teams from 5 regions have qualified for the first international tournament of 2026 in First Stand. There are 2 spots left, and both come from the LPL, and we're going to award one of those international spots tonight. The upper bracket finals of the Split 1 playoffs here on LPL English. It's about to take place between JD Gaming and BLG. Welcome, everybody, to another day here of the LPL playoffs. The other regions might be done, but we are not just yet. Many more games to go. Hopefully some more 5-game bangers, including today in our upper bracket finals. JDG and BLG, Cubby, 2 teams with very different roads to getting to this point, but the trip to the international still on the line all the same.
Yeah, it's been 5-game chaotic series for JDG, whereas BLG kind of cruised here to 2-3-0s. We'll see if that changes today as JD Gaming, they come in not as the favorites, but as the team who did win both regular season bouts and trying to do so again here in the playoffs.
Well, speaking of that, let's take a look at a playoff bracket just to give all the viewers at home a bit of a taste of what to expect and what has already happened here. Of course, we went through some of our lower bracket games over the past few days, most recently with Anyone's Legend taking a 3-1 series win over Invictus Gaming. They'll be facing off against Weibo tomorrow in our lower quarterfinals. But we have up here at the top of the bracket JDG and BLG. One of them going to be into the grand finals. The other one will go down to losers to face off against that winner of Weibo and AL.
Yeah, BLG in a spot that was expected of them at the start of the year, frankly, competing for titles again in the LPL with the few changes they made coming into the year. But JD Gaming, they went for a bit of a rebuild grapes featuring players from other regions in Junja and Hongqiu to have themselves with a chance to go to First Stand with a win here. Would be big for Hongqiu and Junja continuing their international appearances, of course, making it from the LCP in years past, but also for JD Gaming as an org, just getting back into the international circle. We're seeing something that they've been really trying to do and work on. Took a big swing with this roster this year, and so far seems to be paying off.
Yeah, for JDG, they have not won a title here in the LPL in quite some time, and they've gone through a multitude of rosters to try and reclaim that title as the top team in the region. But even if they do win today, there's still one more series left to go for them to eventually hoist that trophy. But a win today does secure that spot at international competition. And when it comes to internationals and when it comes to domestic success, a lot of players that are currently attending First Stand come and stand out. Cubby, I know you had a tweet about this, but just going through some of the GOATs of each region, you have Caps in the LEC, Chovy in the LCK, Inspired here in the LCS since 2021. So over the last 5 years, they've had the most domestic titles in each of their respective regions. And 2 players that also share that title in 2 other regions are going to be playing against each other tonight.
Yeah, you know, when creating the tweet of, what was it, LEC runs through Caps, LCK runs through Chovy, LCS runs through Inspired, and LPL runs through Knight. It's kind of wild to see Caps, Chovy, and Inspired this past weekend lock up their spots to represent their regions at First Stand. Knight, of course, since he really has entered the LPL, has been the person to beat in the region, has a chance to do so today against, again, that LCP duo in Junja and Hongqiu. Junja having a more tenured career, especially in that region, has already bounced back and forth between the LPL and the LCP before coming back to the LPL for this bout around. These guys ran the region last year with the Flying Oysters and were a good enough team where they impressed internationally the foes they were able to meet at that competition there. So really, both sides of the coin here, each team, they have players that expect to be competing internationally at the end of these splits. And again, a chance to book that ticket with a win today.
Yeah, I mean, when we were building that graphic, we were thinking about, oh, maybe the LCP has somebody, and yes, it was Junja. Won all 3 splits in 2025 with CFO alongside Hongqiu, but also had 4 previous titles in the years prior on PSG. So for a player like that, moving back over to the LPL, a region with perceived higher expectations and higher skill, now is going to have to take on the king of that region here in Knight for a chance to make it back to the international, where we've seen Junja in so many tournaments and have gotten so many looks at him at that stage. So lots to look forward to here in this series between these 2 teams. Let's start off by talking about JDG. Your underdogs, supposedly, for the day, came into this season seeded 4th going into that playoff bracket, and they have had a very challenging but so far successful road to get to the upper final.
Yeah, and I really feel like the tests that JDG have faced so far are going to help them in their biggest test today going up against BLG. Again, a team that they were able to topple twice in the regular season, but JDG, they had, I'd say, a rougher second half of the regular season as they kind of figured out, I would say, more ways to win the games. We saw some other teams scale and catch up to them throughout the league, too, as JDG, of course, did have a really hot start to that first round robin where they did beat AL and BLG. We're able to get BLG. They played back-to-back series in the regular season to find that 2-0 in terms of the series wins over BLG. But again, entering as an underdog today, frankly, I was a little bit surprised about that. I thought that it would be a more even matchup heading in. I think that that's the way that we very much perceive it, Grapes. But it feels like a lot of the favoritism is still on the shoulders of BLG so far.
And to be fair, I think a large reason as to why maybe the perception of JDG hasn't been that high is because they haven't been the cleanest so far in the playoff bracket. As we mentioned, a 3-2 against Top Esports, a 3-2 against Anyone's Legend. And we're going to show the ups and the downs of that bracket here in this short package that we have. There were games that JDG was winning that they ended up losing, and then games that looked like they were going to be losing that they ended up winning. It's kind of been all backwards, but that's kind of the magic of what this JDG run to the postseason has been so far.
Yeah, you know, Grapes, we were on this series between Top Esports and JDG, and I think the prevailing sentiment for us was that it was like we were between a 5-0 or a 4.5 in terms of how many wins JDG actually found in that series. They just weren't able to convert a couple of the drafts against Top Esports, who did find a couple of really nice late-game team fights and did capitalize off a couple of the throws from JDG. However, I think that JDG, again, going throughout this bracket, they've faced harder opponents than BLG, and they've been winning, I think, the majority of their games in terms of just game length, especially looking at the series they had against Top Esports. So I really feel like, you know, hopping into the bracket play, a big conversation we had this past week with the LCS was Lion coming from that lower bracket, Grapes, and the advantage of playing on the stage, just being more tested coming into a series like this where you know you're going to be tested against a team like BLG. Again, JDG so far, they've had the harder test to pass than BLG. It has taken them more games to do so. They have suffered some losses. They've definitely showed a lot more picks up their sleeve than what BLG has. But that might just pay off against BLG today.
Yeah, I mean, this win against Anyone's Legend, certainly a statement. It looked like AL was going to run away with this 5-gamer, and then JDG totally put the brakes on him, end up pretty much smashing this game 5 to get them to this point here. So one more series for them to make it on to the grand finals and to, of course, secure that spot at First Stand International Tournament that they have not been able to reach in the past few years. But their opponent today, certainly a titan in the space and one of the more dominant teams that we've had here in the LPL in recent years, and it's Billy Gaming. They have not dropped a singular game in their run to the upper finals so far. 3 zeros across the board, including most recently against Weibo.
Yeah, again, NIP Weibo did not put up much of a match against the might of BLG, as BLG have really gone back to what has worked for them in the past. I mean, the formula for this roster, when you have Bin and Knight as your solo laners, your team is probably going to win a lot of games, but the pieces around that have really been the magic of BLG when they have been at their best. Bringing Shun back in, who I think really complements the brute force of this roster, who love to play the game to win lane and not let up from there as they play out the map. That's worth noting, but I think also almost the return of On. On has been much better this split. And On, you know, I came into LPL after not really watching past years. Last year, like, man, what is really the hype behind this On guy? Because whenever I saw On, he was winning domestically and failing internationally. Well, this is another split where I feel like On has really been winning domestically, something that he didn't do as well last year, as Kyle was really the support that was making waves in the LPL. On, I think, has thrown his name back into the hat as one of the best supports that we've seen compete in the LPL this split. And his play, for me, could be a big difference maker going into JDG today.
And when you have somebody as, you know, titled and as respected as Viper alongside you, it's going to be very important. But this is an interesting little thread that we wanted to pull up here before we fully dove into this matchup specifically. And that's Knight's lack of success so far against JDG, and specifically Honkyu, who has come in as one of the brightest young mid laners that we've had in the LPL in quite some time. There are dozens, maybe even over 100 mid laners that have played at least 5 games at a tier 1 or international level against Knight. Only 5 of them have a win rate of 50% or better, and out of all of them, Honkyu so far in his 2 series wins against BLG this season, Cubby, is the most successful player of all time in the mid lane against Knight.
Minimum of 5 games, you know. But hey, win rate, that speaks for itself. Hongq, this kid, I mean, I think this kid just plays with such massive cojones for like his role, how young he is, and just how he plays the game. Bringing that in the Knight, again, the mid laner who really started running the region ever since he entered the LPL. It could make for a very fun thread as we follow up throughout the year. I mean, this could be a mid lane rivalry that I think really sparks up some debate in the LPL with what we've seen from Hongq. Been a big proponent of his team, and the only other question I have looking at this graphic, Grapes, was how good were Cryan's teams to make it to 50%, you know? I know Gala was on some of those. He's going to be a factor for Hongq. Maybe Gala's the difference going up against Knight, you know? Who knows?
That is true. There's so much overlap and kind of going back and forth here with teams in the LPL. Even talking about Knight, you know, and Shun, both formerly on JDG as well, playing against their old teams. We haven't even talked about that yet, but even more through lines to go through here. But yeah, Cryan at 11-11, certainly the most surprising here. But out of Tier 1 international experience, it's some of the best players that we have ever had in the mid lane in Chovy and Faker. Some players that maybe have run into Knight more you know, towards the earlier parts of his career in Yuki and Cryan. And then Hongq so far standing tall. And let's go a little bit deeper into that matchup between these two players, because when JDG and BLG have played so far this season, JDG were the team to dominate or at least win both of those series. And while some of them may have come in slightly chaotic fashions, Hongq ended up having a really good time against one of the best mid laners and maybe the best players that we ever had in the LPL.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised at how these series did go. It was a 4-1 in the regular season in favor of JDG. I'd say that 3 of the games were thrown by the team that was in the lead at some point, this being one of them, as BLG were not able to find this game thanks to a very good engage and endgame fight from JD Gaming off the back of Vampire. But yeah, I think that the beats for me in this matchup, JDG for me is a team where Junja and Hongq really need priority and need the ability to move around the map for JDG to function fully as a team. And that played really well into BLG for the first few bouts they had. Just in draft, you know, JDG, they're going to prioritize the Rise. We've seen later games throughout the playoffs, Hongq leaning on champs like Zoe, like Twisted Fate. And it really speaks to the identity of prioritizing push and prioritizing the ability to move from the mid lane and do it with your jungler. That has been where JDG's looked the best. And that style matched up well into BLG the first couple bouts they had in the regular season. I think the difference maker for this bout that we could have is going to be Viper and On in the bot lane for BLG. They've had a good playoff run so far. I think On's regular season and On pound for pound his role has been a better support than Vampire, which was a question mark we had coming into the year, which is like why BLG stuck with On and why they brought back Shun. I think that On has really been worth his weight for this team. And for me, if BLG is going to really change the tide of what happened in the regular season, you know, you could look at mid lane and Knight playing better, but for me, I'm looking at bot lane, where I really feel like Viper and On could be advantaged against what JDG has to offer today.
Viper definitely a bit of a slower start to his return to the LPL, at least in the regular season. But once the playoffs have started, he has been on fire, undefeated, as we have said, and definitely can be that big difference maker. Maybe some slight differences in terms of the play style between these two bot lanes. It seems like Gala and Vampire very much playing for lane, at least recently during this postseason, whereas BLG maybe more willing to take some of those team fight approaches because, you know, you have some of the best players in the world. Why not just kind of bank on that? But wondering, and we'll see how that continues to evolve as we go through this series, as we go through Fearless. Still a lot to be uncovered and still a lot of depth here in these players, and definitely not one-dimensional by any sense of the word. We're getting ready for walkouts here for game number 1 for the draft of this upper finals to begin. But I mean, Cubby, this is it. This is for an international title, and you know, obviously the grand finals are going to come later, but getting that monkey off your back, knowing that you're going to be in that grand finals going to an international, definitely would feel great for either of these teams.
Yeah, again, I think both rosters, that is the expectation coming into the year. For Hongq and Junja, they were perennial international competitors coming out of the LCP, of course, shifting regions. They don't want that to change, and joining a roster like JDG, they were expecting that to change. This was a roster that was expected to compete for those international spots. On the flip side, Knight, the LPL runs through Knight. Ever since he has joined, he has been the player that has dominated this league. If he doesn't make international, that's going to be a surprise with the rest of his team. So I think the expectation, again, is for BLG to win today. Again, I find it very surprising that even with that 4-1 record in the regular season against BLG, BLG are the heavy favorites against JDG today. And we're going to have to see if that ends up being the case on the Rift. Because frankly, the biggest surprise that I could have today, Grapes, is one of these teams winning 3-0. I think we're going to have a very competitive series on our hand for our upper bracket finals. Should be fun.
I at least hope so, because, you know, we banked on this being competitive. If it goes to 3-0, be a little bit disappointing.
I made a coffee at midnight for this. I'm not ruining my sleep schedule for nothing, you know.
Exactly. The caffeine's already rolling, so we're going to be up for 4 or 5 hours regardless. Might as well have some League of Legends to watch as we go through it, as we go through this, you know, sleep deprivation cycle, like many of you watching here on LPL English, and we thank you all for doing that alongside us. As we said, getting ready for the walkouts here. I mean, this is such an interesting, you know, you go lane by lane, talk about all the different, you know, matchups. I want to dive back into a different area here in the top side of the map, because Xiaoshu has so far had a really great tournament, despite, of course, JDG's ups and downs, specifically in game score and series score. But the way that he's been playing so far, and especially how he played against Flandre, who was our All-Pro in the, you know, regular season, has been very impressive to watch so far.
Yeah, when we were prepping for this series, we kind of had a moment where we looked at each other. It was like, has Xiaoshu been the best player in both the best of fives that JDG has played so far? And we kind of agreed. And for him to find a win today, I mean, this would be a real coming out party for me for Xiaoshu, because toppling Bin in a best of 5 is something that very few top laners have been able to do in the LPL. And for him to do it not only against Bin, but also Shun, his jungler from last year. Of course, Xiaoshu stepping in, sticking with this team, the new iteration for it. I feel like this would really be a conversation of, you know, is Xiaoshu one of the best top laners that we have in the LPL? Because in a way, I feel like his play, what we've seen throughout the split, has warranted that. But he doesn't carry the same pedigree that names like 369, Flandre, or Bin carry with them. So diving into the day, really feel like Xiaoshu would be making a much bigger name for himself if in an upper bracket final he was able to topple a player like Bin, a team like BLG, and find themselves as the top dog in that grand final. As the winner of today, of course, will be awaiting whoever has to fight through the lower bracket to find him there.
Yeah, Xiaoshu coming into Split 3 of last year as the new guy from RNG to now being the longest tenured member of JDG. Just goes to show what the roster building philosophy of this team has been recently. They are not satisfied with 4th, 5th place results. They want to win, and they've at least guaranteed themselves a spot in top 3. Will they get to that international? Will they win that title, though? It's all going to come down to these next couple of days. Of course, we have, I believe, 4 days left of competition before we end up crowning our champion here in the LPL. One of our 2 international spots will be determined today as we get the walkouts. We see the players ready to go for what should be an exciting best of 5.
I'm really, really interested to dive in and just see what kind of choices we have early on in the draft. I know BLG fans at home are probably praying to not see Azir picked up by Knight and BLG. But I think that it's going to, honestly, like we've been teasing out some of the lanes, like what we feel like. I feel like the one role we haven't talked about in terms of head-to-head has actually been the jungle. And I think that the differences in drafts we could see could come from those picks that we are prioritizing out of the jungle early on. I expect Vi to be very highly contested between these two teams. Both junglers have played really well on it throughout the year, and it has been the most played for JD Gaming and Junja. But I'm curious to see if we get any other unique answers that start to come in, because I feel like we've seen a lot of roles dig deep in terms of the pools they're willing to bring out throughout LPL playoffs outside of jungle, where a lot of players have been really sticking to making sure they're taking physical damage and the ability to fight early or either a ramp throughout the game. I'm still looking for the AP junglers that are not named Malachi to come through, and just kind of interested to see, just with the pool that Knight can bring to the table. We saw a Smolder go off, even if it didn't win from Cream. Knight is a fantastic Smolder himself. Could that set up for an AP jungler? Something like in Italy, where Shun has been a specialist in the past.
And even on the other side for JDG, Junja historically fantastic on AP junglers as well. 12-1 in his career on Zyra, 9-2 in his career on Lilia. Maybe more likely to see the latter rather than the former, but regardless, that opens up what Hankyu can pull out. Does he want to go for an assassin? Go for a marksman like the Smolder or the Tristana. A lot still to uncover here as we are getting ready for this Game 1 draft. Of course, BLG have been less tested so far in the Fearless format, whereas JDG have gone the distance in both of their series so far. BLG selecting first pick, JDG selecting blue side. Perfect setup for game number 1.
Look at that. Vi off the table, as well as Orianna Azir. So we're going to save that handshake for a different game. Potentially a Talia Ryze handshake now is where my head goes, Grapes, with what these mid laners really prioritize, especially Hongq for JDG.
See the Azir taken away here. Hongq historically very good on this champion, 28-13 overall on the Emperor of Shurima. 0-3 on it though, this season specifically, at least throughout Split 1 and the playoffs that have already taken place. That Varus has been one of Viper's most played champions. Not surprised to see that one taken away as well, and kind of fitting the mold of Viper being much more excited and much more willing to play for the team, play something a little bit more utility oriented like the Varus or even the Ashes and the Sivers of the world.
Yeah, and Bessa taken away now. Of course, we are still on 16-3, so Ambassa jungle a little bit stronger than where she was on 16-4, where a lot of the other regions had their playoffs. Curious, though, if Ambassa being taken out of the pool, again, Sion priority as Rumble gets banned. When and where do we see Sion in this series? I think that Sion has really been pushed down the totem pole in terms of what's prioritized. But still, I think it could be a really big pick as we go throughout this. Did tease the Ryze to Leah trade. That handshake coming in. Knight prioritizing that Ryze as that's first pick for himself.
His most played champion of the year. And as you also mentioned, a takeaway from Hongq, but he's not going to be too upset given that this Talia is available. We've seen it be paired alongside the Vi. BLG know better than to leave that unbanned against Junja, so it will not be available for him. So other options are still on the table here for the jungler of JD Gaming. They see if they want to lock that in. Now it is Jarvan going to be paired alongside the Talia.
All right, so not looking for a Pantheon, which is a really good pairing with Talia. Instead, I think the Jarvan gives you the ability to kind of play into the Ryze with that Cataclysm, as you know that Ryze is going to be immobile with that. Definitely dissuades Viper from taking the mobile AD carry with it as well. Now, as Shun's going to look for an answer, he was hovering some of the junglers, but looks like that Nico could be power picked by On, as he is really proven that he is a solid mage player. I think this split... you know, his ability to play Nico, Karma, even Elise is definitely always something that On has kept in his back pocket. And going into Vampire, I think Vampire has definitely proven he can play Nico to high level too. So really prioritizing that extra lockdown and taking away that combo from a potential Cataclysm as well.
I mean, we saw a clip that we showed in the pre-show of it was Vampire actually who landed that ultimate, but you can see just how powerful this champion is once you get into some of these later game team fights, which JDG have been very accustomed to doing throughout their 5-game series so far in the playoffs. Shun going to get his hands on Xin Zhao, his most played champion of 2026, in a very powerful opening here for Billy Gaming in game 1.
Yeah, of course we are on 16-3. Let me check real quick to see if Xin has his buffs yet. Yes, he does. Okay, he has the attack speed buff for this one. That's a big one. I think Xin getting buffed, he really has been a big stat checker. Being able to press R, that Crescent Guard, can definitely help you get out of a couple potential Talia combos that might come in. Not to mention interrupting a Flag and Drag, depending on that interaction with Jarvan. So, Shun going to be able to take a little bit of flexibility defense for himself, but also a big pick that can go in, brawl in the front line to round out that first phase of draft. Of course, Nico showing. Renekton showing for JDG as Xiaoshu picked up a specialist champion for himself. I expect top lane bans to protect the Renekton. Probably a couple support or bot lane bans to protect that Nico already showing here for BLG.
And by no surprise, we see the Gnar taken away. Normally a handshake, but also just a champion that Bin has had a ton of history and experience on throughout his career. You know, he's always known for playing the carries. He has, you know, maybe stepped back and been willing to play more defensive, more weak side things as of late. I mean, helps that you have Knight and Viper as carries on your team, but could see something like a Sion get locked in for them as well. On the other side, supports definitely make sense to ban away for BLG. The Lulu ban suggests that maybe that they're expecting a hard carry from Gala in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised it wasn't Karma first, as Karma is, I would say, the more accepted answer in the Nico, as well as global strength perceived to be higher than Lulu. But as you hinted, Grapes, you know, could be dissuading Gala from taking one of those big carries, or also On and Viper could be saving that Lulu for themselves for later. Viper, a very, very good Aphelios player himself. Lulu, a good pairing with that later on, so maybe reserving that pairing. Removing that Ashe. They don't want to face any Ashe Seraphine against the Nico. However, that does leave up the Karma, where, again, I feel like teams have the most experience playing Karma in the Nico, as well as vice versa. Definitely sets up for a potential Ezreal here, which Gala might want, which I'd be curious if Viper might be willing to take something like a Kai'Sa showing this early. It does give you a way to play out a Cataclysm, and also it's a way to play into Ezreal. That said, Kai'Sa, Nico going into Karma Ezreal could be a very risky lane. So if Viper does want to go for something like Yunara, at least when you transcend, you have the ability to get out of a few of the skill shots that JDG's bot lane could send at you, as well as that Cataclysm.
Just a little bit of extra safety, making sure that you're not completely boxed out if you have all these easy to hit point and click lockdown abilities, you know, like the Cataclysm, even, you know, the stun from a Renekton. Waiting for this final pick to round out BLG's composition alongside the Yunara. Already a lot of team fighting strength, and they're going to add to that here with a Kennen to go into Xiaoshu's Renekton. Bin going to have his work cut out for him, I should say.
Really curious now if we see Vampire opt for exhaust this game, or any ability to exhaust Kennen, because there isn't a way to get Kennen out of the fight. And playing Kennen into an Enchantress, it's the ability to kind of one-shot what JDG has. So between Nico and Kennen and Viper being able to transcend oh god, I'm blanking on the item, and now I'm stuck, Grapes, so I just get to be weird here on the cast.
The Feed Hunter bolts?
Yes, the Feed Hunter. I think the ability for BLG to press R with that item, with Yunara, with Kennen, with Nico, it's a shotgun composition they're going to run. And try and use Xin plus Ryze to be a strong mid-jungle duo to patch it up, make sure they can find the angles with hopefully the lane priority they're able to get from their draft, to set up those big angles to make sure that the Pop Blossoms and Kennen can really make for an explosive opening fight. If those fights aren't explosive early on for JDG, I think there's a lot more stock standard team composition, and if you don't have a clean engage in a Karma Ezreal, we have seen what these top tier AD carries can do on this combo to really carry out long fights. We'll see if Gala and Vampire are up to the task if BLG can't find clean executions in these fights.
Yeah, a lot of onus on, I guess, both of the bottom laners, really, to play safe. Whichever one of these AD carries dies first, it's going to have their team in a pretty sticky situation for the duration of these later game team fights. And, you know, Gala and Viper, two historically fantastic AD carries that can definitely take their team to the next level if they are able to perform at their peak. There were a lot of calls for Gala to maybe get some all-pro votes. He didn't end up ending up on any of the main broadcast top 3. Viper ended up being second. Maybe he wants to prove that that was a bit of a mistake as we get ourselves ready for the upper bracket finals here in Suzhou between JDG and Billy Billy.
All right, Grapes, I'm excited to dive into the series. I think that BLG have really yet to be tested in terms of their own run through the bracket. Going up against JDG, a team that they were not able to topple in the regular season, should be a big test for BLG, where we can see, A, if they can qualify for first stand in grand finals, but also B, can they take down the team that did get the best of them twice in the regular season?
Yeah, BLG, the higher perceived team in terms of strength, with JDG. Says ball don't lie. They've won, of course, every single time they faced off against each other here in 2026, and so they feel like they shouldn't be the underdogs at all, and they're going to feel confident specifically here in the bottom lane. A little bit of extra pushing power here for this Ezreal Karma. Stock standard in terms of your expectations for this level 1, as they will be able to get to that level 2 threshold a little bit earlier, while also chunking on down to about 300 HP.
And that's kind of why I was surprised that Karma wasn't banned out against the Nico, because Karma, a lot of Nico lanes just go the way of Nico, because your ability to kind of poke out, put out damage can't be matched by Engage supports or a lot of the other Enchantress supports. Karma has the best laning phase, and overall, I'd say the most balanced power curve out of all the Enchantress supports because she has the most strength early, given the mantra and the ability to throw out these big Qs or drop the big shields. So we're seeing BLG's bot lane struggle a bit with that early. Again, this was the choice they made, banning out stuff like the Lulu and letting the Karma through where once the Nico's locked in, you kind of expect to see Karma if it's not taken away, as it's a common answer a lot of teams are willing to play. And yeah, Gala Vampire off to a good start in this bot lane, thanks to the fact that they got access to a pick that does play well in the Nico.
And again, kind of the story of how these bot lanes have interacted, at least, you know, during the playoffs. A lot of lane dominance here for Gala and Vampire.
Shun
it allows here for Junja to go for an invade onto the blue buff of Shun. Both flashes being utilized by him and Vampire, and Shun just has no place to go. That is first blood here for JDG. What a way for them to kick off this game.
That is JDG cashing out on the bot lane priority they picked up in the draft with the Karma, too. They sent Viper and On back on their own respective early resets early on in this game. Jarvan has the faster clear compared to the Xin Zhao early, so Junja, between the bot lane priority and his speedier clear, able to get up in the face of Shun, steals away the blue buff, takes that priority bot crab, and BLG already behind early in a comp where I really feel like if they don't have the damage to make sure that the entrances they have into these fights are big, if they're not having a big advantage in the fight early on against JDG, the long fight's very much going to benefit or prefer JDG as this game goes on.
Especially if, you know, this bot lane's able to keep getting going. Meanwhile, on the top side, see that Xiaoshu might have taken a bit of an ill-fated TP as Shun is waiting for him as soon as he arrives. There's a 3-talent strike. Immediately channeled the stun as well from Bin. And Xiaoshu just teleports straight into taking almost the entirety of his HP.
That was a bit of a gift, giving over to Bin. And giving over gifts to Bin in the lane phase, that's a mistake a lot of players have made that have not gone well for them throughout the years.
I have beef. For LPL top laners specifically, don't TP to the minions. It's an 8-second channel. You can teleport to the tower, and it takes you 2 extra seconds, and it's not worth it. I feel like I've seen so many examples in the playoffs where now Bin is going to be able to harass Xiaoshu for free, and now he doesn't even have a teleport to get back, and he's going to lose the wave anyway. So that's my little top lane rant. Just teleport to the tower in your first 5 minutes.
He's been doing his best to drag aggro on the creeps to make sure that wave kind of shoves back into him. Going to choose to delete it, get a free base for himself. Bin not going to have to burn the TP of his own to get back into this lane. So that cannon counter pick already paying off thanks to a pretty big mistake from Xiaoshu early on. Again, I feel like this is a really big series for Xiaoshu. Could be a potential coming out party for him as a big name top laner in the LPL. Because, again, I think his performance very much warrants him in the conversation with 369, Flandre, and Bin. But he doesn't have the pedigree, doesn't have the years behind his name to really break into that conversation quite yet. So a win today, I think, would be a lot in his favor.
Ninja right back to the scene of the crime where he picked up first blood. He hits level 6 after stealing the Gromp and has the Cataclysm available. However, he gets rooted up, and now Knight has arrived with the Realm Warp. Hongq in with the Weaver's Wall, but it might just be a little bit too late. Junja is able to escape with less than 100 HP, and JD Gaming able to keep everybody alive.
Wow, I'm really surprised that Junja didn't rip the Cataclysm there. Just to try and help on his way out. That might have been able to set up, too, for a better Talia combo. BLG, though, being first to really interact with the play between Knight being here earlier and just the play happening on their side of the map. Junja not able to get more than just the Gromp. However, didn't lose his flash and cements his lead further over Shun as Junja did hit 6 very early on, given the camps he's already taken away from the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, hit 6 before his top laner. That's how you know you're doing pretty good in the jungle. Those 2 steals of enemy camps that Junja was taking the majority of in terms of clear time definitely helps.
Yeah, also beat 6 before having the 3rd crab of the game spawn. So, you know, no ability to throw the game at the crab, which our LPL teams have really enjoyed doing so far this playoff.
It's not just the LPL. It's basically every region has been doing this. Yeah. At least we know it's not just crazy here in our game. There's other areas that are also doing the crazy.
Not even just crazy in Blabber's game, just everyone.
Yeah, the Blabbers Crabbers really making their way across the globe. Thankfully, not going to matter too much for either of those sides. It's just going to be teams splitting the sides of the map. BLG, of course, with that top push, going to be able to have Shun come in there, take away some of Junja's jungle, and get back into the game at least a little bit.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if Junja can punish the respawn camps on Shun's bot side, because that would really cement his lead in this matchup, as Bin doing more work to cement his lead. Did opt for the Conqueror this game on the Kennen and is going for the Hextech Gunblade early on. The Vamp early on, too, to make sure he can kind of match the sustain of the Renekton. Of course, with Kennen, you do have some build options. The Gunblade going to set up, I think, for the best laning phase possible for Bin.
Yeah, we've seen mostly Gunblade builds here for Kennen here on this recent patch. Sometimes the Proto Belt added on top of it. I'm still trying to think of the best way to, the best name for that build. The Hextech squared, something like that. Hextech. We'll come up with that. We'll workshop it.
Kennen just ratted in and stole all of Hiberning's tech, you know?
Yeah, just build Hextech everything. He's Heimerdinger's most valued customer. Hey, Yordle's got to stick together in these troubling times in the economy in Runeterra.
Yeah, I mean, no inflation if you just steal from Heimerdinger's workshop, right?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I saw a TV show where that happened. You get some, looks like it's working. The items are working so far. Has been, as you mentioned, with that extra attack damage, the all-in burst is not really there very early on, but you are able to harass a lot more onto Xiaoshu, which is specifically what the Kennen wants to do in this matchup. And you can see that it is allowed for a lot of pressure to be drawn. However, Junja now has an opportunity to go here for the growth.
Yeah, speaking of harassment, that's continuing bot lane as Gala and Vampire have kept the lead they had over Viper and On early on. That said, the Junja, what he was able to do in the Shun early, some of the early looks, Shun kind of caught back up on this clear, but it was at the cost of both neutral objectives going over to the side of JDG. So while the Dragon was being taken, he got a couple camps away from the Jarvan, caught back up a little bit while the Grubs were being taken. He secured that bot side that I was kind of curious to see if Jarvan would continue to pressure or not. But man, taking those 3 Grubs, I think that really kind of deflates the power of BLG's comp later on. We didn't really talk about the side lane ability between the Ryze and the Kennen into the Renekton and the Taliyah, but this, for me, is a game where BLG, if these 2 solo lanes get ahead, I think they win in both matchups they're able to find. So, like, both Ryze and Kennen can win into both Renekton and Taliyah. But the 3 Grubs being on JDG's side will mean that Bin and Knight can't punish those side lane wins as hard. That being said, Shield looking to punish up top.
Dominus already popped, but it might be just a little bit too few health ticks. Jun goes in with that Crescent Guard. 2 ultimates for a kill onto the enemy top laner. BLG now on the board.
And Bin is destroying early on.
Oh, hold on. Junja goes in with the Cataclysm. One more minion would be able to take him the tower shot here, but Bin very wisely does not auto Junja while in that ulti, which means that he does not take any aggro from the turret and will be able to get out alive.
If Cataclysm caught that mage creep that stayed alive, maybe Bin has, burns flash or goes down, but
yeah,
Cataclysm used for nothing. And that top lane lead is pretty concerning now for JDG, because this is something where, yeah, Shun was able to convert the kill onto Xiaoshu, but just alone, the war of attrition, given that Bin has sustained in this matchup with the Gunblade, this is only going to get worse for the Renekton as time goes on.
We were asking if Xiaoshu would be able to deliver against Bin like he did against Flandre. So far, not so great, but, of course, counter matchup and still a lot left here in this game and series. The Renekton much more preferential towards team fighting as we get later on into this one. Not to say that the Kennen is not either. Junja going for a little bit of a gank here on the bottom side as well. Just clear some vision out.
The wise words of Kobe, that TP did suck earlier on. And definitely set
really
up Xiaoshu.
TP
definitely set him up for
please.
some pain. As we're zoned off a Cannon XP, and that's part of the reason why we see nearly a full 2-level lead in the hands of Bin. Wow.
And he's going to just keep harassing. I mean, this wave is frozen. Just completely.
Was frozen.
And no, it was frozen. Now Bin clears it out. But just another reset. Going to be forced here by Xiaoshu. And once again, we're seeing Bin show off the strength of this champion specifically. He's had a lot of good experiences on it. Now have a bit of a fight in the mid lane. Junja going to EQ up, Shin going to follow. We have the dragon about to spawn, and that's why these teams looking a little bit more eager to go for a fight. On flashes forward, lanes that two-man Pop Blossom, and Hongq is taken down. Junja will respond with a kill onto On, then uses the Cataclysm and his flash to escape, but in comes the Realm Warp, and BLG are now sending 3 back onto the J4. Shun lands the final blow, and overall, it is a 2-for-1 with Dragon now in the hands of BLG.
That was a really good timer found by BLG because, again, their bot lane, they don't have priorities. So this was Viper and On dropping this wave to make sure they could interact with the play. And I think On being there first and finding that big flash Pop Blossom, that was the difference maker. Make sure that BLG had the big enough boom damage early on to make sure that this fight couldn't really be JDG sided. As you can see, Junja, he's up a level in this matchup. But On being here first is the difference maker. Flashes being used across the board. 3 being used to make sure that Hongq goes down. Frankly, I think that might have been a little bit of an overinvestment. BLG is going to find 2. I think they got gold that they needed from this play. But BLG, they burned everything to make sure that that second dragon went the way of them. And they were not able to pick it up. So I think if they don't get this, you can kind of look at this from JDG being like, man, BLG decided to burn a TP and 3 flashes to get, what, 2 kills and not get the neutral. If JDG is able to pick up this neutral, that could be big, because those are flashes that Jarvan would really love to punish with the Cataclysm being back up.
And remember, these dragons, everyone that JDG takes, potentially delays the soul for BLG even further. So they'd be very happy if they're able to pick up an early 2-0 lead in that department. But it looks like both sides a little bit wary of going for the objective. Junja now into the river, going to clear out this control ward, and with Prio bot lane, maybe they can start it up, but even then, still so risky. You never want to, be at the whim of potentially Knight being able to come in and Viper now having his ultimate as well.
Yeah, I do think that look on Hongq, it got both summoner spells out of him, but the fact that didn't connect, that kind of gave away where BLG was at. And we are still in the world where Gala and Vampire, before that last play went down, we're already winning this lane. And they actually got a lot of gold from Viper and On walking and see. 2 plates were secured by Viper, or Gala, I should say. A third looking to be secured here by Gala. As JDG collapsing on this bot lane, Hongq's here.
So is Knight. So it will be a very even fight in terms of numbers if JDG decide to engage, and with that being under the tower, not a good territory to be an even numbers game. So instead, going for an invade onto the blue buff. Meanwhile, we see Bin taking the top lane tower.
And look, I think this is a bit of that war of attrition that I was hinting at for JDG. BLG burned so much to find those 2 kills that they were able to find in the last series of plays, but it didn't change the bot lane matchup, and it didn't really change the power across the map. So again, when Shun wasn't able to connect with the look on a Hongq, his Viper, man, he held on the barrier there?
He's a bolder man than me. Or maybe maybe it didn't precedent time. I don't know.
All right, well, that was bold. But again, like, that actually made the bot lane matchup worse for Viper and On, because he just secured that Kraken Slayer. So in the sequence where it was Gala with the gold lead, he had the Trinity Force, so it's not just a gold lead, it's a big power difference in terms of what's in your inventory. They turn it into a lot of plays bot side. Meanwhile, top side, Knight looking to be turned.
Yeah, trying to force something onto Knight, but he just pops Ghosts and says, see ya later. So no Weaver's Wall available for a potential fight around the Rift Herald that both sides have already sent resources to. Teleport back to the bottom lane for Xiaoshu signifies that JDG are willing to give this up.
Yeah, and look, if I had to pick to be... Oh, hold on.
Dominus pop in. Already has his Conqueror, though. Has the ulti at his disposal, but Xiaoshu all of a sudden has a lot of HP. There's a Slicing Maelstrom. Bin suddenly does not win the duel. Meanwhile, in the top side, Junja finds On in a Cataclysm, and he'll even up the kill score at 3 for JDG. And they could be looking for more with Knight and Shun running to underneath their tier 1 turret on the top side. It's going to be JDG in a 3v2 at the moment, starting up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I'd love to see how JDG found On in the top side. Do want to give credit to Xiaoshu. It's been a tough game for him so far, but going flash for flash, I mean, flash on Kennen, way more valuable than the flash on the Renekton that is behind. And also, I mean, we're also at the spot for me where I prefer to be where JDG is at in this game. I just think the ability for Karma Ezreal to really continue to pressure, they're going to have priority in whatever lane they're in. And keep in mind, the way that the comp wants to work for BLG, it's very much going to be Bin, Knight, getting push and finding angles. If the Karma Ezreal kind of get too ahead or too strong, Renekton being down on resources is going to have not nearly as much of an impact as Yunara not having the same resources as this game continues. So I feel like the gold allocation so far better for JDG as mid lane ult's traded. Honku gets out.
It is a Rift picked up by Billy Gaming. Viper, though, getting targeted underneath his mid lane tower. If that True Shot Barrage landed alongside the Essence Flux, could have been a dangerous spot. But the Yunara does have both of her summoner spells, and it's just waiting for the rest of her team to arrive. When becomes Lightning not connecting, and Gala playing very dangerously, but still able to get out unscathed.
So, okay, we're going to see how On was found here. Oh, this really is just the Jarvan brute force. I mean, again, On still flashless, so they were able to find him again. And if we look back at the flashes that were burned by BLG to get those 2 kills on the JDG again, they only got Rift Herald out of it. They didn't get a Dragon. They weren't really able to continue to snowball their lead. On did go down twice in that window since he didn't have Flash. So I feel like looking back at that again, JDG kind of happy with everything that BLG were able to burn. They did a nice job of absorbing it, and I think so far, again, JDG for me, their comp's a little bit easier, a little bit more straightforward to play as we go throughout this game. So I still have them in the advantageous position with those 2 Dragons, with an even gold lead. I just think that as the game goes on, JDG is going to be a little bit easier to execute.
And BLG being in a disadvantaged spot is not something that they've been used to for the playoffs. Once again, just want to reemphasize the differences in the journeys that both of these teams have had to get to the upper finals. It has been all sunshine and rainbows for BLG, while JDG have more than cut their teeth in terms of the games they have had to play. They've gone the distance in all of their series so far. Will that happen again? Well, we're only in game number 1, but it's looking good so far. Only 500 goals separating these 2 teams, and JDG has potential to pick up Soul Point in 5 seconds.
It's, you know, looking at those 2 playoff runs, I just think of the quote, hard times create strong men. And, you know, now we're going to have to see if strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times, you know. Maybe the BLG easy run's going to hurt them going into the day here, Grapes.
Yeah.
Or maybe it could help them.
Easier words for me here.
Could be.
Get the Dragon started up here. By Billy. Honku throws at the Weaver's Wall. It actually separates On and Shun from the rest of the team, so giving a little bit of time for JDG to strike. In goes Junja, and he steals the Dragon away. That's Soul Point in for JDG. Flashes on out and will survive. But the Pop Blossom for On is able to find 2, and Gala is shut down. Xiaoshu is next. And so it'll be 2 kills for BLG, but JD Gaming get themselves their 3rd Drake.
Yeah, it's a Hextech Soul Point, so very valuable for JDG. That said, BLG getting much-needed gold in their pockets. Do want to replay of that one, because some of the poke that connected early on I thought was pretty good for JDG. The Weaver's Wall into that True Shot Barrage from Gala actually gave them a health bar advantage, but the flash from On did create a good engage for BLG to follow up on, and Gala, a little bit too far forward in that fight, was found.
Ooh, Honku, a greedy reset might be punished here. Knight gonna be able to flash forward and land that overload. And now that's 3 straight kills here for Billy, and the gold lead ballooning to 3K.
Aaron's up. Think BLG still have to reset, so they can't look for it, but a mistake there from Honku. Maybe.
Looks like,
okay.
Yeah, On's fine. He's fine.
I mean, if Junja rips another EQ, On's dead on my screen. That was the tension we were waiting for. But yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on Gala in this replay. The steal from Junja, very sound. Looks like the smite was early from Shun. And then Xiaoshu...
Some miscommunication here, it looks like.
Well, it's not just a miscommunication. It's that Gala had a Lee Syndrome moment on Ezreal with the E forward. So we E forward into the Pop Blossom Flash and into the Cannon Ult. I don't think it's going to happen again from Gala, Grapes. I hope not.
I hope not either. I mean, this guy, such a great team fighter as well. If he can get there, not his brightest moment necessarily. On pops the Pop Blossom preemptively, and now Honky says, all right, man, I'll go in knowing you don't have that ability. It's going to be an easy kill here for JDG's mid laner. On has been having such a good game until he made a crucial error at potentially a devastating time.
Yeah, you know, we all love bouncing on trampolines. I don't think that was the right time for On to do it. Wanted to maybe get a few other people in his wake. That said, support falls will be Baron Control going over to JDG. as they're going to try and turn this into the top lane outer turret, which has a long way to go. So Honkyu only able to get a couple plates for himself. That will feel good as he works his way towards the rivalized Crystal Scepter. No action coming. I mean, if you're JDG, you really just have to play for the upcoming dragon. I think that there's really no reason to start Baron and put yourself at risk of a potential Slicing Maelstrom Pop Blossom combo from the side of BLG.
Yeah, I mean, you see the lead that Bin has been able to generate as well. 2,500. Even though Gala's died a couple times, made that a little bit closer between him and Viper, Bin has really been able to maintain his advantage. He picks up the Proto Belt for the double Hex Tech items, Heimerdinger customer #1, the Hex toys, whatever you want to call it.
That's the kind of gold lead you secure when you do raid the warehouse of Heimerdinger.
Yes.
You know, it looks like Bin stole it and saved the money.
It has a little extra wand that he found on the side as well. Doesn't know what it does just yet, but
he was able to fit it in his back pocket as he walked out with the 2 big pieces. You know. Poor Heimerdinger. He is way too nice to deserve Bin raiding his warehouse like this.
Have a conversation. On's played some Heimerdinger in his past. Maybe we see that later on in this series as well. If this really goes off the rails, I feel like we have to get to like Game 7 of Fearless for that to happen in the current meta state. Honkyu in some trouble, gets stunned up by the Pop Blossom, and yeah, this Talia is just dead. Knight's going to be able to land the final blow, and JDG tried to defend him, but it's going to be disaster. Bin goes in with a Slicing Maelstrom, and 2 more die for free. A teleport from Xiaoshu is all too late, as BLG in a 5v2 are going to have an easy time securing the Baron after an incredibly foolish play by JDG.
Yeah, I kind of need to go back and see exactly how that was found by BLG. Honkyu being found in the river, I can understand. They're trying to shift power into bot, but Gala being found like that as well. Bin had such a crazy angle where he didn't even need to burn the flash on this play. As Honkyu...
So this is the first bad play. But then watch the bot lane walk up thinking that they can try to salvage this in some way.
Yeah, they just take the short way, and they don't have control over this side. You can see Junja was kind of trying to connect or trying to control bot side. I think that's why Honkyu was shifting down and not going around the wall, trying to go through the embankment rush. That's what opens up the Slicing Maelstrom from Bin. No flash needed, which is imperative for BLG because it means they have it for this upcoming dragon spawn, because this is Hextech Soul if JDG are able to secure this. So very important that BLG pick up dragons from here on out, because Hextech Soul can change the pace of any game in favor of the team that secures it.
JDG can right their wrongs with one good team fight, maybe even just one good press of the smite key by Junja to secure themselves the first soul of this best of 5. Bin uses the Hex Gate. It's going to be able to cut Honkyu off, who is suddenly very behind here in this game.
Honkyu not
Looks
spotted.
like they're going to spot Bin out right now. Seismic Shove does not connect, but here comes the Realm Warp, and On able to barely dodge away from that ability. In goes Junja, but it's a little bit too late, and the Weaver's Wall is going to cut him off. Junja now has to flash away, and that's going to be free dragon and maybe even more here for BLG. That is the first kill given over to Bin. He flashes back into the pit for safety. One more Seismic Shove will mean a shutdown gets picked up onto Shun, but BLG are happy to deny the soul.
You got the soul, also kind of win the fight. I think that mid outer is going to go down in favor of JDG. That said, Bin just used the Baron empowered recall.
On doesn't use the flash and now could be in some trouble. Honkyu is still able to drop. You thought that maybe On was going to go for a bigger ulti than that, but he gets the prize nonetheless.
Yeah, actually kind of surprised about that one. I don't think they have the numbers to warrant the flash Pop Blossom, but again, finding Honkyu. Honkyu's been found on more than one occasion now in this mid game. That's his 4th death. It feels like he's been picked out 3 times, really, Grapes, and they have been finds based on Knight and On syncing up between, I mean, even the Realm Warp attempt to get Nico into that backline, definitely something that BLG could look for later, because they can use that to also portal in a Slicing Maelstrom. So I guess more ways to really find yourself on top of JDG, which is what BLG's comp is going to need to continue to do as this game moves forward.
Man, an interesting start to this series. Don't know if it's a fun one, but it's been a wild one.
I mean, if I could draw on my screen right now, I think the biggest shift in the last 5 minutes has been that gold lead between Viper and Gala. Because keep in mind, the early story of this game for JDG, it was trading that lead bot for the lead top that was on Bin versus Xiaoshu. But they had the same lead bot of having Gala have that advantage over Viper. Viper is yet to fall in this game, and Viper is now on that 3-item mark, where he has the Infinity Edge on this Yunara, and that upfront damage you're able to put down off the rip once you hit R. It's big, and it really complements what BLG's comp wants to do. So I think Gala lacking that lead that he had earlier on, that has hurt JDG in the last few fights.
You think about the superstar that Viper has been throughout his career, whether it was with EDG, with Hanwha, any other team that he's been a part of in his illustrious career. And a lot of the time, he's the main character. But joining BLG, this perceived super team in the LPL, he doesn't always have to be the main carry, the guy who's getting all the resources. He can sit back, he can farm up, he can get to it back to an even state after being harassed in lane for the first 10 minutes of the game. And now suddenly leading with a 3-item Yunara. That's kind of the player that Viper has been. Hasn't been always the flashiest, but it is a solid AD carry nonetheless.
Yeah, I do want to take inventory real quick. We have some choices being made by players in terms of itemization. One being Ezreal opting for the Tenacity and the Omnivamp with the Endless Hunger instead of the Spear of Shojin. So a few less Qs heading out, but going to have a few more defensive tools in his back pocket that will help against Kennen, Ryze, and Nico in terms of that Tenacity, as well as the Sustain to try and make sure he has good conditions coming into these fights, or just staying through it. Also, Honkyu with the Verdant Barrier, so looking to be going for that 3rd item Banshee's Veil. It is worth noting that little heavy magic damage from BLG, given that Yunara has Summoner Kit and they have Nico as well. So we are seeing a really heavy magic resist presence from JDG, which, hey, that could set up Viper for a big fight, or could set up Shun for a big fight, because the defenses are being built to allocate towards Bin and Knight and the power that they have on the Rift right now.
BLG in a good position, continuously in JDG's jungle over the last few minutes. They have the potential to get another Drake in about 80 seconds. Baron up in 60. So they're using all of this pressure, all this priority to make sure their vision game is in a good spot and making sure that JDG is always going to be seen when they go for an engage.
Yeah, again, if I'm BLG have the control right now, they should prioritize the Dragon. The last thing you want to do in this game is give away a Hextech Soul to a Karma Ezreal, who has a very easy job of applying said Hextech Soul to. That soul can just, it can ruin a game. If you are a team that, in this case now for BLG, you have that 6k gold lead, you have the gold in your pockets necessary to make sure that these, one-shot compositions, the shotgun comp that BLG has, and that they've executed upon pretty well so far, can continue to find the one-shots as these luxury items will start to come in for JDG as this game goes forward.
As those extended fights start to go, how is JDG going to be able to respond to that? Will that extra MR for Honkyu be able to keep him alive against an ultimate from Bin or Knight or even On?
Yeah, and for BLG, I'm a little bit surprised. They've really taken over the Baron side.
They're going Baron, yeah.
I mean, if you're JDG, do you just trade this? Just trade. Yeah. Again, for BLG, I feel like this is almost an unnecessary risk from them.
I mean, there's no way they get to this in time. It's just going to burn down 5 members of JDG here for the Hextech Dragon. Weaver's Wall going to cut off Shun's advancements as well. So the soul is secured, but BLG want to try to fight in the meantime. They go for the Wind Becomes Lightning onto Xiaoshu, slowed down by the bolas of Viper as well. Xiaoshu going to be able to pop the Dominus, but is going to get sniped down by the Transcendent Laser. And Viper gets on the board first for Billy. It's a 45 on the map with Baron buff in their hands, and they're going to try to use this to push the gold lead as much as possible for the cost of the soul.
Yeah. How much can BLG get in the next couple of minutes with the Baron on their backs? And is it going to be worth a Hextech Soul? My default blanket statement is no. I do not like the trade that BLG just made. I think Hextech Soul, the ability for Ezreal Karma to apply this is way too easy. The slows that can connect, you have Rylai's on Honkyu, but it makes it easier for Gala or Vampire to connect these big skill shots as the game continues to move forward. And look at Knight here.
Look at that.
Yeah, his ability to space to just show his own player's skill on the clicks, where these guys are all supremely talented. It's so much harder against Hextech Soul. And I just, again, we're sitting up here the one mistake you can't make right now is BLG is giving away this soul. It gives JDG the exact path back into the game that they want, that they're hoping for. And so far, I think the two
Hold on, Shun.
Oh yeah, hold on.
He's very low. Cataclysm is going to come out. Shun already used his flash, and he's going to go down. So another over-aggressive play for BLG in the enemy jungle. They're able to get the bot lane tier 2 for Bin, but now they really have the rest of their Baron play stifled.
I mean, look, it's been 2 inner turrets secured so far by BLG. They have an 8K gold lead. I think that going into this, they had a 6K gold lead before this sequence of plays. I would rather have the 6K gold lead and not be facing the Hextech Soul than facing the Hextech Soul the 8K gold lead. That's no argument, no discussion from me on where I'd prefer. And I'm just so surprised that, again, I feel like BLG kind of walked into their own trap card. They had 5 minutes to see on their screens that Baron was going to spawn 20 seconds before the Hextech Soul, and to try and play around that. And the way to play around that was like, okay, guys, it's 20 seconds gap. We can definitely do both, right? They weren't even close.
Not even close. Even if they started up on spawn at the perfect timing, JDG were more than happy to full send it for the Soul, and they're going to be happy they did it for the remainder of the first game of this upper final. The advantageous, poke you're going to be able to get, the extra slows, utility. It's going to be very important, especially with a composition that wants to play these fights in an extended fashion.
I feel like JDG and BLG both signed up and said, we're going shopping. BLG decided to go to Louis Vuitton. JDG decided to go to Goodwill, and JDG found the much more valuable item. And they got way more bang for their buck.
They found the Louis Vuitton bag in the Goodwill. Sometimes
they found the vintage. They found the vintage one. Or the person was like, wait, why does this guy throw away a $3,000 bag? And they didn't know at the time. JDG did.
And it maybe even appreciates in value as the game goes on, right? So there's a lot of opportunities here. Obviously, we're speaking as if this game is still close. It is, but important to remember that BLG still in the gold lead by about 8,000, and half of that is in the hands of Bin, finishing off the death cap once returning from base. That is a very strong cannon. If he gets into a 5-man fight, if he dives the back line, JDG are still going to have problems, Hextech Soul or not.
Bin could end the game with 1 fight. There is only 1 GA up. The Banshee's Veil will help honk you a bit. But again, you can't really keep Kennen out. And Vampire didn't opt to take the exhaust. So whatever ult Bin throws down will be big. I am a little surprised if Vampire didn't go for exhaust. I think that you need a way to deal with Kennen later on in these fights. It's going to be every man for themselves. It's going to be like, showing your wife that there's a rat in the apartment and seeing how they react is going to be how JDG is going to have to react to this Kennen. Just pray they can get on top of the chair before the rat runs under them or takes them out,
I don't really understand where you're going with that analogy, but it worked at the end, I think.
We're fishing a bit. I know that we aren't fighting until these monster objectives spawn again, Graves. We got some time to go.
We are waiting. We're approaching, I think, one of the longer games that BLG have played in the playoffs so far. Again, their road has been so simple, so one-sided, but JDG, despite being down 8K, still absolutely putting up a fight. Junja has been relentless in his aggression, leading the team in kills at the moment, and they've gotten the game state to a point where they're going to have to flip around these 2 major neutral objectives again in the next 90 seconds.
The setup for JDG gets made so much easier by the fact that they have access to Hextech Soul. And look at the line that JDG have drawn. I love the control word placement. They're giving up Baron control. Elder is more valuable than Baron. If you handshake these objectives, it's really hard to fight another team that has Elder because, of course, when the dragon, goes rar, it's kind of like the fat lady singing on the rift. Things are over when you get Elder Dragon. So, I just, without bot lane priority, without wards being behind JDG, it really is going to be, we're going to have to keep track of, do Bin and On stack on top of Knight, and how creative do we get with these Realm Warps and who we send in? Speaking of creative...
Oh, they could go for the big carry right here. That is Bin Splash and Ultimate being used 30 seconds before the Elder Dragon spawns. BLG know that a mistake has been made, and they need to try to punish this push coming forward from a JDG. Vampire looking for some poke. Shun lands the Wind Becomes Lightning onto Junja, but Gala has now arrived, and a full 5-on-5 has emerged. Remember, no Slicing Maelstrom available for Bin. As Junja goes forward onto On, he pops the clone to make sure he escapes, but now it is JDG with control around the Elder Dragon pit. Junja continuing. He lands the Cataclysm here on and forces another Summoner spell. JDG continuing to push the pace.
And Gala's just holding the line. Viper, BLG cannot walk into the river because if they eat the Hextech Soul empowered Mystic shots, it's tough. It's so hard for BLG to walk in, and the tools that they have to flank are gone. JDG got the waves in control, took away Bin's Slicing Maelstrom, which is still not off cooldown, and On's flashless.
And now the Elder Dragon has been started up. Shun is already very low, and Bin has that ultimate about to come on to cooldown. He uses the Hex Gate to get over, and this would be a big fight to use that Slicing Maelstrom. When will it arrive? Crescent Guard comes down. The Elder is flipped and secured by JDG. Already the Elder has procced, and the Guardian Angel is about to be expired onto Shun. He will go down, and JD Gaming win another flip, and they will claim the Elder for themselves.
Junja takes it. Shun not able to secure the Elder versus his own team. And for BLG, we came into this series, Grapes, saying that we felt like this was the first test they were going to face in the LPL playoffs, going up against JDG, a team that has a lot more might than what BLG has faced so far in their lower bracket run. And this first test, they've not passed at all. They failed it because they got the basic rules of League Macro wrong, which is Baron for Hextech Soul. What do you take? I'm taking the Hextech Soul every time, and you can see the goal difference. It doesn't really matter, as the setup was a lot better for JDG because the Karma, the Ezreal poke added up. Yes, it came down to a flip. If BLG wins that flip, maybe they get something, but it still is a flashless Kennen sitting over the wall. Slicing Maelstrom would not have been able to interact with that last fight because JDG took the time. They took 2 minutes straight to make sure that mid and bot wave were in their favor, that the control wards were in the right place, where they were to make sure that the Rat and the Nico couldn't find themselves. We find the angle or get themselves behind JDG, get the setup that BLG needs to come back and win this game. As JDG, it wasn't the prettiest game, but they stuck to the basic rules of League, and that says if you get Hextech Soul, your team's going to have a pretty big advantage throughout the game.
BLG have a 5,000 gold lead, but that's feeling like Monopoly money at this point. JD Gaming with the double buff power of the Elder and the Baron for the next minute and change. And you can see the pressure that they're able to give on to Billy. Now they're in the enemy base, and Bin has a flank angle underneath this mid lane inhibitor turret that has already gone down. The Nexus Tower is under fire. The first one is going to fall first. Second inhibitor down. Bin has to go now, or the game will just end. And he is with the Slicing Maelstrom. They'll be able to nearly take down Hongqiu, but he flashes away and will not fall. JDG were down gold, but they were not down in spirit. They get a triple kill for Gala and claim game one of this best of 5.
Who needs a lot of gold when you got the dragons in your back? The Hextech Soul and the Elder Dragon made sure that game was going in JDG's favor, as they did a better job of securing that bot lane priority, stacking up those early dragons, and making sure the win went into their hands.
What a way to kick this series off. It looked like it was going to be a BLG win. You know, they win a couple of these team fights. They swing the game open. Bin is like maybe the strongest Kennen I've ever seen in history, but he just never was able to use his ultimate to the greatest effect. And the macro from BLG is certainly something that we're going to have to put our magnifying glasses on for the remainder of this best of 5, and maybe even the remainder of this playoffs, as JDG just able to outplay them in every front. Obviously Tabe coming in as the coach for the draft, but certainly helping them with some of these other decisions as well.
Yeah, BLG did not pass their first test. Again, this was a game where they played well enough to win. The biggest difference is just the Baron for the Soul trade. That's a game state where BLG, they have a 6k gold lead. They have control. It's a JDG that were really struggling to make their way onto the map. And you chose to use that control for a Baron instead of Hextech Soul. That's a massive mistake that any teams can make. I mean, I'm flashing back like through my head of Dom being like, Baron for Soul? Like watching like his own team do that last year with C9. I mean, that's kind of how I felt watching BLG make the same mistake. I think that's a great call out you made, Sue Grapes. Bin couldn't really use that lead effectively on the Kennen. I think JDG did a nice job of trying to milk some tools out of him, not just before the Elder fight, but knowing that, hey, we don't have a way to deal with Kennen in the team fight. We might have to deal with him before in the skirmish. That was a creative solution from JDG, and BLG didn't have an answer for it.
Yeah, and all of it starts with Junja here for JDG on this Jarvan pick. From minute 1, permanently invading Shun, able to get that first kill, and then even as the game got later on and the Jarvan becomes less of a damage threat and more of a utility champion, he's always able to throw out those EQs, be a threat towards the opposition, and we saw it most notably in the bottom lane onto Bin, where he burned both his flash and his ulti. That created a massive tempo advantage for JDG, and BLG were never able to really find a way back in after that. They lose that fight around the Elder, they get Baron buff against them, and by the time you got both of those buffs and the soul in the hands of JDG with an Ezreal composition, just really had nowhere to go from there.
Yeah, I'm surprised for so many reasons why we took Baron for soul. It feels like BLG, sometimes I say in this league that they get away with a lot more BS than they do internationally, and that hurts them when they go international. JDG's not letting them get away with that one domestically. They're making sure that gets punished in the end, and JDG found the deserved win. I'd say a close game one. I struggle with the decisions that BLG made late, Grapes, but I still recognize that was a competitive one, and BLG, we expected them to be tested. The least likely result we had for tonight was 3 games going to either team and having it be a short night for us. I think game one definitely built a little bit of confidence in that, even if JDG made much better decisions later on in that game, none of them to win.
Hopefully an allegory for how the rest of this game is going to go. As you take a look at some of those damage numbers, the gold graph, etc., JDG never led past the 10-minute mark in terms of gold. They ended up down 300 as the Nexus exploded. Just goes to show the power of the composition once we got to the late game, and also the power of making smart decisions around the map with the champions that you have on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I'm sure that Xiaoshu wraps up that game, type top diff, and just won next.
I've been there, man.
Just requeued, just how it goes. Yeah, I mean, a very interesting game one, I think, for a lot of reasons. Again, core macro guys, there's a reason why we've talked so much about the dragons, why you've heard so much about dragon control, but you've probably heard casters from every region talking about, do you control the banana brush or not, going into those dragons, because dragons are still really what dictate this game at the moment. Soul feels like a game ender, and if that's not confidence enough for a game ender, well, Elder is the true game ender, and we really saw both of that in this game, as JDG's dragon priority was what paid off. And I think that if I dissect that game a bit, Grapes, still really surprised why BLG didn't ban out Karma. I have no problem with blinding Nico, especially for On, but not taking away Karma from that. I really did sign up their bot lane for a lot of punishment early on, and did help JDG net that early lead they had even before BLG turned this one around.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe this is the wrong way to put it, but if your Karma is not making any drastic mistakes and you don't really notice her too much in a game of League of Legends, I feel like that's generally a good sign for how Karma is acting in the game. So with that being said, I think we can agree, good game for Vampire on this pick, and had a good opportunity to play it alongside Gala's Ezreal, who also was able to navigate a lot of these fights very well. This was not one of them, as BLG potentially had the opportunity to blow the game open from this point, but then it was mistake after mistake. They are able to not claim this dragon either, and then this just becomes a very odd situation all throughout.
This was the one they picked up, but like the fight was still kind of weird. Just because, again, I really feel like I'm surprised that we never saw a scenario during one of these setups where Bin or On were on top at night for the Realm Warp. I'm kind of waiting for that. Like, Bin taking the portal over and being stuck on this side of the wall with no slicing Maelstrom. Like, this should be the scenario where as BLG, you're using Fog, you have a control ward in that Banana Brush. Put Kennen, put Nico in that circle, throw out a Realm Warp, just create chaos, see what happens against JDG. Like, I think that this solution from BLG and Bin was okay. You're still fighting against an Elder. This is still going to be a hard way to end the game, but the fact that we didn't see any Realm Warps into Pop Blossoms, into Slicing Maelstroms, maybe a missed opportunity from BLG, because that is another way that you can create chaos and get on top of JDG, which, of course, very much what BLG's comp is looking to do in this game.
Not able to do it, though. And so they pick up their first loss of the Split 1 playoff bracket here in LPL 2026. 2 more games for JDG would get them back to international play for the first time in quite some time. They would be very happy with that result. Surely want more than that, though. Championship in their grasp, in their sights. But there's still a lot more work to be done throughout the duration of this series. We saw Tabe have a great time against BLG at times last year as a member of Anyone's Legend, and looks like he was able to pull a few tricks from his old book when he was with that other team.
I think the story of BLG last year is that they were very much the team that represented Brawn being their greatest strength coming out of the LPL, whereas AL were the team that really had the brains behind it and a lot of the strategy. I don't know if I saw that fully from this iteration of JDG, but what we did see from them is this mid-jungle duo, they really like to play fast. We know that Junjo is a very good Jarvan player and did play a very good Jarvan game that game. I really liked how he invaded Shun, found a great timer early on, did a great job of playing around his bot lane, and a well-deserved MVP for him as we wrap up game 1.
He played fast, so the rest of the team could play slow. And I think that's the best way to kind of describe what Junjo was able to do on that Jarvan in this first game, and allowing them to pick up yet another win over BLG. Remember, they swept the season series in the regular part of the year. Could it be another victory going towards JDG, or will BLG have their revenge and make it all the way to the grand finals? We'll have to wait and see, but before we head to a break, I want to give a quick shout out to all of our fans on LPL English, particularly those on Coffee. And if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. It is the best way to support the LPL English project, with the vast majority of your contributions going directly to the show. A lot of your initial payments will go into upgrading the broadcast, like this beautiful new graphic that you see here, but a huge bulk of it also pays the on-air talent and content creators that are on this show every day. You can subscribe to our Coffee. The link is in the chat, and you can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Thank you so much for supporting us over on Coffee, and we'll be right back after this. A battle in the upper finals for a spot in the grand finals of LPL Split 1, but also a spot at first stand happening in Sao Paulo in just a few weeks. And JD Gaming end up striking first in this best of 5 against their opponents in Bilibili, handing BLG their first loss in terms of game score in the postseason. Covey, JDG played the macro very well that game, but BLG also had some things to be happy about. But it seems like this is a demon in JDG that they haven't been able to conquer just yet.
Yeah, it has been a bit for JDG to really get back into the winner's circle of LPL. It's something that they haven't been able to do since their attempt at the Golden Road, and since Knight was really on this team. So with bringing Tabe back in with the full revamp, having your longest tenured player be the top laner that joined in Split 3 last year, really tells you the different approach that JDG took to this year, and one they're hoping pays off in international appearances and hopefully some international wins.
Yeah, when you talk about teams that have done well in international events in the past and then maybe have fallen off in recent years, maybe sometimes it's due to budgets going away, teams disbanding like FPX and RNG. Not the case here with JD Gaming. They have, consistently tried to put together competitive rosters. They have, even though the past couple of years their playoff results have not necessarily been as good as they would like, and this seems like a bit of a different approach. Not necessarily the super team, but maybe one that buys into some younger talent as well as some superstars. And it's been going pretty well for them so far, securing them a spot in top 3 here for Split number 1.
I mean, look, I think Honkyu is one of the most talented young players that we have across the globe. So, you're kind of in the sweet spot of JDG is, hey, we might have gotten both in the same player. A potential superstar in Honkyu who just moved to a 5-1 head-to-head record against Knight. I don't expect that trend to continue fully, but I think it does speak to really the talent that Honkyu brings in as a player himself. Again, I think for me, he was one of the most exciting players to watch internationally last year, just given how young and how good he was and how willing he was to play his game, which is aggressive, walking forward. It's fun to watch, and he's good enough to make it happen. So, been very impressed by Honkyu throughout his young career, and would love to see him make more international appearances, especially as he continues to further cement himself as a very good player worldwide. Definitely, on the note of first stand, very excited to see Diablo finally make it to an international as a freakishly talented AD carry from the LCK that are LPL AD carries, no matter who they send, will have their hands full with.
Yeah, we got to watch him at ASI a little bit here on this channel, and now up to a top 2 finish in the LCK. International certainly on JDG's mind, as the last few years, of course, have not been able to be up to snuff with what they are certainly accustomed to. You see a couple of thirds here and there, particularly spring of Split 1, I should say, of last season. I feel like there was a lot of excitement, particularly around Pays coming into the bottom lane, but fizzle outs and roster revamps and just constantly looking for the right formula. They have not been able to make it to a grand final since, of course, they completed that repeat in terms of championships back in 2023.
Yeah, and you can see, I believe that's where Knight was slotted in, that 2023 years. So when you have Knight, your odds of winning the LPL go up a lot. And JDG just haven't been able to really find the same success without Knight. I think bringing in Honkyu to try and emulate that success with a very talented young mid laner and a coach like Tabe, who really has ran the league himself a little bit in terms of proving that he is a coach that can take multiple groups of players and put together good performances with said groups. I think there's been a lot of consistency in terms of implementing into teams how he views the game, not just with draft, which he does get a lot of credit for, and somewhat rightfully so, but also the map and how you play that as well. Saw some of that from JDG in game 1 as they got the best of BLG, and we were talking to the break. I mean, that was a big story between the BLG AL matchup last year that Tabe was a part of on the AL side, was that BLG was very much the team that was the brawn of the LPL, and we're going to go brute force wins, beat you with their hands and their raw talent, whereas AL, we're going to have the right map reads, have the right drafts or better angles than BLG, and beat you more with brains. Seeing a little bit of that from JDG in this game 1, and seeing a bit of that from JDG this year as they move to a 5-1 record against BLG in the head-to-head, and looking to make sure that today cements that 3-0 series record as they go for the best of 5 win to book their ticket to first stand.
Yeah, I mean, that 2-0 specifically over BLG was a big part of how they were able to get that top 4 seed in the first place and be able to avoid going through Knight's rivals, avoid having to play against some maybe fearsome opponents down there. I know none of them ended up really having much of an impact here in the playoff bracket, but just getting Specifically, wins against BLG when they were split against the rest of the teams, and also went 0-2 against Weibo.
Dare you insult Monkey and Team WE like that? It's like you have no respect for the monkey bullying that's been going on all across social media with our boy Punch. You just turned Monkey into a punching bag again, Grapes. All right.
Wow.
He has enough in his own team already. All right.
Note to the graphics team. We're gonna have to make that for Split too. It is funny how the Split, the two teams that joined Group Ascend this season versus last year are very similar in that it's WE with Monkey, and then it's also a team with like Karen Awesome on it. So it's a very similar build in terms of in terms of the teams that are here, and that means that they are basically right around the middle. And so now we're gonna get to see them play more games against these top teams come Split 2.
Personally, I'm happy to have Monkey in Group Ascension for Split 2. I think that Monkey is a good enough player where he can throw out some curveballs or go on hot streaks with his team where he can make things interesting within the league. So I am excited for that one. Even if Team WE's playoff run didn't go the way that they liked, at least they didn't, at least in a way they still somewhat surpassed expectations, unlike another team like Top Esports where they perform so badly people think that they match fixed, which they definitely didn't. But sometimes fans are terrible, or can't be the worst of us.
You know what's so funny about that is that they finished exactly where we were expecting them to. They were the 5th team. They were the 5th place team. They lost a close game to the close series to the 3rd place team. They ended 5th-6.
Yeah, I don't know. Some fandom can puzzle me sometimes. That said, Grapes, diving into the upcoming matchup, we got Game 2. BLG, of course, after dropping Game 1, they have first choice. Looks like they went for second pick. Or first pick, sorry. So they're going to be red side first pick. JDG on the blue side. And Orianna going to stay on the ban list. Do they give over Azir to BLG with Talia Rise gone?
Yeah, normally the Orianna, the matchup that you want to opt into there. If you are Honkyu, probably a lot of champions that you'd be decently happy playing into Azir, just given this guy's pool throughout his early career so far. So could create some interesting situations here in this game to draft. BLG definitely need a rebound here. Don't want to fall down 0-2 in this potential international qualifying series. The Azir does get taken away by them.
Yeah, kind of interested to see where Knight's going to look now, because the majority of his pool, in terms of his most played, already taken out. Again, BLG, we've just seen less cards from them because they've played less games throughout the playoff run. As we do see, Poppy taken away. This very much point, so that's going to give away the Rumble. Again, JDG, last time around, they banned the Rumble in this slot, so they're okay giving away Rumble. With the Poppy ban, I'm kind of curious what answers they have. This tells me that they might be looking for maybe a late rotation Alistar or a jungler that Poppy can beat up on early on. So curious if we see those cards from JDG now.
Saju could opt for a tank like the Ornn or the Scion, or could go for a more skill-oriented matchup against Bin. Definitely had a tough time in the early game against the BLG top laner, but ended up providing value by the end of things. We saw him forcing summoner spells, able to issue a couple of kills by the end of that game. So on the Ambessa, another ability to dive onto any potential backline that exists.
Might be fishing, but do we see maybe an early Kiana? I'm just thinking of junglers that don't want to see Poppy on their screen. As okay, we see a Nocturne picked up. I like Nocturne in the Rumble. I think Rumble's a pick that you can punish in the side lanes, and Nocturne, that's where he's best. So Ambessa plus Nocturne, the ability to hunt Rumble in the side lanes will be very real for JDG as this game moves forward. Yeah, this is part of why I was...
You were saying Kiana.
I was, because, again, it has been a big pick for Shun, and it does pair well with Rumble if you just drop the R's. But going to go for the Wukong, so a little bit more scaling out of the jungle, but should have some winning lanes to try and support it, as Rumble will have that priority early on top. Aurora being snagged this early, though, is a little bit of a surprise, because with Ambessa plus Nocturne, Aurora is a very real matchup in a Rumble that is tough for Rumble to deal with, so can understand the deny, but this is really setting up Honkyu to take something like a Syndra or a Victor or a Galio Again, you can continue that dive identity, and I feel like BLG kind of dug themselves a hole already in this draft, because this is a very happy draft for Galio. There's a very sound dive identity already showing for JDG, one that BLG might have issues with.
Yeah, you pick a self-sufficient bot lane for JDG, and all of a sudden, a very dangerous composition, and more semi-global ultimates here for Junja and Honkyu as well. Going to be able to get all across the map as easy as they please as we enter the second phase of picks and bans. Bot lanes, next on the target.
Ban Gawa Kaisa. I think we should pay some respect to Gawa Kaisa. Should probably just get that out of the pool as BLG. I like the Renata ban. You're going to deny Kalista Renata. Renata has a couple other pairings that could be used by On and BLG. I really want to see a Kaisa ban in these two. I'm tunneling on that, Grapes. If I don't see a Kaisa ban, you better have a game plan into it, is what I'm saying for BLG.
Yeah, maybe they're thinking we can force them, bait them into 5 dive, and then play something that would do good into it. But in terms of things that would do good into it, one of the things that immediately comes to mind is the Renata. That was banned away by JDG. So definitely asking for trouble if they are willing to give one of Gala's most played, most notorious champions over with a composition that already enjoys the likes of it.
What doesn't like seeing Renata Rakan that Vampire might want to play? I think Alistar could be a big takeaway. Like, there's a bit of I think the setup for Aurora plus Rumble, like if I'm On, I probably want to play a very big CC champion coming in here. I think if you pick Alistar now, you're probably asking to get barded by On, which is his most played so far this year. But I could see a world where signing up for that is maybe something that JDG values, because they just don't want to give away Alistar to Rumble plus Aurora and a combo off the Wukong. But yeah, no Kaisa ban. Kaisa picked up for Gala. Gala is the Kaisa player in the Kaisa region for the LPL, and I think that giving this away, frankly, when Kaisa got through the draft at this point, I kind of expected to see it. So what kind of plan do you have for BLG? Let's see it.
His most played champion in his career, 87-46 record on this pick. So not only has he played a lot, he wins on it a lot. And it looks like Viper is going to answer with another safe 80 carry in the Corki. Looks like they're just looking for a lot of AoE, a lot of team fighting, but JDG have so many tools to get on the backline that it will be very difficult for BLG to have those high damage dealers able to pump.
I think Corki's reasonably happy this game into Kaisa in a low-range comp. You feel good in the Galio. The armor shred's valuable too. As that Alistar that we already teased being picked up. Alistar also, I think, feels good in this game. It's going to Ambessa, Nocturne, Galio, very low-range comp. You have some value into Kaisa too. The Nautilus is going to be picked up. This does help with the lane for Kaisa, Nautilus into the Alistar Corki. Corki has some advantage into Kaisa in the lane phase. Nautilus kind of helps offset that with his matchup in the Nautilus, or in the Alistar. Also gives you a way to guaranteed hunt Wukong, hunt Aurora with the depth charge. And look, pound for pound, I like the draft that JDG built much better here. I think the ability to hunt Rumble in the side lane, incredibly valuable with the Nocturne. The ability to turn off the whites and hunt with Ambessa Galio, very real. Kaisa can follow up on that too. Create a lot of chaos that BLG, I think, might have issue dealing with. Aurora and Rumble both have ways to play out of the side lane between the Between Worlds, and also just equalizing waves where you at least kill the wave and then have to play your way out. But I think that if Kaisa gets big, Kaisa can 1v9 this game. I don't think that Wukong or Alistar has enough CC to really lock down this Kaisa. And I've seen too many games in the LPL where Gala's Kaisa is taken over, and it feels like he has all the meatballs around him to really set up for that Kaisa to be big and take over this game.
Yeah, a lot of times when we do these shows, we try to establish and figure out what the win condition, what the style of the composition is going to be for a given team. Don't really have many questions about what that is for JDG. They are going all dive, all in, all gas, no breaks. BLG going to have to try to combat that. And they definitely can't say that they didn't understand the comp that was going up against. They know exactly what's coming, and they have to try and weather that storm to even up this series at 1-1. Was JDG able to control a lot of that macro game to that first victory of this series? And we'll see if they're able to continue that success here. Game number 2 starts right now.
A bit louder for game 2, Grapes, as I think the
getting
fans
there.
are funneling into the arena and the excitement underway. Again, a rather close game 1 bout. I think BLG might take inventory on where they value Soul for the rest of this series, especially if the Hex deck Soul comes up again
Right.
as we go off that game 1.
You know, we don't get the behind-the-scenes comms from the coaches until the big documentary every split. I have a feeling I know what was said between game 1 and 2 if you're BLG. Focusing the Dragons, I would imagine, is a bit of a higher priority here for this point moving forward. But as we have some time to start this off and we're focused in on the bottom lanes, I want to talk about Viper for just a little bit as well. One of the new additions to this BLG roster. Definitely a bit of a slower start compared to our expectations on this new team. This is, of course, entering today in the playoffs, but he's been looking a lot better and able to perform very well in the postseason so far, and he's going to have to continue that level of play if they want to help BLG make it to that grand final.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, going into this season, I wasn't really expecting On to be the better half of this bot lane, and credit to On. I say this in full compliments to him and not to take away from Viper, but I think that On has really leveled up his play this split versus what I saw at On last year, which has been a big positive for BLG, because I think that when BLG is at their best, it has been when On is able to compete with supports across the globe, and I think that that is where this iteration of BLG has fallen short historically, and it's not just versus Keria, you know, it's other supports as well. Is Gala not able to get that 3-wave base? Would have been nice to pick up a Cole there, but canceled by On and BLG. We'll see if that health that On took could be punished here.
Now, Monkey taking a lot of damage now. Dinging level 4 just the right time. Justice Punch does land. And
Nice
Oscar
dead.
Knight to take a tower shot. He's going to flash for the wall with Junja here. He's going to flash, follow, and teleport back to safety. Knight getting a base, but it's going to cost him a lot of resources.
Yeah, he was and I mean, Knight escapes. I like the setup, though, from JDG. I'm curious if Junja and Honkyu can take over the game from here, because, again, JDG as a team, we've talked about this a lot. We feel like they are at their best when this LCP duo can be the LCP duo in the LPL that they have been, that had the international success, which is really getting priority, impacting the map, playing fast out of mid-jungle to really help the side lanes for JDG. That has been the identity that they've somewhat built up here. Even through Fearless Draft, it's been really consistent seeing Honkyu play champs that can impact the map and do so well. And now having a bit of priority into that Aurora. No summoner spells mid. Really easy to rinse and repeat ganks for Junja with the Galio in the lane. Would love to see JDG pay more attention towards Knight.
Player that got pretty far ahead in the early game against Honkyu in game number 1, despite them losing that first matchup. We talked about how Honkyu has, you know, owned Knight so far in their limited experience against each other. He continues to increase his lead in terms of win rate career as a mid laner against Knight, who has played against, again, so many players throughout his career. But it has not been necessarily Knight playing bad, specifically here in the early game. He's had pretty decent moments all year against Honkyu.
Nice Kaisa passive proc found there. As this lane, the bases might have been canceled, but you got to believe that this slow push stacking up for JDG, that will be the Kaisa early base, and then we have to start thinking about this first dragon spawning, as Vampire is going to do his best to get this wave in, secure the base for Gala. First bot reset in favor of JDG does mean they're going to be first back to lane. Look at where the Nocturne is right now. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. With Kaisa getting back here first, got to believe that when she gets to the wave, might be an angle where Junja could look for that dragon. That said, that could be the case. Gonna hit the B. And that first dragon, not going to be taken too early here by either team.
He's thinking about, but it looks like he's thinking more about a play onto Honkyu in the mid lane. This Galio has no flash. He is way too far forward in the mid lane. And they're going to give first blood over to Knight. BLG on the board first.
Really good walk from On. I was focused on the ADs and who gets back to that bot lane first. On was the one, was able to sneak back first. Keep in mind it was Vampire escorting the wave in against Viper. On snuck back to base first. Goes to mid where we talked about the lack of summoner spells being there. Impacts that matchup before the bot lane or the jungle of JDG can. That's really well played by On and BLG to secure Knight that time, and that side could be answered bot.
Ooh, Viper at the flash, and Valk still gonna get hit by the dredge line of Vampire. Ton of summoner spells being burned in the bot lane by Billy. As the level 6 Crab, not level 6 clinching for Junja, but still putting him in a better position as he pushes Shun back.
Actually, kind of surprised it wasn't 6 clinching for Junja.
Oh, not there yet either.
I am curious if he missed any big creeps, because it should have been. You can see his experience bar is just a sliver away from 6. So wondering if he dropped a Raptor instead of a Krug on his first clear. Could have been the case. That's a big difference maker, though, because now that one sliver of XP, he would love to have the access and ability to paranoia here against Shun, who isn't 6 himself, but that does make this dragon a bit riskier.
Oh, yeah, look at our observers missing out on these 2 Krugs.
It was 2 Krugs. We called it, baby.
Wow.
That's what happens when you have a jungle account, you know, going on for this season. That's a big mistake, though. That's really slowed down this dragon for Junja, because keep in mind, if it's 6 versus 5, you kind of, whenever, like, Wukong enters river, you're just able to rip the dragon. And so I think that that second Krug, or those 2 Krugs not being taken, the baby Krugs, does stop this first dragon from going over to JDG on time. And so a bit of an oopsie there from Junja.
Let this be a lesson to us all. Remember the little ones. No matter how important, how successful you are, the little ones who get you to where you are today.
Yeah.
For Jinja, that would have gotten him level 6, and that takes away a dragon.
You didn't learn this from Punch the Monkey?
Oh.
All right. The Flash is
talking about Punch
bot.
the Monkey as Gala just faced first in ults into Undertower. That's the LPL. That's this LPL English broadcast for you right here.
You know, if you're Gala, 2 summoner spells for 1. And that's glass half full. And then if you're BLG, it's like we just traded Alistar Flash and Corky Barrier for Kaisa Flash. That's worth 2.
So which one is actually worth? Is it?
It depends on who's coping
neutral?
the hardest between both teams. You know, you're in game. Everything has to be positive. It's fine.
Right.
Game's still winnable. So focus away from the first Drake onto the early Grubs. We did have Vampire make his way up here to try and get a little bit of control over the Grubs. That said, looks like he's going to hit B. And the focus for JDG is still going to be on the bot side. And frankly, I think the Dragon stacking for me with this squad makes sense. They have the advantage with the Nautilus versus the Alistar in this bot lane. Gala does have a slight early lead. Gala is coming off of another reset. I think that this is the timer where JDG is going to look to secure the Drake. The question for me is, do we see a Paranoia cast in either lane before we try and have this Drake fight?
Or do you use it to try to dissuade anybody from BLG going forward into a potential dragon fight? A lot of risk-reward that they're going to have to navigate here over these next few minutes. It looks like actually no dragon is going to be focused down by JDG as Junja is pathing top lane, pinging towards the topside river and the Grubs. So maybe that's where they have their eyes on instead. It means that Shun's actually going to get a chance to stop this.
So, again, from the JDG perspective, the Galio, Nocturne, and Bessa, you can really attack side lanes with this trio. As Junja going to set his sights on the Bin here. Has gotten around the wards so far. Bin does have Flash.
Yeah, he's in really good position heat-wise as well. Would be able to almost take down Xiaoxu single-handedly if things go well. There goes both ultimates, Public Decision and the Paranoia. Fear still lands onto Bin despite the Flash. The Equalizer's going to come out. Bin not going to be in a great position here. He's at 300 HP, pops the Scrap Shield, and will be able to survive.
Bin played this perfectly. I really like what JDG tried because they throw out the public execution early to try and get the tether to connect, to chain the CC, but he flashed away, put it out beautifully. Now the bot dive, Gala's flashless, they do rip it.
Hook still lands onto Viper. He's going to have to Valk away. They know that Honkyu has the ability to use that hero's entrance and make it a 3-on-3, so they instead will back away. Knight postures towards Xiaoxu, but ends up backing off. And at the end of the day, no kills being burned.
Yeah, Knight got Jinja away from the Grubs, so that's big, and it ends up being no kills, but it is a dragon killed for free by BLG. Let's take inventory, though, because here's a public execution. They're trying to chain the Fear, but he flashes away, so the Fear doesn't go through. Look at this Equalizer placement. So perfect. Just fight on the Equalizer now. He's going to dodge out of the Q2 from Anbessa as well, and with the steel caps secured for Bin, the double physical damage, he's able to survive all that, survives the gank. Great. Soak from Bin on the gank from the Nocturne. That's the first Paranoia cast for nothing in favor of JDG. As BLG get the Dragon, JDG get nothing.
And to think that maybe they could have used that for a dragon instead. is a little bit of a question mark here for JD Gaming. They are finally able to claim 2 grubs, but Shun will make sure it is not a clean sweep by dashing in and claiming the 3rd. Still a pretty even game state at this point, but you got to mention BLG controlling neutral objectives at this point, and that is going to be a big win for their competition. As we see Viper valking forward onto an exhausted Gala as well. Rocket nearly taking him down, but they do not have enough juice just yet. Just going to crash this wave in, get them back into a lead down there in the bottom lane.
Barrier used, but not the killer instinct. On did step forward enough to actually cancel Gala's base. Kind of curious if he decides to play for the cannon now, as yeah, that's a lot of XP to leave on the table. So Gala going to be able to sneak on in there, pick all that up for himself. That's a-okay, as the lead is not lost by the JDG bot lane. But again, BLG as a whole, that 1k gold lead coming off the back of Bin soaking, and Knight having the kill and a bit of a lead into the Galio. Feels like JDG's comp just hasn't really gotten going yet. Hexploit completed on Junja means more paranoias from him, and again, JDG, if any of their lanes can create a summoner spell discrepancy, I think that's where we could really see Junja attack. So far, the only discrepancies in the top lane where Bin did burn the flash dodge out of the last gank, so could be a rinse and repeat here as he's clearing bot to top again.
But how confident are you that that's going to work after what happened last time? Now
Bin no flash, this next gank works. Right. You can bring Honku if you're willing to make sure it works too, you know. But probably not necessary.
We'll see how Bin sets the lane up to make sure he avoids those types of situations, as I feel like that's a large part of what Nocturne's going to be able to do. If you have a longer lane to run down, much easier to have that gank work successfully. Speaking of ganks, we have On showing face in the mid lane as well, but definitely one of those quieter games here by LPL standards, Covey. We've seen the chess moves, but no pieces have been captured just yet.
It's a good shout. I mean, I think it benefits a few different members, like Shun, kind of happy only being down a wee bit to the Nocturne as the Wukong. He has the Trinity Force matched with a Hexplate that's really good as Wukong. That item is more expensive to secure than the majority of other starter items in the jungle. You know, Sundered Sky and Hexplate. So the fact that he's able to match that timer is big. And I think some of the strategy behind this Wukong is, I think this season, you really need to pair Wukong with better lanes. If not, Wukong just isn't fast enough, which is why we've seen him kind of take a backseat to other junglers that can play faster on the map in his role versus where Worlds last year. I mean, Wukong was the meta pick and very high presence. He has dipped down a bit, but I think this is a good setup for Wukong in this game for BLG, and in theory, I think BLG very happy with where they're at. Their one-item fight, once Bin completes this Theandries, should be pretty killer in the JDG if they're able to you know, find the Alistar Wombo into the Equalizer, or the Wukong Cyclone into the Equalizer and set things up.
Well, return to the top lane. Another public execution lands here on to Bin. As you mentioned, there's no flash, so a little bit less of a chance for the Rumble this time around. JDG finally get what they were looking for.
Yeah, we saw Junja up there looking for the play. He actually paced, bought the socks, and walked back a little bit faster to make sure he found Bin on that timer, as Bin burned Equalizer on a wave to get out of the first Nocturne timer. Couldn't get out of the second one with no flash either, so a lot of focus put in to get that first kill onto Xiaoshu versus Bin, but again, I think that was the play for Junja. That was the only member missing flash, and that was a freebie. So they are able to kill Bin while his flash is down, and JDG gets on the board.
That play on the top side, though, means that BLG have first answer bottom, and it will mean that Shun can start this Mountain Dragon up again. Gala has a wave shoved underneath his tower, so it will be a delayed answer, if any, for Jindong Gaming, and it looks like they instead will opt to give this one away. So a 2-dragon lead opened up for Billy Gaming. We'll see what soul it is, because that could have significant ramifications on how the rest of this game will go. It's an ocean, so maybe able to survive a little bit more of that burst.
Maybe not that soul. Maybe not that soul having significant ramifications than the rest of the game. That's kind of a bad draw, honestly, for BLG, as they're not up against a lot of poke, and that's not going to be a very valuable soul to them. So that said, still some good work put down by BLG. They did get the first 2 dragons. I think ripping it on that timer was smart. You can see Junja, he has access to Paranoia now. Did not have access to Paranoia for that fight, so no JDG not wanting to opt into a fight where they're down tools. Reasonably so. Gets BLG the objective. Now, Herald is up, and both teams have all tools, as JDG and BLG have both put their bot lanes mid, as both teams look to posture around this neutral objective.
You know, we say that JDG has the all-in composition, but at this point in the game, one item, 15 minutes in, are they strong enough to just go for a full 5v5 and win if everything goes right?
I'm going to say it's execution-based. I think that a fight now would be pretty close. Ideally, if you're BLG, I think you'd really like to get Leandres onto Bin, who doesn't quite have that first item secured. But I think for BLG, Knight is a bit bigger in his role right now. Bin, if he gets to Leandres, would be a bit bigger in his role right now for a team fight. And then I'd probably favor the rest to JDG, with Nocturne, Kaisa being stronger in the roles. But that means it's a close one, so it kind of comes down to setup and maybe on finding stuff like that. Gala able to slink out, does have that evolved E. From the looks of things, was able to get out of that.
There's another wave shoved underneath his turret. Xiaoshu trying to allow for this tower to go down. Gonna get some help from Junja again. Bin flashes this time, but won't be able to get away from that public execution. Junja on the board again. That's first tower over to JD Gaming. A teleport is going to come in from Knight to cut Junja off. Will be a casualty of the enemy jungler, and we'll see what that means in terms of ramifications for Herald.
Ooh. Knight able to pick that one up for himself, too. That's nice. They'd rather have the gold on the Aurora than the Wukong. So a bit burned from Knight to make sure that that money went into his pockets, but is secured. That said, JDG, they're still the ones that are ahead on the play. It's BLG answering a top play, whereas Hongq dirty farming a wave and taking plates in the bot lane. This will mean the Rift Herald goes over to BLG. But it is gold now in the pockets of the Galio, and he does have the tools to try and answer.
It's a 3v4, but remember that they always have a Galio in their back pocket. They opt instead just to pick up plates, because that's effectively all that a Herald is. And so Shin is going to be able to grab that one for themselves. BLG still doing a good job controlling these neutrals.
Now, hey there, Grapes. Don't disrespect the combat power of the Shelly. It's worth a little bit more
that's
than plates.
That's my new favorite
these
part
days.
of this game.
It has been. That said, I think JDG making the right call, again, to make sure that Hongq picks up his tower for himself. So, honestly, a lot of gold given over to the Galio. I know Knight has another kill to his name, but the gold's still even between the mid laners. As Bin was overheated, wasn't able to throw down abilities immediately, and then Junjo just answering the flash of Bin, takes him down, did put him on the wrong side. As
Deja vu, we're right back up here, but this time it's not Bin being focused down. It's Knight and Shun who had that paranoia used against them. Ultimate's traded by the junglers. I'll see the Between Worlds currently on cooldown.
And the flash. Knight burned flash in that play, too, from the looks of things. So, Shun able to at least hover, be up there to prevent the kill, but still spell advantage secured by JDG in that skirmish.
Oh, no flash. That's a sign for Xiaoshu to now go in. Knight was invisible for a little bit, but will have to eventually show himself and go down to Xiaoshu, as the top side has been all JDG here in Game 2.
And again, the identity for JDG, like I see at Nocturne and Bessa Galio, we talked about attacking the side laners. That really has been the forte for JDG so far in this game. They've been able to take down Bin twice, Knight once, but will that mean anything for the Dragon coming up? Because the Soul Point, I know we said Ocean Soul not quite as valuable this game, not exactly the soul that BLG was looking to draw with that 2-Dragon advantage, but it is a soul nonetheless. And we'll see if JDG is able to get in here and disrupt the Dragon stacking of BLG, who do have control over the bot side of the river right now.
$1,500 gold lead here for JDG. All of that currently in the hands of Xiaoshu. Can't discount the help that he's gotten by his team. It's been a lot, but this is the kind of play that
was the game plan.
Potentially propel this guy to a household name in the LPL. If he's able to execute now in these team fights, that with the lead that he was given, something that Bin is not able to do very well in game number 1.
Hongq was spotted on the way in. I'm not sure if he knows or not. It looks like he does. But BLG kind of stuck here. About
to break out in the Herald goes on. They immediately knock a Vampire and they take him down. In goes the Paranoia here, but it's Junja on a one-way trip and he wins yet another Smite fight. He is non-stop on fire with these 50-50s.
Dragon stacking stopped. It's going to be 2 kills at least going over to BLG. They're ripping towards the Baron. They had Shelly mid. I thought they would have sieged this turret to take some plates, but no. 5v3 Every tool up for BLG outside the Cyclone. Baron is being hit.
Killer Instinct still available. Is the public execution as well. Honkyu almost has that hero's entrance up, but this Baron is melting to all 5 members of BLG. JDG still want to fight.
Whoa.
In goes Xiaoshu, finds the public execution on the Viper, but he's now in a 1v3 in the back of the pit. Hero's entrance comes out. Honkyu's able to knock up 3, but will the damage be enough? Baron secured by Billy, but the health bars are ticking, and Gala's in the back line. Killer Instinct finds a double kill, and he's still weaving his way around. Knight able to eventually take him down with the weirding, but JDG saving the play, able to get 3 kills at the price of the Baron.
2 Barons out on the solo lanes of BLG. The gold is even. The dragon stacking was denied as a crazy fight, frankly, ripped from JDG. BLG, I need a replay because I was really focused on Gala getting in the back of the pit. He got so much work done. First off, we're going to watch Vampire get stymied by Shelly. Is on, the cow hops into the Herald, and that Nautilus hops twice as the double knockup makes sure that he falls between Shelly and the Cyclone. Junja just able to really perfectly time the smite. Really well timed, just not hit by Shun. And now, the flip side, I mean, this fight, Xiaoshu going in when he did was a little bit surprised. I didn't think Vampire was close enough on the follow-up, I kind of thought that they would wait for that. That said, Gala does a really nice job of picking his spot in the fight. Yes, he's exhausted, but he gets in the back line, finds Viper, finds Shun, combos well, nearly got Bin, and sidesteps his way the best he can around Knight, really outside the E, which kind of used all of his tools to juke what he saw already. So I think Gala deserves some flowers for how he played out that fight, down numbers, nearly taking 3 with him. As 2 members get out with the Baron, you can see the siege starts for BLG as that top outer turret will fall for Bin.
So the Baron buff's still in the hands of 2 members of Billy Gaming, but definitely not as much as they would have liked off of that play. Bin does get that first tower, but the power play hovering around neutral at this point, and you have to imagine that's where it's going to stand. The amount of, ability for JDG to contest at this point. So Billy, certainly their toughest battle so far in the playoffs this series, coming against JDG. The good thing, though, is that Knight is also pretty fed. 5-1-1 on this Aurora, working towards that Void Staff. He did a ton of damage in that team fight, despite it not necessarily going their way.
He did. It helps when they stacked up on top of Knight. He is big on this Aurora. I'm focused right now on Gala. I do think that JDG drafted a comp that is a wee bit lacking in damage. That said, Kaisa can really make up for it, and Gala's not... Oh, hold on.
Oh, in goes Xiaoshu, right into the middle of 4, but it's a beautiful delivery system for Honkyu, and Viper is taken down. 1-0 in favor of JDG, and the paranoia has gone in on tonight. He goes between worlds to try to escape the likes of Junja, and Vampires also died. Honkyu ticking low, has to use the Justice Punch to get away, and Knight is still alive, hunting with those Qs, unable to find anything else, just a 1-for-1, but 80 carry for support benefits JDG.
Yeah, JDG, honestly, the fact that it was only a 1-for-1 off that engage, wee bit surprised about, because that engage looked really good for JDG. I just don't think that Gala was able to quite find the same spot that he was able to find in the Baron fight. But Xiaoshu, I didn't see that engage happening, Grapes. We were prepping for other stuff. Xiaoshu.
Very easy chance very easy to hit it, because there was 4 people there.
I mean, he rips it. I'm used to seeing depth charge, set up and Besta, but it's the public execution this time around, setting up the Nautilus as he connects with everything onto Viper. Rest of the fight's a little bit split. Junja decided to go on the Knight. Xiaoshu was low. Gala couldn't really follow up on that because Bin and Shun were holding the choke into the inner turret there. So I think JDG, maybe Junja overplaying his hand in the back half of the fight a little bit going for Knight, but hey, he did get the Between Worlds out only on the Nocturne, and that could be an interaction we could look out for later on. So I think if Junja decides to select Knight as his target in these later fights, it definitely is to make sure that the Between Worlds is not being used for the fight, because that is Aurora's way out of the combo.
Yeah, if it's 1 person instead of 5, that's a win for JDG, so perhaps a strategy that Junja can elect to take. Soul Point for Billy available now as the Dragon has just spawned, and they have full control of vision in the pit, but that's not going to stop JDG from trying to get in here. Junja's won these Smite fights before. Will it happen yet another time? Control ward here in the bottom side. JDG having to poke and prod their way into the pit. Dragon already at 1,000. In he goes again! This is ridiculous at this point. Junja's the smite god, but will they win the fight? Taunt is going to connect onto a lot of members, but Knight's still going to go between worlds. It's a double kill for Viper, looking for a third, and they get the dragon, but JDG are going to lose this fight handily. 4 kills in the favor of Billy Billy.
Gawa couldn't play the fight. The tools of BLG are keeping Gawa and the rest of JDG out to the best of their abilities. Again, gonna need another look at that one, because I was kind of focused on Junja going in. He's landed all the smites, but they haven't been able to find the winning combos, and they go in on Viper again this time around, but Viper was able to kite to his team and get out.
Yeah, I mean, the AD carry with the better position has won these last couple of fights. It was Gala around the Baron this time. It was definitely Viper. He had a very easy pickings, but hey, you gotta credit Junja. He's on one today. He's on a bit of a heater.
I mean, Shun cast
that was a bad smite, actually.
200 damage early. That's a lot. But again, Gawa, like, flashed at Gawa. Bin dropped the equalizer. The Seekers, Gawa couldn't Killer Instinct to impact the back half of the fight or impact Viper. So him being stuck, him being stymied in the fight turns the rest of it in favor of BLG as the equalizer, and especially the Between Worlds. The Between Worlds was very big in that fight from Knight, as JDG did pile on to BLG with this dive. So I think a pretty significant gold lead for BLG, and again, this soul, I will say a 4 Ocean Dragon soul is rather impactful, but we are seeing how explosive these fights are. Ocean Soul has impacted games where, you know, a Carmen Ezreal exists, where there's a lot of poking and prodding, and you can kind of retreat, lean back on sustain that Ocean Dragons and Ocean Soul can give you. That's not the game that we're in with these two drafts. It is dog pile on dog pile.
Looks like it's BLG trying to pile on the Vampire right now. Takes a big chunk of damage. Baron is available, and with BLG having that 4,500 gold lead, still having pressure and priority wherever they want to on the map. The Vision game certainly has been working out in favor of them as we have approached the late game of this second matchup, but has not stopped JDG from getting into the pits and you know, stealing a lot of these objectives away.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the series, I was not expecting the matchup between Shun and Junja to be this heavily in favor of Junja, but throughout the first 2 games. But that is the world we're living in at the moment. I know it's not showing on the scoreboard for Junja, but I like the approach he's had of the game. I also, I mean, he's hit all the smites. He stole away the Elder. He's stolen away 2 dragons in this one, and
another public execution.
Whoa!
Xiaoshu going to pull the trigger. It is on to Knight, but the Paranoia is going to come forward as well. Between World only onto 1, but it takes the enemy jungler down. 1 for nothing, soon to be 2, as Xiaoshu goes down. JDG went too far forward, and BLG this time are there to punish.
Again, I just don't think that Gawa can interact with these fights, and everything being sent on the Knight. Yes, the Between Worlds, it's to get Knight out and to only hit the Nocturne, but if your AD carry can't play in a game where we did set up that the damage is a little bit lacking from JDG, pretty much Kai'Sa has to make up for the lack of damage in other roles. I think that taking fights where Gawa can't really play it out, A, not great, B, I don't really love Gawa's build this game. I'm a little bit surprised that I don't see a Dusk and Dawn or a Nashor's Tooth. We committed to the full AD Kai'Sa, and I think we're missing out on a little bit of the max damage that we need. As again, I mean,
triggers so quick.
Yeah, it's a quick trigger pull, but look at Gawa. He spent the fight hitting Wukong Clone, and that was it. And then Unbreakable Alistar. So if our AD carries, if that's the fight for AD carry, who needs to carry the damage load for our team, probably not the right fight for us to take as a team there, Grapes.
Yeah, like, he could ult into the back line, but he probably would just get one shot, given that there's a lot of tools able to dish out damage onto him in that capacity. So BLG able to pick up their second Baron of the game. See how much they can get off of it this time that they didn't lose 3 members immediately after taking that big purple worm. Still in their hands for 2 more minutes. Going to push mid and bot lane simultaneously, with the inhibitor towers going to be the target.
Looks like Viper might be shouting out old teammate of his, Chovy, as that quirky build. Bit different. I can understand picking up more health against the comp that BLG is playing into, but double whack cleaver, I don't know if that's super efficient. Also GA an option. So far though, has helped Viper live in the last couple skirmishes, and he has been the much more impactful AD in these fights, as we just highlighted Gala not being able to get into the last fight.
JDG playing split map a little bit here. Xiaoshu's going to take this tier 2. Now looking for Knight as well, but Shun has joined at just the right moment. Public execution alongside the Paranoia, nearly able to take Knight down. Junja still following up with the Fear, gets a big shutdown, but will cost him his life. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of BLG, but maybe more. Hongq uses the Justice Punch directly over the Equalizer and then says, nah, screw this, I'm going to ulti out instead. Gets onto Vampire and will be allowed to escape.
This Dragon is for sure going the way of BLG. JDG giving it up to lay another trap in the top side. We'll see if they can find Bin.
See how aggressive Bin wants to be. It's going to be Gala to clear the way for now. Still 2 members in the bush. Honky may be showing a bit prematurely. It just means that Bin will back away. Soul Point finally in the hands of Shun. Unless he somehow screws up this smite, but I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, no Junja to smite this one away as he went down. Really good predict from Xiaoshu to find Knight.
1 HP. 1 HP. It didn't matter, but we all saw that shit. That dragon was at 1 health for about half a second.
You are like the teammate in solo queue, where it's like my
Observers.
teammate cannot play.
Roll the replay. We need to see that. We need to see that again.
Smite this man immediately. If we can't smite, we must smite the player. Oh. Well,
Shin's been impactful in the fights at the very least, and able to get these 3 dragons.
He has. He's been monkeying around in the fights and monkeying around the objectives. I feel like that actually is pretty apt to both scenarios. The same descriptor. Look at me Englishing.
Yeah, that's the buffalo, right? Where the words mean different things when you say them back to back. Exactly what's happening here. It's been a multifaceted win so far for BLG. Shun able to control these fights, this time getting to Soul Point as well. Baron buff no longer available for them, but they still have a big wave on the top side. A big rocket lands onto Gala, and he's forced to pop that barrier and already be at a significantly reduced HP pool. Junja and Shun fighting it out right now. Both their Congers already been procced, but the poke damage from the side of JDG is starting to hold true. In goes the depth charge. Will they set up a public execution? They find the likes of Viper, but he valks away from the hero's entrance and is still alive. Vampire's down, and Knight just runs the other side of the fight. It's a double kill already for the Aurora, and one last ditch effort from JDG was not enough. It's a clean ace, a triple kill for the superstar mid laner of Billy, as they'll even up the series at 1-1.
I mean, every fight, it just felt like Gala either couldn't get in, or when he did get in, he was walking into a meat grinder. And this is AD Kaisa. I think that it's a game where he tried to auto a lot, wasn't able to auto enough, and BLG able to keep Gala out, find the win for themselves as they even up the series.
12-2-7 for Knight on the Aurora, as he gets a little bit of a clapback on the Hongq and JDG. Our best of 5 has turned into a best of 3 as BLG answer in all the right ways. This was a fun game to watch and just a good way for BLG to show that they still are able to run the Rift and look like that dominant team. Other than those few objective smites, they really had a better control of all sorts of monsters and epic monsters, everything here in this one.
Yeah, and I think that Bin definitely deserves some credit. Like, think of how many resources were put into getting that first kill onto Bin. It was 3 visits from Junja. It was the first one where Bin was able to turn around the 1v2 and walk out. The second one where Junja was hovering and then he equalized the wave, and then both him and Bin and Junja based, and then Junja actually skipped over his bot camps, walked straight back up to find that timer to get the first kill on the Rumble. Well, he was still down Flash, but while all that was going on, it did really feel like BLG, they were able to control the Dragons. They were able to turn around that mid lane matchup with the help of Knight. They caught Hongq out in the lane phase with a really good walk from On, and they kind of used that to shift power elsewhere. And as Knight picked up a lot of gold, well, there was a lot of effort being used to keep those Between Worlds out of the team fights, but when the Between Worlds did hit in the team fights, yeah, Knight's Aurora stacked up the 12-2-7 score line for a reason.
Showing why. He's basically our perennial first team mid laner here in Group Ascend, or
I think
wherever.
he's the MVP. I think he's the MVP of this game too.
I think so. I mean, normally we like to find the unique pick that's not necessarily the most kills, the most damage, but I think he did a lot more than just, dishing out the damage here in this one too.
It was a boom boom damage award for Knight, I think, in this one. And I think for JDG, again, the engages that they had or that they were attempting, like you could see they were finding the right members, but the firepower wasn't there. And a lot of that was just behind, I think some of it was the fights they were taking where Gawa couldn't join, like the fight around the top side of mid where Xiaoshu went in and we saw Gawa only hit the clone or the unbreakable Alistar. I think that's more of a JDG thing. Like, hey, maybe we shouldn't take this fight if Gawa can't get in. But some of the others was straight up BLG, Knight, and the rest of the team outplaying Gawa, just making sure that he couldn't have a safe fight on his Kai'Sa that is such a signature pick for him throughout his career. The one that, Gawa's really made his money on throughout. So, yeah, Gawa, I mean, again, in this draft, we were expecting the Kai'Sa to really bring the damage that some of JDG's comp would be missing later on, just with Nocturne and Galio being lower damage profile, especially as the game carries on. And you don't see that in the damage chart. Galio wasn't able to really fill that role for the team. And that was a big difference.
You wonder what, causes those sorts of things. It seems like JDG's composition very much inclined to be dive friendly, but maybe sometimes there's too much of a good thing, right? If you have all the same ingredient in the pot, maybe it doesn't create the best recipe. And looks like we saw situations where a lot of the dive was used here for Xiaoshu and Junja, but as they go forward, it leaves Gala without really any protection to dish out any damage in his own right, and that means that he ends up being less valuable. As
much credit as I'm going to give Junja too for some of the smites, I think that we also need to bring up the fact that that first dragon, that should be in the game script of JDG and having a Nocturne. And having a Galio, the 2 baby Krugs that he disrespected, it was level 5 to level 5 after the 3rd crab was secured. And that was a big difference maker in making sure that BLG did pick up that very first dragon of the game. I think that in the script, when you're taking Kai'Sa Nautilus into Corki Alistar, I do think Nautilus flips that matchup. And if you're able to help Galio / the ability for Galio to interact with that fight, I'm a little bit surprised the first dragon didn't go the way of JDG, and that was definitely an oopsie from Junja. But yeah, I mean, this fight on our screen right now is really the one fight where it felt like Gala was able to have that big impact. And outside of that, we didn't see the Kai'Sa have the impact that was needed in this game for JDG.
Yeah, this is maybe the tool, the one glimpse inside what the composition could have fully looked like, but for a number of situations never really came to fruition. Ooh, didn't realize there how low Viper got. He ended up stalling out a lot of time. And then this fight, a little bit disjointed, but ends up working decently well here for JDG. And then this dragon ends up being taken, but then BLG ends up winning the fight afterwards, and this really was able to blow open the gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, again, like this fight from Gala perspective, he's only hitting Unbreakable Alistar, and Bin does just a great job of buying time. I think the Zanyos was really well placed on cancel the Killer Instinct there too. I'm not sure if that was on purpose, but very well played from him. This was the fight we talked about where Gala couldn't hit. He's only going to hit the clone of the Unbreakable Alistar here. Can't get in range of his team as BLG I think the lens that I'm looking at this through the Gala lens and through the JDG lens, and maybe Kai'Sa can't interact. BLG definitely deserve credit for how they kited back and played as a team to really make it hard for Gala to pick his spots as well. As you can see it in all these fights, Gala has to deal with the Unbreakable Alistar, has to deal with the Rumble. That time around, just walks into a combo from on, gets one tapped, and there's no chance of a fight win from JDG if that is what happens to your marksman at the start. So BLG deserves some credit. I really like how On played that game out on his Alistar. I think Bin had a really nice game too. Even if it is a Knight MVP for the Boom Boom Damage Award, that's pretty done and dusted here.
That's the problem with having a one-dimensional composition like JDG did. You might know exactly what to do to win the game, but your opponent also knows exactly what you need to do to win the game. And so BLG able to kite out nicely, play these fights to a T, especially in the late game, to take this second game. Player of the game going over to Knight. 95% kill participation as well, along with multiple kills, multiple triple kills, double kills, and all the like. That's his 8th MVP of Split number 1.
Had a lot of pages in that book, Crepes. That's not represented on this graphic, but the book was built, and the bunny did boom boom damage. So Even series, gotta say, we expected a close one coming into the night. So far, it's delivered, and hopefully we can get some more good games out of us.
Absolutely. BLG proving that it was just a fluke, at least, that game number 1. They are here to play. They're here to control objectives as well, do everything right to get themselves a spot at first stand. Heading to game number 3, as now 2 more games are required for that first international of 2026. We'll be back here on LPL English after this short break. all tied up at 1 apiece here in our upper finals of the LPL Split #1. Winner ends up clinching a spot to first stand. Loser heads down to the lower finals to take on the winner of Weibo Gaming and Anyone's Legends. That game will be happening tomorrow right here on LPL English. Cubby, BLG end up responding in a big way here in game number 2. Looked pretty clean throughout, particularly in Knight's play in the mid lane, going 12-2-7 on the Aurora. But, of course, this is a new game. Sides potentially swapped here with JD Gaming having first selection, so still a lot more series to be played.
Good shout. Kind of curious if we get a swap up here, as both games were red side first pick for BLGs. So, wondering if JDG decides to go for something a little different themselves, but yeah, kind of dissecting that last game, it feels like JDG missed a couple windows with their comp. Like the Nocturne was a little slow to get going. They weren't able to sneak that first dragon. And then how BLG played out those fights later on, it's a telegraph composition from JDG. BLG responded really well. I think the biggest player difference I've seen so far throughout the first 2 games too, probably Viper versus Gawa. I think that Viper has had a better series compared to Gawa so far, and curious to track that trend just to see if it continues, because did think a key coming into the day could have been BLG's bot lane, as Viper and On have been having a good playoff run so far, but against worse opponents. Really good game from them in that one, though, to secure the win.
Yeah, I mean, even in the Yunara game, not a ton of mistakes necessarily. It felt more like the whole team failing Viper around him. And in this game, just doing his job, right? Maybe falling behind a little bit in the early game against the Kai'Sa Nautilus, but able to do a lot of damage, kite away from these heavy engage threats that JDG threw at him, and ends up becoming a positive factor in both of BLG's games so far. Gala having to step up a little bit more outside of the laning phase, we'd have to say.
Yeah, I think the other shout is probably the fact that we have seen Junja get the best of Shun so far. That's the other trend throughout the first 2 games. Besides that, I think Honky got caught once or twice. Top was kind of back and forth, a little bit in advantage, but I think that Xiaoshu messed up game 1, came back, played okay in game 2, or played well in game 2, I should say. So, yeah, interesting start. Again, I think that both games so far could have been BLG 2-0 if they didn't decide to give up Hextech Soul to make their 6,000 gold lead and 8,000 gold lead. And if that doesn't happen, we could be sitting in a different world right now, Grapes.
Why does JDG always end up in these situations? Sometimes they're throwing the gold leads, sometimes they're the ones having the gold leads thrown against them. But this time, they ended up being the beneficiaries of that and still end up with first selection. So they kind of steal away first pick for the remainder of the series. If you want to take the NBA terms in terms of, like, stealing home court advantage, that's potentially something that we can look at, although the importance of first selection maybe a little bit less as we get later on into the series. Champions going to be continuously off the board. This is suddenly going to be the time to start digging a little bit deeper into what these players have to offer, unless we see some bans like the Azir and Orianna start to come off the board.
I've been fighting since we got back from break, just something in my eye the entire time. I broke there. That's too bad. Trying to hold strong, I couldn't. Yeah, so far bans that we have seen that have stuck or been consistent. Seen Azir, Orianna focused. Also have seen the Vi denied in both of the first 2 games, and we saw Pantheon taken away in, I believe, both the first 2 games too. So gonna have to track if that continues. Pantheon has been a very sneaky dominant pick that has started to emerge here in the back half of the playoffs. The ability to impact the map on that champion and then also be as strong of a dueler or skirmisher as he is. I find that champion is in a very strong point right now, Grapes. So not surprised to see him hitting the ban list.
Yeah, I'm more interested about these mid laners and how far they're willing to take the Azir Orianna trade. Are they going to continue to hit the ban phase in this first phase now that BLG has second pick this time around? Will things change at all in that department? Again, we're seeing the Orianna taken away as JDG opting for that first pick. And it's going to be a lot of the similar bans so far, but this is going to be the real test. Are they going to force BLG to show their hand and B1 Azir?
I think that Vi, Pantheon, Azir all being up, kind of curious. Also, that early Bard ban, that's a lot of respect being paid towards On. Wondering if we see a first rotation support maybe for JDG with that Bard taken away in mind. That's something that I'm going to keep tabs on as we go throughout. Pantheon taken away. They're making BLG choose. Are you going to let Azir up, let Vi through, or are you going to let both through and maybe have that be the handshake early on?
And then if you decide to go that way, then okay. So it's going to be the Vi ban. You'd imagine Azir is picked here, although maybe they want to see if Knight's willing to pick it up. I know this is a conversation that we continue to have, but when you look at the numbers, it is kind of surprising to see where that specifically stands in terms of his win rate on that champion versus the rest of the champions that he's played in the mid lane. And that's exactly what JDG are going to do, locking in this Ashe first.
They're going to make him play it, Grapes. They're really throwing down the gauntlet saying, Knight, we know that you don't love playing the Azir. They're going to first pick the Ashe. The Seraphine gets denied from the combo, which I think is worth noting. That's quite interesting now because they're going to have to find a different pairing with Ashe. And we haven't seen Ashe paired a lot outside of Seraphine. I will also say that you could play Seraphine into Azir. This was like a very old matchup that we used to see. And Knight, while he may not be the best Azir player himself, he has pulled out some tech into Azir like the Ziggs that he really likes to play and that I really like seeing Knight on. So I'm wondering, because when Seraphine was released, or there was some mid-Seraphine going on, we did see some Seraphine into Azir, because between the Rywise, the Encore, and the Double E, you can actually kind of space Azir, keep him out of fights, or really dissuade him from torpedoing in. But man, if Lulu's locked in, that's even more reason to pick Azir, because the Polymorph becoming the Whimsy, the attack speed steroid, of course, Ashe can use that. Azir can use that too. So I'm expecting to see the Emperor of Shurima come in either way here.
Man, it's such an interesting mind game that BLG are now suddenly playing. Now they have the Seraphine locked in, and I love the call out of the Ziggs. Undefeated on it in his career is Knight, 8-0. So he
Ziggs would rain terror on Ashe Lulu too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're actually not going to pick it. They're going to opt out of it, knowing that that counter is in their back pocket. You'd think that maybe they have to push it towards later on in this series at this point.
That is very interesting. We've completely skipped over to the Fury, by the way, with all this going on, as that has been picked up for Shun. The ability to go invulnerable. Going to help out against the gold cards, as Honkyu sticking with that identity for JDG of being able to play the map out of mid. So one combo I do like so far from JDG, the ability to Whimsy TF with the gold card, the RFC, actually gives you a lot of threat throughout the setups. And I'm expecting them to find a jungler and a top laner that they can play off of this with. Also expecting mid bans to be thrown out to try and protect Honkyu on this TF. Meanwhile, for BLG, Nefiri showing, of course, no jungler showing for JDG. Option to throw out a couple bans to protect your Nefiri, but also potential blind top coming out here. Gwen being banned, wondering if we might have a Bin Kasance be locked in. Also, probably should note that Jax, I find that his value goes up a bit against TF, but Jax really struggles in games against stuff like Ashe Lulu, so not expecting to see a Bin Jax here.
Might even be something that Xiaoshu wants to pick up instead, because this champion, he plays well, and when you look at what the composition of JDG needs to do with the top jungle, it's just to do damage, right? You have Honkyu on the TF, Gala, Ashe, not necessarily a primary damage threat, and Junja typically goes more the utility route in terms of the champions that he plays. So I'm expecting a carry here for Xiaoshu, which is why the Gwen was a very smart choice.
I like the Ahri ban a lot. The ability to hunt Ashe Lulu, very real. I think any other bans that kind of help Ashe Lulu in that would be worth hitting. I still think that you could ban Ziggs. Ziggs in the TF is a very good lane matchup, and again, Ziggs into Ashe Lulu too. I could really see a world where Ziggs is actually a very dominant pick here. Other option, I think Kasante is definitely being thought about here by BLG, so maybe taking that out of the pool. Going to be interesting. But Annie, I think Annie has a similar impact as Ahri would have as well. And I mean, just Tibbers being dropped on Ashe Lulu, very scary.
A lot of bursts potentially off the table now.
Do you Blitzcrank? Or like get really weird here?
That's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea at all. Just being able to get onto one of these immobile backline threats. It's going to be a Scion so far for Bin. Gonna be locked in blind, and that means
They
that
didn't ban
we'll have
Trundle?
final pick for the rest of this.
Okay, well, BLG. If we're doing, why don't we ban Trundle if we're doing this?
It's a good point.
You give Trundle a pretty good game now. Yeah, he has an Enchantress behind him. Gold card to play off of. I don't think it's exactly a JDG pick. Jinja wants to play a little bit faster than what Trundle can offer, but Trundle gets real value now. Going into something like Scion, being able to hit Subjugate, or even the Pillar for MF too, canceling that bullet time could be crucial. As Jinja, that's not Trundle. And that would maybe be a jungle Olaf.
Could it be a top Olaf even if the Jax is going to the jungle?
Whoa.
There's a lot of different things being opened up here by JDG. They do go for the Jax, but they have two flexible champions here on the top side. Both beefy boys that do a lot of damage, but where exactly on the Rift are they going to go?
Mal picked up for Knight in the mid lane.
We're getting weird.
I mean, Mal doesn't have a ton to send back this game either. I don't love what BLG rounded their draft out with. I think that the Mal feeds into what the MF Seraphine wants to do with the Wombo and with the Scion, but I think the ability for Olaf with an Ashe Lulu in his back pocket and a gold card, I mean, this could be a Jinja game. Because the Lulu empowering your jungler, especially in Olaf, I mean, Olaf really takes advantage of this. Kind of curious to see if he opts for Flash or Ghost this game. I think it's going to be a Flash, just given that we're in Pro. But, yeah, I don't know if... I don't think Scion Mel is how I would have rounded this comp out for BLG. I think they could have been a lot more creative with it, and they are opening themselves up to some timers that I think can be found by JDG between the TF, the Ashe, and what they can hopefully create on the top side, where Jax Olaf can really run over what JD Gaming has, especially if Lulu's there to help.
A lot of takeaways here for JD Game, for BLG, I should say. I feel like that's kind of what happened. They were trying to find individual answers to specific picks, right? Pick the Seraphine against the Ashe, pick the Mel to have a counter into the Twisted Fate, but overall, I think that JDG's composition is just a lot more fluid, a lot stronger as a whole. You have this Enchanter Lulu alongside two backline divers, bruisers that are going to be able to do a ton, alongside this Ashe and TF that'll just have a really good time. I think overall in this game, like what JDG have to offer is they have the ability to send us to match point.
Okay, so we can do so. Game 2.
Game 3.
Game 2 going to be
Louder and
secure.
louder.
Yeah, game 2 will be secured now.
Second game of
the
series for each team.
Yeah.
That's what we're going for.
One team is going to be, have a 2 in the win column.
Yeah.
Banger. That's definitely the best thing I could have said as a broadcaster right there.
Here we go. Getting started off here. Top starts for both junglers. They're going to be going down towards a rather aggressive and volatile bot lane. When you got 4 ranged champions, it's always the poke battle. Who can get priority in the lane first? This time, it's actually Viper and On. Not been the case for the majority of this series, but playing Seraphine to get a little bit of that extra push.
Yeah, Seraphine much better against in the early main phase against the Lulu. And paired up with that MF too. I mean, the MFE is technically a slow. It's not going to be as easy to synergize with the Ashe Seraphine pairing, but you can get a similar or the same interaction there between MFE and Seraphine's E to find the root on the single cast, not the double cast, which is a big plus for the power budget of Seraphine. So, see if Viper's MF can move to 5-0 on the split, as it is 4-0 so far. And I expect this bot lane to be pretty much fully in BLG's favor here. For the, I mean, it's gonna be for a while. I think Seraphine MF's gonna run the Rift here for a bit. So we'll see if those dragons can go over to BLG early. As oh boy.
So Honky has to flash away from that solar snare of Knight. The matchup that he picked into the Twisted Fate. Just thought about it. You could probably reflect that gold card that gets thrown your way. So really not much threat of really getting targeted in either isolation, in a side lane, kind of throughout this game, and so far it's working for Knight.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty nice start here, as Junja doesn't look like he can fight Shun. So
He has that Conqueror
hold
proc,
on.
but again, Junja
Vampire's
on
here,
Olaf,
Vampire's
gonna get
here.
stronger as the health is lower. Vampire's here,
Great
pops the
flash.
heal, pops the shield. Junja nearly goes down, but it will be Shun to pick up first blood for Billy Gaming. They're gonna get a second on the Vampire as well. Knight gets the final kill credit, and BLG are off and running in game 3.
There was a window where Vampire was there before on. I thought that Junja almost had it, but not enough damage to find the kill before On was able to join with the Seraphine, and that's really what changed things in favor of BLG, as, man, that is a really rough start. I mean, a risk from Junja. We did talk about how the bot lane was losing for JDG, and you can see the Seraphine MF getting shoved. Lulu was who moved first. And Junja, I mean, it's not like he doesn't hit everything. It's just that, oh man, the Glitter Lance missed. The flashes will commit, and the heal just in range. The double W comes in. Shun lives, and 2 kills go over to BLG to kick off this game. What a hot start for them.
It's another game where BLG is off to an early lead. We'll see if that can convert into more. Because again, they have a lot of good scaling in their team. It's just how exactly does it all work together in a general team composition. I think in general, a lot of poke available when you have the Seraphine and the Mel. You also have decent front to back with the Scion and the Misfortune. How exactly they want to use this composition still left to be determined.
I definitely expect to see some wombos from BLG, that's for sure. The Scion setup with Mel, MF, Seraphine, I think all of them can kind of play off each other in terms of setting up these wombos. And the other story of this, it has been Knight versus Honkyu. You can see that wave in a tough spot for Honkyu. I think that, yeah, some of these red cards have been used on the wave. Guaranteed push. Knight's been keeping this on his side of the map, and those wild cards were reflected, and that cannon creep was denied. It's now the first dragon looking to be secured by BLG. Did say that the bot lane matchup should be early priority for them. Not very surprised to see this go to the side of BLG given what's drafted in the script of the game. Kind of expect to see a 530 Drake in their hands, so executed by BLG to make sure this goes in their favor.
Looks like this Mel pick was pretty telegraphed in terms of Knight knew that this was going to happen at some point, and he had the pick prepared. That's the benefit of being able to play less games throughout a playoff bracket. JDG forced to show a little bit more throughout their fearless drafts. Honkyu has played Twisted Fate in both playoff series so far. And so Knight knew that this was going to be on the table, had an answer for it, and so far it's working well here for this BLG mid lane.
Yeah, and at least in some of the setup for this matchup, like we were talking about a potential Zig still coming in as something to really punish the Ashe Lulu. We saw Ari and Annie banned, which I think were good bans by JDG as picks that can really attack this bot lane. I think Mel kind of uniquely interacts with this game, just denying the gold cards and maybe some of the mid-jungle ganks that you look for when you have a TF on your team to attack his own lane with the free gank setup he gets. That's denied, but also kind of a low-range comp.
Ooh,
and oh, that's a root.
That's going to be it on to Honkyu. No flash still on that Twisted Fate, and Shun finds a great opportunity to get kill number 3.
I mean, Mel Z is so valuable against, I think, every member, even Olaf. And you can force Ragnarok with it if it's cast in the right scenario. Everyone's going to be forced to play through this. BLG definitely have a comp identity where I think this mid to bot side really outrange their opponents. And this could be tough for JDG if they don't pick the right moments or the right timers to break this, which is something that we saw them struggle with in the last game on the Nocturne. One of the factors that went into BLG winning that one.
Things are getting out of hand relatively quickly. JDG need to find some stability at any area of the map. It looks like right now the closest thing they have to that is in the top lane, where Xiaoshu picks up a 10 CS lead over Bin, but Bin's playing Scion. He's okay with that at this point. Xiaoshu gonna need to do a little bit more to make sure JDG are feeling comfortable at this point in the game.
Yeah, so what I would love to see BLG do here, Viper is ahead. He's sitting on a BF sword with MF. We have started to see, I know that quests have really killed swaps and rotations. If you guys at home were watching maybe some of the LCK playoff games, we started to see some teams starting to shift up some lane assignments, return to some of what worked in old League of Legends and applying it to new League of Legends, as delaying those quests can sometimes be, sometimes it's warranted to make sure that you're securing a neutral objective that might be important. I'm kind of curious to see if they move Viper anywhere, because that is the real strength of MF, right? Using the strut to get out of lane and to ensure that you're rotating first to a play. Kind of curious to see if they move that BF sword MF anywhere, because Viper is very, very strong on the map right now and is pushing around that Ashe Lulu, as if left alone, Gala Vampire are going to continue to lose this war of attrition.
It's like for now, that is not the goal, as ultimate is used by Xiaoshu on the top side. The grubs are available. Neither jungler just feels particularly interested in going for it at this point. You can see they're both down towards the bottom lane. Relatively even in terms of their clear. We see Shun now going back, picking up that Eclipse, and maybe this is his opportunity to go up with Viper, potentially on a reset rather soon.
I mean, that's just the grubs going down. If Eclipse Nefiri shows, I don't think that Junja can fight this at all. It isn't close enough on a base to try and get involved here, so if anything, expecting to see him look for Raps.
Ultimate used here by Bin perfectly alongside the ulti forward from Shun. That was just very greedy from Xiaoshu, and now JDG are going to try to respond here in the mid lane. Knight does have his flash burn, but it comes at the cost of the Ragnarok and most likely the grubs going the way of BLG.
It was a pretty disrespectful look from Xiaoshu, just because his, I say this because his jungler's bot, no one on his team can move, but also I think that if his jungler's bot, there's the assumption that the Fury is clearing top to bot. Junja actually took away the Raptors of Shun, so he was a camp short on that last full clear, and that kind of makes sense if you have Junja on Gromp, that Shun could be elsewhere. So I feel like that was well played by Bin and Shun to get the kill top, but also Xiaoshu kind of played into it on a timer where it wasn't necessary, or he should be thinking about playing around that play coming in. Because Honkyu can't help out. He's down pretty bad in this mid lane matchup, and well, the last look from Junja was also trying to open up Honkyu to make sure that he can move for the next play. But that Nefiri being strong early means that Shun picks up 3 grubs for himself. We're going to ignore that smite because it was uncontested grapes.
Got my eyes on. There was another one at the Dragon, too. Just the guy
yeah,
loves
I know. That's that.
I think he thinks that the smite does 901, 1401 damage instead of 1400. Maybe he read the patch notes wrong. I don't know.
It's old League of Legends still, where, you know, every level gives you more, right?
Well, yeah, but he's still miscounting by at least one.
Yeah.
We'll see if it ends up impacting this game, as it seems like this composition for JDG, not one to do particularly well at this point when you're down 3,000 gold, but they're going to try to fight anyway. Around the second dragon, Junja starting it up.
You know, one nice interaction I see in this this matchup for Junja. That axe just killed all the pups, which out of context sounds pretty rough, but in context, that's definitely a perk for Junja. As that does give the Fury some bonus strength, but the strength in the Fury and the bot lane pick for BLG going to make sneaking this dragon away for JDG, I think, very hard. The fact that they're even posturing around this, I'm a bit surprised by.
Ginger just kind of doesn't have much to do. I mean, he can hit his Gromp, I guess, but maybe better to just allow Gala and Vampire to get that wave underneath his tower. We now see Honkyu throwing a gold card at Shun, who goes untargetable to make sure it doesn't connect. Another nice interaction in response to Twisted Fate. So Junja and JDG now going to start this dragon up. Ron has eyes on it. Destiny has been popped just to make sure that JDG know exactly where the opposition is, but Shun now going to jump over the wall, potentially creating another 50-50. Encore going to be matched, but Gala cleanses it. Going to be the dragon secured by a JDG. In goes the rest of the fight, and Junja starting to pop off with the wild growth. Gets one before eventually dropping. Bullet time coming out from Viper at 1 HP. Will be enough to take Gala down, and Knight shuts down Honkyu on the backside as well. Junja and JDG get themselves the dragon, but it costs them 3 of their players.
Honestly, that was a little bit of a closer look than I thought, just given Viper got out with 1 HP, dropped a great bullet time to turn that fight in favor of BLG. Dragon was secured by JDG as they deny the stack, but at what cost? As top lane continues to go to the likes of Bin, and BLG being the stronger team went out heavily on the fight as well.
So, Jinja, again, having the better smite key in this series, but in this game might not matter.
Got the advantage with the true damage on the axe as he combos nicely here. And again, we can see some of the logic for JDG in this draft, in this fight. Vampire on the Lulu, buffing up this Olaf in the front line, making sure that he can swing those axes. But man, Viper getting out at that HP. You could see Gawa was setting up the flash over the wall and finish him off, but the bullet time being cast immediately by Viper takes that option away from Gawa, who would have melted under the rain of bullets. Not able to get on the Viper. He turns around the fight, and more gold goes in the BLG's pockets.
So the gold lead, definitely not your typical LPL gold graph. It's a little bit more of a straight line this time for Billy. They're at 4,500, about the 14-minute mark. This is a very, very good result for them, as they have been on a roll after dropping that first game. Again, we mentioned game number 1 almost felt like it should have been a BLG win until they made a couple of macro mistakes. And so when you take a look at it, it has been them so far playing the better series overall.
Yeah, again, I do think that macro-wise, JDG, like, they're signing up for a tough fight there. They did buy themselves 5 minutes, and JDG do scale this game. This is a Roa TF. This is an Ardent Lulu. I really feel like JDG are playing for this game to go late and to try and win off that. Junjo with the Hexploit start for the jungle Olaf is a bit interesting to me. I think Sundered Sky gives you more effective HP, but he's going to make sure that he has Ragnarok up, and that when he Ragnaroks, he's going to be strong in that window. Speaking of which, Knight going to be the focus here.
Window could be opened here, but Knight just clears the entire of the way. They're going to go for it anyway because I guess they have to. Reflect going to be used perfectly, and in goes the Golden Eclipse to make it a 1-for-1. Hongyu stood for a little bit too long underneath the turret. Nearly would have gone down with one more turret shot. Ooh. But Knight's able to make it a 1-for-1 for now, but Shun jumps forward to make it an advantageous fight for BLG.
Yeah, I mean, Mel can delete the wave. JDG decide to go for the play anyway, and yeah, they get the shutdown, but at what cost? Now Gawa.
Oh, Gala now starting to be pretty strong now with the Rangers' focus. The Encore forced to come out to delay any further auto attacks from raining in onto BLG Viper. So not anything traded back there. JDG's, they're still hunting. They just haven't necessarily been super successful yet.
They have gotten a couple shutdowns. I mean, getting the shutdown on the Mel there again, like when you're behind, you're forced to hunt for these bounties. Objective bounties are up for JDG. The gold lead hasn't grown, which is good. But still, if you look at the middle of your screen, there's a lot of blue arrows in favor of BLG, and rightfully so. And that's not looking to change anytime soon. Again, I think JDG really looking to fight once TF is at 2 or 3 items. Just
or now.
Mel is now, but on. Great Mikhails.
What a cleanse from On. The Mikhails perfectly timed to make sure he does not lose any mobility on his way underneath his own turret. JDG feel like they can't waste this opportunity, so they're starting up the Rift Herald, but BLG certainly want to fight this. Root lands on it too. On able to do a ton to try and stall out JD Gaming. The teleport comes in from Bin, and the Rift Herald will now be started up by BLG.
Again, look to see who Vampire is empowering. I think giving Whimsy to Hongyu makes a lot of sense for me. Just speeding up that gold card coming in.
Chunked. Bin tickled at the most by the entirety of the damage of Hongyu. In goes Junja with the Ragnarok, doing a ton of damage, but will not drop just yet. Able to get away with the Blast Cone is on, and Shun takes him down. Xiaoshi with the Counter-Strike able to escape, but 2 more go the way of BLG.
I just feel like JDG are signing up for losing fights, and I'm a bit curious they're going for it now, because I kind of like the scaling of JDG in this game. Like, you have a Lulu. I can see empowering this Olaf, how Olaf can really function in the draft, and where damage could run out for BLG later on, but we're running into the meat grinder right now where BLG is strong, and you called out the Junja's chunked instead of giving away Rift Herald. They're going to go in, take the fight, and lose more. Vampire gets one shot. He stepped up, trying to empower Junja.
Oh.
He falls, and Junja, not enough gas in the tank. Credit to On, who again played the setup of that fight well. Got them off Herald to begin with. Played the back half of that fight really well, too. Hit the empowered blast cone that doesn't impact the Ragnarok Olaf to create space for himself, not the Olaf. Really well played by On throughout that sequence.
So JDG very quickly running out of options. Even if things look like they're about to go well, they have not here in game number 3, as the gold lead for BLG has now expanded to 6.4k. And they're looking to grow that now towards the bot lane tier 1. There's 3 members of JDG here to try to defend, but 4 is bigger than 3, and that's how many BLG send to take this one.
I mean, coming into the day, we really felt like, BLG, they were the favorites coming in. But JDG had a hard road. Felt like that could have maybe been the buff as On.
Another great Mikhails, but this time it's not going to matter. Junja finally getting onto the board. Wild Growth on top of him as he's found Knight in melee range. That's going to be a shutdown. And Junja with a double kill, able to get JDG back in the winner's circle for now. Bin goes forward with that unstoppable onslaught, but unable to find a knockup. Junja no longer has the Ragnarok, but still has some damage, and Gala's been untouched with the Ranger's focus. Bullet time is flashed away from, as everybody from JDG will go in, take Bin down. He flashes away at 100 HP. The red buff not going to do it either, but a big win for JDG to get them back into the game.
And man, just as I was setting up BLG for taking over JDG, the one thing they got in that last fight, yes, we were questioning why they took it. It was a loss. We were crediting how well On played his way out of that one. But On used his tools around the Rift Herald. It was a beautiful Mikhails from him this time around, but that was the only tool he had to escape as JDG shut the clamps down onto On. And in hindsight, given that the Seraphine was missing sums, Junja ripping this play as quickly as he did was a fantastic trigger pull. Vampire's flash forward as well to connect with a knockup on the Knight. Junja got so much gold in this sequence, and Olaf with gold and a Lulu in his back pocket. That can really help cut into the gold differential as JDG picked up 3.5, 4k gold throughout this sequence, Graves. Not to mention a dragon as well. So the game completely shifts back into where, yes, BLG still have a lead, but JDG's comp scales really nicely. And that gold just went onto the Olaf that will be Lulu empowered. So I am a lot more concerned for BLG now than I was a couple minutes ago before that last dragon fight.
By the way, you see Xiaoshu on that Jax, 0 damage. He was taking top tower that whole time. So it was 4v5 once Bin arrived to the fight, and JDG still end up prevailing. They get their second dragon of the game. They are now only down 3,000. That's a lot better than it was just a couple minutes ago.
And Grapes, in game 1, you said about Vampire's karma. It's like, we haven't really mentioned this pick all game, which means he's probably doing well, doing his job. We're seeing the Lulu be a little bit more impactful, but I think that's a big note in terms of the emergence of Enchantresses that we have seen, that we have had. Sometimes if you're invisible, it does mean that you're doing your job, getting those shields, getting those heals down. And we have to look out to see if either Enchantress is picked. They're big linchpins for each team's composition. As Herald drop, BLG will take the mid inner turret for themselves.
We're talking about great 80 carries, great mid laners, target selection, a big focus there. That's the case for Enchantresses here as well. Lulu and Vampire, using his tools onto Junja early, and then at the back end of the fight empowering Gala to do a lot of damage on the back end of things. And that is exactly what a good support is able to do, even on a champion that is deemed not as impactful at times in terms of the big eye-opening plays that you see across the Rift. So Vampire so far having a good performance so far in this game. Still more work to be done as BLG are still ahead.
That, and also On going to have to be a little bit more careful moving forward. Our observers pointing out a ward behind as Ragnarok will be forced, but I don't think they can turn it. Junja does have Stride Breaker now in his inventory, but with that tool being down, BLG is going to continue the siege. JDG's only answer is for Jax to stretch the map elsewhere as he sets his sights on that mid turret.
Not going to be able to hit it, as will be Bin and Shun making their way over to the mid lane, and so sights once again turn towards the Dragons. JDG, stealing that one earlier in the game, all of a sudden seems a little bit more important, Cubby. It means that now this next one would be Chemtech Soul Point.
Good shout.
And one of the best champions with Chemtech Soul is going to be Olaf. When you are more effective at lower HP, that Soul
also
will
good
continue
shout.
to be very valuable.
That's a very good draw. Not to mention the healing and shielding. Enchantress is in the game. Do you think that more of that will be in the hands of JDG? Also think it's worth noting, Sion also a very good Chemtech abuser, given the shields he gets and being low HP for him. But none better than Olaf. So good draw there. JDG, again, we see Honkyu now with that Lich Bane. He is still behind Knight on the Mel, but if TF is able to continue to acquire these side lane resources, that passive could help him slingshot back into this game a little bit, and does have his damage items. I mean, it's RFC from here on out with utility is what I expect, so Honkyu, I think he's just here to kind of manage waves, manage the game, but a lot of the focus needs to be on Junja with this unique Olaf jungle pick. Again, Enchantresses really finding their way into being much more meta with that role getting more gold through the quest, more gold through the game in this season. Those items can be very impactful, as Vampire has now picked up Mikhail's to help out his team.
Saw how good On was using insights. I want to get in on that fun as well. Be able to deny a couple of things. I mean, most notably, probably the charm coming through from On's Encore, potentially onto a Honkyu or Gala. Gala also has the cleanse, so a lot of tools to kind of escape those abilities as we are reaching the point of this dragon about to spawn. 30 seconds away, and right now BLG, still in the gold lead, have control in terms of the vision and positioning.
And you know what? JDG have the option to not play this one if they want to. I think they can use Jax and TF to really stretch the map. That said, I did just see Xiaoshu complete the base, so the map likely to not be stretched, and Junja already on his way out as BLG have complete control over this bot side river.
It's a luxury that you get by stealing one of those dragons away earlier. Get the opportunity to maybe opt only for a fight you really want. But looks like BLG want to fight instead of going for the Drake, but in goes Junja once again. He's empowered. He shuts down Viper, but he will go down in a trade. Teleport has come in, and Zhao Shu now arriving to the fight. Shun is exhausted, but it will be Knight going golden, and Zhao Shu jumps on top of him, taking the Mel down. Double counter strike, and Zhao Shu carries JDG to a team fight win in the bottom lane. Only Bin remains, but he won't for much longer. A double kill in for Gala, and it's a clean ace for JD.
Junja's Olaf is breaking this game, and BLG do not have an answer to it. I think Knight might have misclicked the Seekers too on that one, which helped him fall, but watch Junja the entire fight dictated off of him. Yes, Bin's going for the angle. Honkyu does a great job catching this ult, but the story is with Junja. The arrow helps him as it does stun up. The polymorph actually goes down on the Shun, and he nearly takes down all of them. Now I'm watching Knight, because I think... Oh no, he Seekers the gold card. All right, I didn't see that one in the Observer. 9 Seekers for him, but still, all of his tools were burned early as JDG were just able to chase, and this is kind of where I was surprised at how much JDG was forcing earlier in the game, because as this game goes on, the scaling they have is great. You can see what Olaf has been able to do now with a Lulu in his back pocket, the tools that he has on his team to really empower this Olaf in the draft. And yes, Junja was the first to go down to the fight, but he was the one that completely dictated the fight in JDG's favor, as they now have the soul point in their hands and the gold lead back in their hands as well.
See JDG fans starting to feel pretty excited. They have not been to an international since 2023, since Faker crucially ulted Viper to his doom, or sorry, Ruler to his doom, and basically denying any hopes of the LPL at that event. JDG, it's been a long time since then. They have a whole new roster, but they are feeling good now. Gold lead back to even after being down over 6,000.
And again, I mean, this is where I know Sion was what was blinded, and I was kind of asking for Trundle. I'm down with the Olaf. I think Junja's convinced me with the help of this Lulu too. As this LPL gold graph, I mean, part of it's fed into the what JDG has drafted. I think that Vampire's itemization even is really meant to help Olaf. Like, Mikhail's can help you maybe not burn a Ragnarok. It also, the Ardent can help those axes swing even further and help keep the Ragnarok to continue throughout these fights. As Junja, no Sundered Sky, but so far hasn't really been necessary. It's now the Maw completed into the Mel Seraphines, so that magic damage shield could be quite big for himself as he continues to try and make sure those axes are swinging throughout this game.
Big respect for Knight, who definitely has earned it at this point. 6-3-3, 3 full items. Now the completed Hourglass, so we'll have that stasis once again next time a fight rolls around. But the rest of the team needs to step up at this point.
I think that the other hard part for this game is that a lot of BLG's comp, kind of returning from their lens, it focuses on the wombo. Like we were setting up, okay, Bin ult into, Melroot, into MF, Seraphine over the top, right? Like this is the wombo that we're dreaming of. Lulu Olaf can really break that. And we have not seen them able to wombo just from the sheer amount of pressure that Junja's been exerting over the threat of flash wild growth into the backline, right? And Olaf going crazy. And that means that a lot of the damage profile for BLG is missing. Like Mel's damage kind of falls off from here on out. MF is not going to out-damage Ashe Lulu as this game moves forward. I think BLG has missed out on their window to win this game. This game for me is extremely JDG favored from here on out.
Yeah, now it's BLG. You kind of need the perfect storm to go together, because if they don't get all of the cards falling in the right way, Junja just presses R, runs over the entire game like we have seen in these past few team fights.
I respect the jungle Olaf. I don't throw this card out much, but when I coached my college team,
yeah,
shout out to my jungler, MLBD, a.k.a. Mayama Big D. He was an Olaf enjoyer. We played a lot of Olaf comps, and man, if this pick gets ramping, which I know it's a new age League of Legends, jungle is a little bit more handshake, counter jungling not as much of a thing now, but man, you get ramping on this pick, you can really break the game, break the scaling of the game. And it really feels like that is exactly what JDG have done. As Gala donates that cannon over to Honkyu, that means RFC going to be in the inventory on the completed recall here. A little bit more reach for JDG to try and get things done. Also, we haven't really talked about Xiaoshu this game, Graves.
Oh, what a great fight, Bob.
Really good last fight. He has split, has gotten himself a lot of resources. And again, this Jax luxury item starting to come in. Zanya's, that takes away even more ways for BLG to try and play and wombo their way into JDG.
So now the Dragon going to be the focus, but that might not even happen until Shun goes down. He forced the use of the Unbreakable, and now here goes Junja again with the Ragnarok. Honkyu going very far forward, but it's going to be able to take down Knight. Xiaoshu not able to land a stun with the Counter-Strike.
That's Dragon.
Nice job by On to stall things out, but JDG have taken down BLG's mid laner, and that should be a free ticket to a Chemtech Soul.
They just have to chill and Dragon. Yes, it could be a contested fight, but it's 5v4 going into Ashe. You can see how impressive Gala and Honkyu can be on this TF, just holding the line. BLG, I don't know if they can fight this.
Gold card on to Bin. He's tanky, but not that tanky. Down to 75% HP. As JDG have 5 seconds until this crucial Dragon Soul spawns.
Yeah, only saving grace for me is that there's no Ragnarok available. So if you can find Olaf, it's a maybe. But that's it for BLG, and it's going to be hard. They're down numbers.
Shun's had a lot of objectives stolen from him. He's going to have to do it again, but no, that just gets bursted down too quickly. Chemtech Soul for JD Gaming. We didn't even think it had enough time for that to be bursted all the way through. Honkyu hunting with a gold card. Finds On, but nothing more. As Shun is looking to dash forward, and Knight has respawned and teleported back to the mid lane. In goes Xiaoshu. Counter-Strike onto Viper. Not enough to take him down just yet, though, but Gala's looking unlocked. Junja already picking up one. A second onto Shun. And JD Gaming reigning supreme once again. ECA onto Knight. He flashes away, not going to go down, but it should be enough for JD to go to the Baron Nashor.
I think Bin just took the train out of the country. He tried to TP back in, but all of his friends were gone while he was missing. And JDG, this has been kind of a wild, chaotic game, Grapes, but it feels like off of one dragon fight that they forced and lost, they bought themselves 5 minutes. They had another dragon fight where Olaf took over, and that's really what changed the game. As this dragon fight, Junja goes in so far up, like Vampire's flashing just to try and wild growth combo with him. It is enough to find Knight, but this isn't even a connected fight for JDG, and it just doesn't even matter for BLG, as BLG looked like they had no idea how to play this one out. As
Viper just steps way too far.
Yeah, I mean, that Sion ult doesn't connect. The other one sent Bin bot, and then he based, and he's TPing back into the middle, and by the time he gets back, he's a non-impact, a non-factor in this fight. His team's already down, and they missed out of the window where they could have fought where Junja's down Ragnarok. In what was another very good early game for BLG, it gets turned on by JDG. They're looking to close out this game. I think they're going to do so pretty damn easily with a Chemsoul Olaf Grapes. And this is going to be a 2-1 JDG lead.
The more it happens, the less we can say it's circumstance, it's coincidence. This is how JD Gaming have been able to win games. They did it against AL. They're now looking to do it against BLG. Comebacks in the late game. outplays into the team fights, scaling, scaling, scaling. Potentially put them up 2-1 in this best of 5. Shin dashes over to try to rejoin his team. Jun just chunks down about 80%. But we also have Xiaoshu pushing down bottom, with the Baron buff still available for the next 105.
Xiaoshu has a Haunting Guise on his Jax. It's a nice late tech. Maybe Riftmaker into Dusk of Dawn to wrap things up here. Maybe just the damage amp into the Scion, pretty good. Health stacker.
Oh, knock up on the Gala. Jun just about half HP. This could be an opportunity for BLG to go in, but the Ragnarok's already been popped, and Junja will remain invulnerable for now. Charm going to land on a 2. Xiaoshu has been targeted. Gala flashing away for the bullet time, but the Jax is very low. Taken down by the Golden Eclipse, and the Knight has found his moment. Dash forward from Shun, takes Gala down, and now BLG are the ones on the comeback train. Junja is able to escape for now, but BLG now have a numbers advantage for the next 45 seconds.
Good find by BLG. I think the key to that fight was that Junja, off the Ragnarok, had to retreat. Couldn't step forward, didn't have the flash. JDG didn't take that fight on their terms. BLG were able to stall out, like they forced out Ragnarok, then they stalled out the Ragnarok. They waited for it to expire. And it was a really good turn between Viper and Knight. So a little bit of an overextension there by JDG. A good find by BLG. I don't think that's going to shift the expected result of this game. I think they need 3 or 4 more of those fights. But again, if you are at home playing against an Olaf, taking away Ragnarok, waiting that out, that's huge. Because Junja popped the Ragnarok to catch Bin. That's all he gets out of the value for his Ragnarok. And that kind of opens up them to turn the fight around, especially when Gawa walked into a couple things, which that helped a bit.
That's the power of Mel. You can get enough ability stacked up that ulti starts to do a ton of damage. To jump in, take down Gala as well. And so BLG haven't heard that bell just yet. They might have threw their whole lead. They're hoping that JDG is willing to throw it right back to him.
Look at some of the items they... Okay. Oh, sorry. There's a direct set.
It is protecting us from seeing the items.
Yes. Thank you for making the joke they want to make, Grapes. Honq goes in.
On. Yeah, cleanses away from the arrow again, but not going to be able to match the might of Junja. Already 1 kill for nothing. The Ragnarok still unlocked. And it takes down at least 1 player here. Bin, he goes forward with the ultimate. That was a ill-mattered attempt by Bin on the Scion. He will go down 2 kills for free into the hands of JD Gaming. They're going to look for more. Xiaoshu jumps forward. Another multi-man counter-strike, and Knight is going golden, but waiting for his eventual demise. Viper on the run, but he's not going to be able to run much farther from Xiaoshu, who has carried this game on the Jax. JDG from the brink will come all the way back and will take a 2-1 series lead over Billy.
And Grapes, of all the setup that we had coming into this series, we'd spent so much time talking about Honq versus Knight, how this could be a coming out party for Xiaoshu, how the bot lane, we felt that if BLG were to win, Viper on stepping up could be so important. The story of this series has been told in the jungle, as Junja proving that he was the right call over Shun and his old team. Junja has been the star of this series, frankly. It was the Jarvan where he was playing a good game, got MVP, was winning the smites, made sure that game was good. Game 2, not very close, but it was off the back of his smites where he kept things closer with the Dragon Steals. Game 3, this Olaf pick, we have not seen a lot. I don't know if we've seen any outside, or it's been less than 5 games for sure, of Jungle Olaf. I've seen it emerge once or twice here, but man, him and Vampire, how they ran that map, very, very impressive, that comeback into BLG. And if you're a BLG fan at home, that you could argue that this was the second game where you had an early game lead that you threw. And it was off a macro play. It was off of not respecting the Olaf, whereas game 1 was not respecting the Soul. This is a bit of a worrying trend for BLG. I think it's one of the reasons why we weren't as excited or not as sold that they were the favorites coming into the day, as where some other places might have had them as favorites. And JDG showing up with, I think, better cohesive play, better cohesive strategies today to help them win out on the day so far.
Yeah, this is fascinating to watch unfold. This is not... I was expecting the series to be close. Not expecting the games necessarily to go this way, as JD Gaming have become the king of comebacks at this point. Down in gold in all 3 games, and able to come back and win 2 of them. And shouting out Junja there, very important as well. We feel like he was maybe one of the weaker players going into the playoffs.
Yes.
There were talks about him potentially getting replaced in an off-season once the rumors mill started to rumble, but he's proven that he belongs here on this team.
Yeah, and I want to give credit over to JDG too. I think that this Olaf pick, it's really creative, but man, what a happy game for Olaf. If you are Olaf jungle, Olaf is a champion where you really only scale based on the resources that you're given, because it's all about the damage. And you're going to get less resources in the jungle, right? You don't have access to top lane XP, don't have access to as much CS. But what do you have access to? A Lulu, Ashe, TF bot side? I can't think of a bot side that really makes Olaf happier in a game. Having the point-and-click stuns and being empowered by a Lulu. And then you throw Jax into the mix too. Xiaoshu got counterpick. He was able to stretch the map really well, and he scaled nicely into the matchup against Sion and really nicely into the game. Where BLG's comp, again, I just feel like with MF, Seraphine, Mel, they kind of spike at that 1-2 item mark against what JDG has that game. And they didn't hit it well. I feel like the strategy there for BLG, they narrowed up the map a little bit too fast, and the setups around these objectives just have not been in BLG's favor today, and they didn't have the answer, the solution to really fight the Olaf in the way that was necessary, as Junja did the most damage on his team out of the jungle on the Olaf. I think it's very telling of how the game went.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, makes sense given the impact that he was having in some of those fights, and maybe feels bad a little bit for Knight, who was able to get a big lead once again onto Honkyu in the laning phase and not having it result in very much. And Honkyu seems to at least have his number this season so far, especially once we get towards the later parts of the game. I mean, overall for JDG, very impressive to stay resilient, to remain calm despite all of the circumstances that were not going your way at the start of the game. Remember how Shun barely survived that early initial play in the enemy jungle, was able to get away with a couple of early kills, and we were wrapping this up, talking about how BLG were about to be at match point, and the exact opposite ended up happening.
Yeah, I mean, this fight was kind of ugly. Again, we were questioning why they went so hard for this fight. But again, look at all the tools that On burned in that fight. The flash gets the blast cone. On's way too far up here. Love Junja. Again, the trigger pull, how quickly he recognized that. That's really good from a team, because what that tells me is that they're pre-planning. Like, hey, Seraphine is down flash. We see Seraphine, that's our target. He rips it immediately, especially this. I know that jungle support synergy, I love to talk about it. Usually, I talk about it in terms of walking around the map between waves. I thought some of the jungle support synergy we had within the fights, the in-fight mechanics. Vampire was a very, very good Olaf kit in this game. He was loyal. He was flashing forward when it looked like he didn't need to flash forward to make sure those wild growths connected, hit multiple people. I think people do underrate sometimes on Lulu how strong the knockup and the AoE slow can be with wild growth. Really helps you keep people in range of the Olaf so those axes can keep on swinging. And man, I feel like Tabe just hit Ragnarok personally himself in that celebration as he unleashed there. Jeez. Holy smokes. He knew they turned the game around on that call. And they really did, because there was no looking back after that wonderful fight from JDG.
Yeah, maybe pop the. We gotta check on him. Make sure he's all right. He's got to keep drafting for game 4 and 5 if we get there. JDG looking.
Gotta make sure all the blood vessels are intact.
Yeah, exactly. I think it looks like all of them have been needed so far, because BLG have certainly challenged JD Gaming in all of the games so far, but JDG have been able to prevail a number of times. That's why they're up 2-1 in this series, and BLG all of a sudden have to question how they're playing these late games to result in these leads being given away.
I mean, I want to say competitive for this one, sincerely. And I think that this is where Sion was really punished on 4. Because like playing Sion into this draft where it's Ashe, Lulu,
nightmare.
Like TF does give you one unstoppable, but man, I just think that it's really hard to play Sion in this draft. I think it's really hard to play Mel into this draft, and Mel was 5 picked. I think the Mel logic for me is looking at the draft and saying like, okay, we lose 3 items plus no matter what they would grab, so let's grab someone that's a really strong early power curve. I think Mel did have value, or some value in that game, but hindsight, if I'm BLG, I think looking for a different 4-5 there is probably where I'm thinking, Grapes. Didn't exactly love the approach they had on the 4-5.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit surprised, too, like, blinding the Scion that way. You don't want to pair Scion with TF. You want to play TF with a carry top laner. And I can understand Scion wanting to neutralize that, but TF was already showing, I mean, you could have had a world where you blinded mid, and then you got top as 5-pick instead of 5-picking mid when you already knew that TF was up. That's a real world. I know jungle has some impact on that too, but I think BLG might want that draft back. I don't think that was the most cohesive draft they could have put together, and it showed in the end as JDG. Jungle Olaf, man, that's an oldie but a goodie. It's been fun. I feel like watching LCS. I watched Inspired get into his bag of some old jungle tech. We haven't seen a lot of level 1s with the early portion of the game being shortened with all the timers being moved up. We saw Inspired kind of run LCS in the final, but utilizing level 1s really well out of the jungle and some old tech. Olaf jungle, some real old tech, and seeing Junja kind of reach deep into the bag there with JDG to find that in draft where I thought it was quite good. Props to them, props to Junja, who played a wonderful game, got a well-deserved pog as he has 2 in both the JD Gaming's wins tonight. Definitely not something I was expecting before we hop into the games tonight, Graves, but what the games have given us.
Yep, been the X factor so far against BLG. Potential to send his, the former jungler of JD Gaming and Shun down to the lower bracket with one more victory. JD Gaming hunting their first international in 2.5 years. Will they get it, or will it be silver scrapes? We'll find out once we return on LPL English. Boo! Did we catch you? No, you didn't get a minute on the timer. It was maybe a little bit, maybe you weren't expecting it. Anyway, we're back. Game number 4. We're getting ready for draft, which is why we cut the timer a little bit short. But game 4 about to begin between JDG and BLG Covey. It's been a fun one so far.
It has.
That jungle matchup's been a big part of why, as Junja's had a really good series so far.
Yeah, it's been fun watching, I think, JD Gaming throw 3 pretty cohesive strats against the wall. 2 have landed. The one that didn't, I think, was an honorable mention. But that's been against the Mida BLG, who have won all 3 early games. So, kind of curious now that we're going to game 4 if this trend continues, and want to see BLG put together a better draft in the back half of this game. Again, I think the picks they signed up for 4 or 5 were definitely niched them into a low damage comp that was ran by Junja's Olaf. So, fun series so far, Grapes. See if it can continue.
So the question is, how much of this is draft and how much of this is just the decisions that this BLG roster have been making so far in this series, right? Like, you could have all the late game champions you want. You still give up the soul in that last game, the Hextech soul in game 1. Or you still run into the Olaf in game 3.
Let's call... I mean, I think that it's all been gameplay, but I will put more of game 3 on draft than I will game 1 that was completely gameplay related. So,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
We need a little bit of both. Column A, column B, all the help that they can get in order to keep themselves alive here in this upper finals. See, they've selected first pick. JDG opting for blue side once again. His first selection goes to the losers. As we start to see these bans unfold, that mind game with the Azir continuing to unravel.
Azir Vi. Yeah. Do we see Vi let through here? Vi's been a big pick for both of our junglers. We did see Vi banned out by BLG, who had blue side second pick last game. JDG blue side second pick this game. Do take away the Vi. All right. Are we going to force Knight to play Azir, or are we going to hand that one over to Honkyu?
I would not be surprised if at this point Azir goes unpicked, unbanned the remainder of the series.
I think Honkyu is going to bust it out.
Honkyu can play it. Knight still got the Ziggs in his back pocket whenever it's potentially available. It's going to be an early Aphelios Thresh for Gala and Vampire. Vampire on this Thresh was a monster earlier in the playoffs, so it'll be a real fun time to see him on this one again.
They are daring Knight to play his Azir, which I respect, and this puts BLG in an even bigger bind. If you pick the Ziggs now, Honkyu can counter the Ziggs if he wants with a different pick.
Now, it's important to note, this Ziggs is flexible. It could go down towards Viper. He's played it throughout his career, most notably back in the day on Griffin. So definitely up his wheelhouse and potentially making it a little bit more difficult for Honkyu to just lock in a counter on 3.
That is a good note. I will also say that Leona is a very good pairing if you are going to rock Ziggs, and that leads more credence to Ziggs bot, because Leona's a bit of a self-counter into Thresh. Because the Flay interaction, you gotta wait till Leona starts moving off the Zenith Blade, but once she moves, you Flay, you scoop her back, keep the space, try and kite the Leona out, but that passive and how it interacts with Ziggs is very good in the bot lane. But man, I mean, we are really daring JDG to play Ziggs and play Azir, and JDG sees the Ziggs and is like, no, we will not take that option. Going to take the Gwen for Xiaoshu, which I expect to be in the top side. We did see a wee bit of Gwen jungle throughout the year, and we have already seen Junja play a couple weird junglers in this series, so worth noting, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be top Gwen.
It's decent into the Gnar, right? You have the Shroud to get away from some of those boomerangs. Also effective in the same way against a Ziggs, regardless of if it is a mid or a bot lane selection. So Xiaoshu able to get the Gwen, who was banned against in the last couple of games, getting to the second ban phase, and you can see we're deep and fearless because we're getting these pocket picks taken away now. Shun's Kindred off the board.
That's a Shun special that will be denied, I think somewhat reasonably so. This game as displacement with Lamb's Respite, quite powerful. That leads even more credence to Azir will be ignored this draft by JDG, Grapes, as that Emperor's Divide, quite nice with Lamb's Respite in the game, gives you a lot of control over that ultimate, but don't want to see that. So, Yone taken away for Honkyu.
increases the need for maybe an AP mid laner, or an AD mid laner, I should say, now with the Gwen being locked in. Something that we haven't seen so far in the drafts is Maokai. This is a champion that really has risen up in priority on this latest patch. We saw it used against JDG rather successfully in their game against Top Esports, and Junja also has had some experience on the pick, but it looks like carry jungler is more the name of the game in terms of what JDG are afraid of, as Jun definitely waiting to be unleashed, as he's had a bit of a rougher series so far.
I think that Jace ban is very smart because it also hits Knight's pool. If that is Zig's bot, I think Jace mid really good, and a good identity into Aphelios is poking him, taking range is a good strategy. So, curious to see that. I will also tease out Senna as being an option that Viper could play into Aphelios and Thresh. That is up, but looks like Hongq, again, we keep on harping on this identity for Hongq and JDG, very much being mid laners that can impact the map and move. So far, we have seen 4 games now that Ahri is locked in, where Hongq has locked in mid laners that can impact the map and move. As Ahri, that playmaker who can get pushed with the Q and can make plays with the dash on the R. To see if Hongq can make his mark on that champion. Also denies Knight from one of the best champions that he has to play in his arsenal.
Waiting for what BLG want to wrap their composition up with. Most likely
It's
maybe
coming.
jungle, maybe bot jungle. LeBlanc going assassin for assassin. This is another Knight special that confirms the Ziggs is going to be sent down to the bottom lane, and we're expecting now an AD jungler for sure.
I mean, I quite like LeBlanc this game, actually. I think LeBlanc has a pretty happy game into Ahri plus Aphelios. Can make that Aphelios go bye-bye. There isn't any hard CC to really threaten LeBlanc that's showing so far. So I do think that whether this Gwen is jungle or top, they're going to have to find some hard CC to maybe threaten LeBlanc. But no marksman on the board for BLG, but a very bursty composition that they're showing for themselves. As Kha'Zix's locked in, I feel like that pushes the Gwen more so towards the top lane. And again, Junja, the importance of taking a hard CC, I think goes up even further as another assassin has entered the Rift.
Oh, I'd be surprised to see that one get locked. Just very volatile champion with an already volatile composition. This would be interesting, though.
This could go top.
Lock-in of a Rek'Sai could potentially have this go up to the top lane, but instead we see an Aatrox get locked in. Most likely for Xiaoshu, but we'll wait to see what exactly these bans hold. No, it looks like Junja is going to be the one to pick this one up.
Now, I like Aatrox a lot in games where there's no marksman, because the ability to go like really heal up and utilize the deep health pool that Aatrox has if he can land the sweet spot Qs and auto, it's big in this game. And that's kind of an interesting way, though, to find hard CC. I'm a little bit scared. I just think that JDG, they don't have a single button where they can press like a stun onto Kha'Zix LeBlanc and then connect with all their CC from there. I'm a bit worried for JDG. I know that they have the marksman, but I see a lot of poke for BLG against Aphelios Thresh that I quite like. And I think a lot of onus is going to be on Hongq to make those plays with the charm, because he's going to be the one that's fishing to start off some of these fights. And if he's not able to connect, or he gets set behind early on in the lane, which has happened in the last few games against Knight, could see JD Gaming's comp having a bit of trouble. But JD Gaming, they've had the better strats so far, Grapes. They've really played out those strats better than BLG, who have had 3 early game leads, but find themselves down 1-2 as we head to the game 4 of the series.
And interestingly enough, with their backs against the wall, a lot of comfort here for BLG. On the Leona Classic, been on the Gnar, a Classic Viper, a lot of experience on this Ziggs, and you know Knight on LeBlanc, always ready to handle a lot and to dish out the pain. They need to win this game to stay alive here in the upper bracket, force that decisive game number 5, or else it'll be JDG moving on to first stand.
Oh, Grapes. I see an Ignite on Knights LeBlanc. So, we're really getting after it out of the jungle. Is Junja going for something a little cheeky here, and oh, that's kind of unlucky timing from Shun. He's going to see it now, but his Raptors are gone. Aatrox eats the camp, and he has the ability. He might force the smite out of Shun here.
Oh, yeah. He's actually not going to try to smite this Raptor camp. He instead is trying to greed for the red buff. Won't actually matter as Shun takes it away in time, but free camp in favor of Junja. These are the level 1s, the creativity that we were talking about.
He's continuing, too. He's going to E over. Smite fight? Yep.
He's going to get it. Yeah. No smite on Shun. Means that he's able to pick this one up. A couple of extra minions this time, remembering that the small probes are important. Shun, though, flashing over the wall. How going to have Junja in a bit of trouble? Junja flashes the opposite way, and now it's Knight with priority, and Knight hunting for his first kill. Junja probably going to have to take this out the hard way. Looking for a potential execute. Going to have to get under this tier 3, trying to buy as many seconds as possible, and it should be... No, it's first blood. Picked up here for Shun, and Knight gets some XP as well.
That is not the start that Junja was looking for. I think that the extended trade versus the red buff, where you get the slow, the bonus damage on the Kha'Zix passive, not to mention the Q isolated damage coming in, not going to be worth the camps that were taken or denied. So Shun going to get in, take a little bit away. As Vampire
interesting interaction
really put
there
on
with
the
the death sentence on the on. Don't think he wanted that Zenith Blade to fully convert, but there's such a flash away, or sorry, a cleanse I should say, from Gala, and it comes at the cost of the Leona Smite, or flash.
Vampire, I think worth noting, Vampire has definitely shown that he can play Thresh in the few games we have seen him play. Vampire's Thresh is of note. I know it's got at least one loss to it from the top esports series that we casted Grapes. Vampire did not deserve to lose that game. That was he played out of his mind that game. He was the reason they almost won that game. As the flash death sentences were significant. That said, Shun. Uh-oh.
Chains don't connect. Junja is able to convert that smite once again. Seems to be
he knows red buff's down though.
Bit of a trend.
Yeah, he knows red buff's up, so we're gonna see Shun at least look at the red buff. That's control word. Will be found by Vampire, and a good walk from Vampire to make sure that Junja is able to pick this up. Because if left undeterred, it is a double longsword Kha'Zix with the red buff who would be able to push into the Aatrox there. So a good hover from Vampire will secure Junja the next couple camps, and could even be a second crab to his name if he makes his way up top.
Look at Bin now. Exhausted form. Shall shoot about 200. Has that potion running, so should be all right underneath the tower, but I see Bin also being able to exert a little bit of dominance as BLG off to a good start to game number 4.
Yeah, I think for me, the champ I always associate the most with Bin is Jax. Next would be Gnar. Bin kind of wrote the matchup book in terms of a lot of Jax matchups. Gnar a little bit as well. This is just a champ where if you have the ability to show off your mechanics in space a bit, Gnar is a champion, especially in the top lane. You can really show that skill set off with, and that's where Bin has been the top laner to beat in the LPL, really since his days with Suning and making that first World Final.
Not connecting down in the bottom lane as On gets flayed back and then death sentence. No more Eclipse, so this is now a bit more of a vulnerable Leona. He uses the Shield of Daybreak and makes sure nothing else happens there. Meanwhile, in the top side of the map, Shun going for an invade onto the second spawning of the Gromp. Junja should be able to be just alright, as Shun is basically just posturing here, knowing that Knight is in base at the moment.
I think Junja could fight this one if he really wants to.
This might fight. Who wins it? This time Shun gets the upper hand. Now he's level 5 as well. Should be able to jump on out, and that's a nice takeaway here for the BLG jungle.
Those Qs might have looked funny. He was just prepping Q3 to try and win this smite fight there. But I think the jungle attack might continue. Honq is actually making his way up to the Krugs. He burns the
rush forward. Oh, he's trying to find him in the bush. Dashes in. Oh, cancels the recall. Lands a charm. Will it be enough damage? Not just yet. But Shun's at 100 HP, gonna try to cancel the back, or channel the back, I should say, before Xiaoshu arrives. Needlework not going to connect. Almost the third one. Not enough to take Shun down. As he's in a very bad spot. Should most likely go down. Honq taking tower aggro though, and Bin's hit Mega, and Shun will not go. He's still alive, finally! Xiaoshu goes forward with the snip snip, but he makes it a 1-for-1, and it should be more after that, with Knight finally being able to arrive to the play. It's 3-1 now on the scoreboard for Billy Gaming, and they can make it a little bit more. Bin jumping over the wall, taking Xiaoshu down. On the bottom lane, though, it's JDG having the upper hand in the bot lane. Death Sentence lands onto Viper, and with red and white guns, Gala is nearly able to get a second.
I mean, props to Vampire Gawa. I didn't see what happened down there. We're going to leave that at that because we saw what happened top. And I don't know what happened on the side of JDG in this dive. Okay, we're going to start here. Nice cleanse from Gawa. But again, I just don't think this is a fight that On can really take. Viper's too low mana to win any sustained fight here. And the Severum just being available. Like Gawa's mostly using the white gun there. But if he uses red, I think that he picks a lot of the health back up. So I'm going to scratch my head a bit at BLG's option to opt into that fight bot the way they did. However, top side, JDG took too long to make that play happen. And the fact that Shun was able to stall for as long as he did, that bought time to catch the wave that Honkyu had pushed into him and rotate up top, even when he was down TP. He's got Ignite, no TP. Knight was still able to get up there, impact the play, pick up a kill, and Bin picked up two, which is really going to warp this matchup top in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, it was relatively even. Now Bin up pretty big as BLG have the early lead. Can't say that that means much, though, given the way the rest of this series has gone, although we do like the way the composition functions a little bit more than we did in Game 3.
Yeah, I don't think that we're in a position where we get disastrously outscaled here as BLG, as Honkyu. He's going to spot Shun.
Oh, sure. He's going to flash in. Did not realize that was enough damage, but hey, that's why Shun's the pro and not us. That's an easy kill again. And Shun gets kill number 2 here in Game 4.
He's got the evolved claws, and Shun going to be able to use those to pick up the kill mid. Going to rip through the topside jungle of Junja as well. Dragon will be the price. But the bot lane's kind of going in favor of JDG anyway. So I think Shun picking up what he is off this play. Big win for BLG.
Now maybe Xiaoshu going to be the target as Bin is now Mega. Waiting for this wave to crash in. Shun opting out of the dive. Instead, allowing Bin to do most of the heavy lifting himself. Chunk Xiaoshu down to about 40%. And he's going to be back in base, happy enough with just a plate to his name.
At Just Gnar Things does the combo where he is able to throw his ult and take away most of your health and walk out without a tower shot, which is very fun. BLG gets 3 grubs to their name off the back half of this too. Is Shun again going to continue to keep power farming, I should say, on this Kha'Zix, where the 2 assassins being in here for BLG. Again, I think this is a style that really fits them and Shun. I think that BLG is at their best when they're playing with winning lanes, and Shun can get active around them. And LeBlanc and Kha'Zix as a duo together definitely do a lot of damage if they are able to get going, and currently the mid-jungle duo is rolling in favor of BLG.
Nice charm here for Honkyu as he distorts back. Knight poking a little bit here, using the second proc there. Get a little more damage onto Honkyu, but end up mattering too much. BLG now gathering a 2,000 gold lead. First Dragon was secured by JD Gaming, though, off of that bot play, so they're feeling good in that field.
So, I think as we look at this game, you know, we said that we like BLG's comp better in this one with how it interacts. I think getting into more specifics, so there's going to be differing styles as this game continues. I think looking at JDG, they have the DPS advantage with the champions that they have. They have the marksman bot. The DPS of Gwen can be very scary if Gwen's allowed to rip through a fight in the top side, right? For the control of some of these fights with BLG and the double assassin, again, the ability for Leona to set up some of these picks for Kha'Zix the block, but also for Ziggs to control space. I think it's something that JDG is going to have difficulty working into as this game continues, and the onus is on BLG to make sure that JDG doesn't get the DPS fights that champions like Gwen, like Aphelios are looking for. So I think that's where we're going to see a clash of styles really emerge later on in this game, Grapes. And we'll see if BLG can be disciplined enough to play out the comps where with stuff like Ziggs, you got to hold space. You have to take control of the map and not let go of it. And that's something that BLG as a team has struggled with a bit in the past.
Where do those resources end up being important to take into control? and where can you give up opportunities, without losing too much. It's been something that obviously has not been in BLG's calculus as much so far. Now JDG potentially looking for a gank onto Bin. He's spotted out here with the ward, so not going to be in much danger. Vampire was hovering through the lane as well, but it looks like they're going to go for a regank with Bin exhausted. But he's safe enough, backs away, and maintains his lead in this 1v1.
I think this was more so, let's make sure that Xiaoshu can reset. Which
fair enough.
He will. So, the Gwen's going to base on the cannon wave. That's okay. But this does give BLG the opportunity to sneak back up here and take some control back, as JDG did show their members up top and also showed them exiting. But Junja actually going to spot out on here. And with Vampire hovering, I really like this walk from Vampire. Lantern could be a big game changer.
That sentence goes wide. Shun looking for that potential dive, but JDG have done a good job responding to any of the pressure that their opposition has brought towards them. As I say that though, Bin goes forward, lands the Mega Gnar to send Xiaoshu back, and On is immediately there with the Solar Flare. And Shun from downtown will snipe him down with the Vorpal Spikes to make it 6-2 BLG.
Something object permanence for Xiaoshu there.
Literally.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 3 members top, and that was unforced error, to steal some other sports terms there, Grapes. As the Gwen falls, and that is important. I mean, as Gwen, you are only as strong as the resources that you are able to consume on the map. Gray screen for Xiaoshu. Means less resources for the Gwen, and more happy times here for BLG.
Not a lot of consuming, as now Honkyu could be in danger of being eaten alive by Knight. The Ignite's ticking. Nearly takes him down. Remember to take your potions, folks.
Drinking good in the mid lane for Honkyu. Keeps him alive. TP back. Be alright too. I will say that means Knight has to base now. This is a 1-wave window where JDG might be able to look at Dragon, but I don't know if this Dragon's realistic. I'm looking at the bot lane items. If I could draw on my screen right now, draw a big circle around Gawa and Ziggs in the inventories that we have. I see a completed Ludens versus a completed Cole. So Stormrays are likely to be in tow for Gawa, but he's got to reset for it, and that should be enough time for Shun to rip through this Dragon with his Evolve Claws.
So count even at 1. BLG looking good here in Game 4. They're trying to force that decider, keep themselves in the running for that first spot from the LPL at first stand, happening in Brazil. Just a few short weeks. I think it's less than 2 weeks at this point. We're really counting down the days at this point, Cubby.
It's starting to speed up. I should know. I talked to Raz and got, he told me to schedule. I'm blanking. I'm panicking in front of the LPL here. Gotta focus on the games anyway.
We got the sentiment at the very least. As looks like Bin now he's gonna get targeted by a gank from Junja, but does a lot of damage back onto Xiaoshu and has the decent movement speed from the Hyperprocs. Flashes away from that final Q, and in comes Shun to turn the tides. That's 1 on to Xiaoshu, a second onto Junja, sure to follow. Knight's the one to secure it, and BLG are running the table in Game 4. Honkyu jumps over with the Blast Cone, looking to try to find at least the wave to make sure this tower doesn't go down.
Yeah, they want the brick. Vampire will get a bit of a chunk down here on the Bin, but that big shield will keep him healthy. And that attempt from JDG wasn't as close as I was hoping as it would be, Grapes. I want to give Bin a little bit of credit. Had some really good clicks to get out of the sweet spots of Aatrox. Kind of game Junja on the Q entering the fight with some of the clicks that he had. But that I would constitute that as a rather poor effort from JDG, which is too bad because they've had a lot of good efforts throughout this series. That one just, that wasn't one of them. And this game seems to be spiraling a little bit.
They were very eager to try to force something onto Bin. The typical signs, hey, he's mini Gnar, let's go for something. But still pretty strong as mini Gnar, and this is Bin's Gnar that we're talking about as well. Not to mention Shun coming in, getting a kill, number 4 on the game. Nice hook, though, is going to connect onto Knight. Vampire gets a big shutdown over to Honkyu. And that's much needed gold into JD's pockets.
If a death sentence is connecting out of the block throughout the game, I'm going to usually take inventory and say that the block made a bit of an oopsie. Bit of an oopsie there from Knight, as
Fair enough.
Vampire, again, continues to prove why I think his Thresh should be feared in the league. Thresh is a champ where you can really demonstrate player skill. Vampire doing a good job of that. I'm talking through that one.
Whew.
He was dead.
As Gala tasted Shun's fear right there, or maybe tasted his own fear as Shun smited him down. 5-1-3. You know, I'm going to say it. Haven't been a ton of successful Kha'Zixes so far in the playoffs. There's been a bunch of selections that end up going awry. I'm looking at you, Krako, but this time, Shun having a good opportunity on this, on an elimination game.
And we need to be more like Scuman in the LPL, you know?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
More like
I see him at first stand.
I mean, I was kind of worried when I saw the Kha'Zix locked in that we might see a Gwen jungle. I had a little bit of PTSD from that game, but...
Yeah, not the best if you're an NA fan.
Actually, sorry, it was Yike that had the banger Kha'Zix. I'm thinking about K-Corp and Lions, not the
Won't be
GT
seeing him.
series. Yeah. No, we will not. That's all right.
Anyway.
We'll be seeing Shelly at first stand. Shun's going to focus on that. Yeah, a lot of Shelly.
Maybe too much, depending on your attitude towards the Rift Herald. Will get picked up here by Shun.
Can't believe you do Geraldo Rift Herald like that. Just
Geraldo, what?
Geraldo Riftera. It was an old name. Shout out to TJ.
Okay.
That was an old one that TJ had.
Is that going to be what they say in Brazil? I don't know the language
No,
too well.
but we're riffing on Shelly a bit. There's not much to riff on when it comes to this game. I'm kind of waiting for BLG to hopefully... I think, again, BLG... We'll see different play patterns as this game moves forward. BLG really want to deny the DPS fights from JDG, because if Gwen and the Felios are allowed the DPS, then that's their comeback mechanic. But at the moment, I'm seeing a 7k gold lead at the 18-minute mark, and I'm going to favor the team that has a 17 or 7k gold lead at the 18-minute mark. I know there's
if you do results-based analysis, it's basically anyone's game. In this case.
Results-based analysis says this is a 33% win rate from this position. Oh, no.
As we say that, Ginger looking for Vin again. In Mininar form. We'll see if he gets caught out. No, nice.
Results-based analysis says this is a poor play from JDG.
Yeah, I think my eyes tell me this would have been a bad play from JDG. As it looks like they're going to give over this next dragon as well due to that over-indexation.
I mean, to be fair to JDG, I don't think they can really contest this dragon. And this is not a dragon that I'd sign up to die on a hill for. So maybe looking at Bin was the wise choice. That said, Bin going to play his way out of it. A-okay. So Bin bases, navigates the gank. A little bit more gold's going over the Gwen. But it is the Evolved Claws ripping through that dragon for BLG and Shun as they pick up their second dragon of the game.
Good looks here for Billy, at least so far. And again, we like the scaling on this composition if they're able to play the team fights outright. JDG, also a very scrappy, damage-heavy composition, and those generally don't do very well when you're significantly far behind in terms of gold. And so that's why maybe we're even feeling worse. Junja going to get slowed down here by the Solar Flare, locked down by a lot of abilities thrown at him by On. Now he'll be forced to proc his ult and his flash to get away.
Vampire. Ooh, guess wrong.
Yeah, Knight's going to go forward as well with the Mimic. Take him down again.
Yep.
Knights LeBlanc reigning supreme here in this game 4 as BLG really put in their pedal to the metal.
I mean, Junja doesn't have access to his camps anymore as... Oh, that's a bold play.
Blast Cone, no ulti this time, and that means that Junja's going to go down. So a great fight, I guess. Honkyu's looking for some sort of trade, but not going to happen. BLG, I think we can definitively say this, very ahead in this one.
I'd say a 9k gold lead is better than a 7k gold lead, and we're not stopping there. As Geraldo Riftera going to save her charge for the inhibitor turret. See if anyone from BLG wants to hop in that one. But top and mid inner being secured before Baron is...
That was blind.
JDG's map is narrowing quite a bit. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely. 10,000 gold now. I mean, we don't want to put anything away given what we've seen from JDG in the playoffs, but this is certainly looking good for them looking good, I should say, for BLG and for Knight. Chance for him to get back to the Grand Finals. Not only an opportunity at International. Just take a look at this. In all the Tier 1 tournaments that Knight has played in throughout his competitive career, made the finals in over half of them. That's impressive just to make the playoffs in that many percentage of times. Making it to the finals. I mean, this guy has been dominant kind of through and through throughout his career.
That's, I believe Roger Federer won 55% of his points in his pro playing career. So the odds that Roger Federer wins a point in tennis, almost the same as Knight making a final.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Right, that is crazy. And again, LPL, I said it, LPL, it runs through Knight. Ever since he's joined the region, ever since he won that first final, this region, you want to win, you want to compete, you got to go through him. And he's been tough to get through, so looks like him and his team's going to secure this game. Would need to secure one more in order to make their way into that grand final and bump that percentage up to be a little bit closer to Federer's, you know?
And the ones, trying to stop him, of course, are Honkyu and Junja, who were the players that the LCP ran for a number of years, specifically in Junja's case when you go back to his time over on PSG. So that's the test that Knight's going to have to face. A challenger has approached. So far, that challenger has gotten the best of him, but not in the most important of games, that being here in the postseason. So Knight looking to take BLG all the way to 5 here, has been alongside a downtown snipe from Viper. Is able to get a kill on a Vampire, and now On is looking for more on to Junja. Satchel sends Junja back, and that will be 2-0 once again.
You know, I feel like JDG deserves a wee bit of grief for this draft, Grapes. I was not a fan of the Aatrox coming in later on. Hasn't looked great. I think it's been a bit of Junja fell behind early. A couple oopsies. That didn't help, but also I was really looking for hard CC. Been a lack of that.
Battle here between our two mid laners. One, of course, more of a legacy here in the LPL than the other, but quickly Honkyu is working to make that a bit of a change. No Baron, or sorry, Baron I should say, taken by BLG in the meantime, by the way, so they're looking to finish this one up quick.
Just, you know, you have a 5 pick on jungle. I know a lot of options are gone this game, but having that just point and click against champs as slippery as Kha'Zix LeBlanc, and in as skilled of players' hands as we have is Shun and Knight. Yeah, I mean, we even saw Bin kind of operate his way around the sweet spot's top. I just think that this was, you know, part of why you see Pantheon Rise be really popular in pro play is to have those point clicks. And that was lacking this game from JDG, and I think it made the game a lot harder on him. And it's showing in the late game here.
When you got LeBlanc on the other team, point and click's generally pretty good. You know? So not having that means that Knight's been able to have a great time. Shun is just absolutely feasting, almost 6,000 gold ahead of Junja. We haven't gotten to cream territory yet, in which case maybe we have to be a little bit worried. So far, doing very well for himself here on the Kha'Zix, as Knight is going to be potentially a little bit of trouble. Had to use the flash to get away. Gala, a valiant effort, but does not yield any fruit.
Good attempt from Gala, like the red-white LeBlanc there. Again, it's about picks, spacing. Shun did opt for the evolved wings from the looks of things at level 16, as he has a 4-level advantage over Junja. And frankly, again, we were a bit surprised that Junja was getting the best of Shun and probably the MVP of the series throughout the first 3 games. I don't want to say I expected the matchup to go like this, to be this Shun favored, but I was expecting the jungle matchup to be a little bit BLG favored in this series. So yeah, it's been a bit of a roughie this game for Junja.
Yeah, guess what? No, you can't outsmite your opponent if you're never set up to even get into position to steal away.
You know, that
objective
might have been the Kha'Zix.
Do that at all.
That was the Kha'Zix pick in a hole. It's like, hey Shun, want to not lose smites anymore? Let's take some isolated Q with the Fality Kha'Zix. If you lose smites, then we need to have a different discussion.
Yeah, then then we gotta be really concerned. As yeah, no contest means no problem here for BLG. We're looking for that 5th game at the moment. 1v2 opening up. Looks like BLG more than content to just sit on back, make sure that this game goes their way by claiming the Chemtech Soul in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, I really no credence to this game going anywhere else besides to a game 5. As has been the JDG tradition in this bracket so far. So the team that all 3 twos to get here versus the team that 3-0'd their way here. It's not looking like it's not going to be a 3-1. It's looking like we might get some more familiar territory for JDG. So we're going to have to see if maybe BLG is seeing the fact that JDG has shown more cards throughout their run. Maybe that's advantageous for the Game 5. Maybe the experience of playing Game 5s on stage can be more advantageous for JDG. We're just going to have to see, frankly, when we get there at this point.
Don't cast a curse it just yet. We've seen some bad gold leads be thrown. I think this one is going to be tough to match. He's going to hook landing onto Bin. BLG kind of just playing with their food at this point. No real intention of going for a fight until either of these major objectives spawn. When you go back to how this game really unraveled, I mean, it started with that level 1. We were praising Junja's creativity. This time around, the invade onto the Raptors into the attempt to continue it onto the Krugs ends up paying back big time for BLG.
You know what I'm going to advocate for this game?
What is it?
Sometimes you just got to sign up to be a little bit of a piggy jungler, you know?
Sometimes you got to lock in Maokai and be happy about it.
Nah, I was thinking Sejuani, because you don't want triple damage topside.
Junja's great at Sejuani, yeah.
I think this was the Sejuani game, where you just eat it, and you play Sej. You have a Thresh that helps a lot. You can set up for Gwen a bit too. Permafrost. I just not the Aatrox. This is hard CC. That's I was going through. I was like, what hard CC can we find? It was a Sejuani game.
Yeah. If Vi was banned, that would have been easy. A choice alongside the RA. Not available this time around. So with that being said, JDG now very much have their backs against the wall in this game. There's no real way to go except back into your own Nexus unless things go very, very awry. BLG looking confident, looking poised. Got less than a minute now until these major objectives spawn, and they'll have their pick of the litter on which one to go to first.
Yeah, again, folks, I think that the comp for BLG really trying to deny the DPS fights that JDG could have, because it is a massive gold lead in their favor, but the last thing you want to do is opt into a fight that the enemy team wants, especially when you're lacking a marksman that DPS yourself. So I think BLG taking a little bit more of a methodical approach to this one, which frankly is refreshing from my perspective, because this team has frustrated me at times, playing a little bit too fast, getting ahead of their britches, ahead of their skates, and tripping up over themselves at points. So and I don't want to see that. I would like a game 5 tonight, Grapes. This series has been fun.
Oh, nice!
By Gala.
Goes in, and Gala is just deleted. There's a double kill again for Shun, who's having his way with his old team, going for Vampire next. A triple kill for the Bug. Baron might not even be needed, as it's a 5v2 now for BLG. They're going to run right down the mid lane. They're going to break open this inhibitor, and they could even look for more.
Now, let's get us out of here. Let's get into this game 5, Grapes. It's been a fun series so far tonight. BLG not going to throw this lead. Really good game from Shun, punishing Junjia, playing too fast, too early, as BLG take a very dominant game 4 victory.
Now, there is no wave right now. They're going to have to wait for this next one to be escorted in. 10 seconds on Junja, but it should not matter. BLG, with the most dominant win that we've seen all day against JD Gaming, are going to send us to game number 5. Because between these two teams, there was no other way for it to go down. Respawns have come through, but the Nexus is gone. BLG win, and we are headed to that decider.
Yeah, I mean, this game was, in hindsight, over pretty quickly. Junja, when you go 0-6-0 as a jungler, that's a feels bad, man. So we'll see if JDG can bring him back for this game 5. But yeah, lack of hard CC against 2 assassins, not exactly a winning formula. I think the point and click CC, crowd control, might have been a little bit helpful there for the side of JDG. That was lacking, and BLG, they punished.
that was, yeah, I mean, clinical in terms of the execution there by BLG. They were helped a little bit by Junja going for that, invade that did not end up going so well. And Shun finally getting a chance to issue some revenge and, make sure he has a good game in this series, because it's been a lot of Junja so far in this best of 5, and it's good to get a chance to talk about Shun back here with BLG after spending that year with JD Gaming. He wanted that full starting spot last year. BLG didn't give it to him, then they realized that was a mistake. Now back with open arms and looking to send BLG to another international event.
They made up, It's
yeah.
BLG
Sometimes you need the distance to remember how close you guys actually were.
BLG looked at their history of junglers and were like, we needed to go back to the one that worked. This roster is not working out. We need to get things down to one singular individual that we can put all of our faith and time in. And they awarded that individual a nice contract, I assume, hopefully for a long duration of time, as we continue to putz around this metaphor. But yeah, it has been a rough series for Shun so far, but getting the assassin that game, getting a later pick in the draft definitely helped, and Shun made full use of it. So Assassin of Fury didn't exactly work. Assassin Kha'Zix did exactly work. And we'll see what we have in store for Game 5. As, again, I mean, a lot of champions are off the board. I think that where my head points to immediately is we just saw Azir go unpicked, unbanned throughout a full draft. Does that change for the next game? Also, Vi, Pantheon, Orianna, Varus, the consistent bans we've seen in all of our games today. Does that continue for the game, or do we have any of those picks get dropped? Who knows? Only advantage going in is that JDG get first selection. See what they use for that, and we'll go from there.
Hey, that's part of the advantage they have garnered by getting all the way to this point. Now they have, of course, the opportunity to have first pick, second pick, whatever they want. I think it's going to be first, given how the rest of these games have progressed so far. There's really no other way for this one to go. I mean, these are two teams that have been at the top of the league for a while. Both have had their ups and downs. JDG looking for their first international in a while. BLG looking for just a little bit of redemption after what was a disastrous Worlds performance by them, where they didn't even make the quarterfinals. Have a new roster together, and so far, so good. One more game will send each of these guys to first stand.
Yeah, I don't even know what else to say. When I see a Ziggs in my game, I kind of assume that they're going to lead in damage. If that Ziggs is fourth in damage for a game on their team, that Ziggs was either inting or you definitely lost that game. Because that champ does so much damage. As we're going to watch the illegal dive. The fact that Shun got out of this as long as he did was just ballistic to me. And again, we bought time for Knight to get back up here for all BLG to turn this 3v2 into a 3-for-1. It's not exactly what you want from your dives, but yeah, game kind of took off from here. We already missed out on the Junja death. That was set up earlier. This was not close to working out as the Q missed from Xiaoshu. Junja was gamed by Bin. Bin had some good clicks here again as Bin has played his way out of a couple ganks well in this series. I think that both top laners have had some decent moments. Bin down numbers in some of those scenarios has played quite well. And again, Nara definitely a pick we associate with Bin. Bin showing why is Nara's feared yet again in this one.
Still more chances for pocket picks to go through now that we're in Game 5 of this Fearless format. As Bin certainly had a good time. Knight had a great time on his LeBlanc as well. As you see, this final assassination on Dagala. Didn't get all the way there, but Shun did with his spikes. And, the good thing about this one, Cubby, is that this was not Game 5. Because if this was Game 5, things would be kind of sad. So hopefully, get a little bit of a better quality game for this final one.
I've seen a lot of depressing Game 5s in my day. But
yeah.
it'll be exciting. I mean, we're down to a Game 5. Keep in mind, guys, circling back to the stakes of today, not only is this to book a ticket to the grand finals for LPL Split 1, it is also to book a ticket to First Stand. So winner of the next game, we will see them internationally. Both rosters have teams of players that we're used to seeing internationally. So for JD Gaming, I know that would be new for some of the faces, at least in the LPL, looking at Vampire and Xiaoshu. But We've gotten used to seeing Junja and Honkyu on that stage, and then BLG, perennial contenders in the international stage. So, big game coming up here for Game 5.
I mean, any Game 5 is big, but with this being the upper finals and all of the stakes and the potential qualifications that we've already unraveled, you know that this is about to be important. And you gotta stay tuned here. Shun winning player of the game, getting, again, a bit of a get back against his former team. It's been 3 junglers so far winning these player of the games in the 4 games. Will it happen for a 5th? Or who is really going to be that team to get sent to the international stage for the first time here in the LPL this season? We've got the draft. We've got the game of game number 5 coming up right after this on LPL English. One more Nexus to fall until we determine who our first representative at first stand will be from the LPL. Either JDG or BLG are headed to Brazil, or at least booking their tickets. They still got a grand finals to play after the conclusion of this 5th and final game of our upper bracket finals here tonight. It's been back and forth, Cubby. I think overall BLG has controlled the early game in all 4 of these matchups, but determined by who ends up winning the late game, and JDG's done that a couple times as well.
Yeah, we learned that Olaf Jungle can work with the right tools, as Junja just went straight forward in that game 3 to make sure that JDG found the win. And then we also were reminded that when you have the option to deny a soul, especially if it's Hextech soul, probably do that instead of take Baron. Going back to game 1, as BLG learned that lesson the hard way, and JDG came back from being down to 8k gold to win, with Hextech Soul in their back pockets being a big difference maker in that one. But BLG's early game dominance, I think, has really come from solo lane play being strong. Bin has done a really nice job of absorbing ganks throughout the day, and I think his play to get some leads. Also, we just have seen BLG make some of the right calls early. I think that On has had some really good early game movements in some of these games that have ensured that BLG does walk out of these early games with leads. But in terms of converting them to victories always, that's something that I think a lot of BLG fans have had a bit of frustration with when it comes to their team, myself included, in terms of someone that has covered the LPL. And we'll see if that can change, or at least be more consistent for Game 5 as they try and book that ticket the first stand.
And when it comes to who we are looking at to show up in these big moments, it's those who have done it before at the domestic level. Once again, the winningest players in both the LCP/PCS region and the LPL since 2021 on our stage here for Game 5. You can see the other GOATs of their respective regions, Caps, Chovy, and Inspired. They are all already in first stand, and one of these guys going to join them after the conclusion of this game. And I think it's fair to say, Cubby, both Junja and Knight have been instrumental for their team's success in the wins that they have had so far today.
Yeah, I mean, I think Knight has been really good today. He's gotten the best of Honkyu again. The way that JDG plays a lot of the times that Honkyu is blinding or taking champions where they're not the strongest in the lane, but they're really strong at impacting the map or getting out of the lane. As Honkyu, he's played Talia, Galio, TF, Ari in that order. That all kind of fits the bill for where he's comfortable and where JDG is comfortable as a team, with Honkyu operating like that. But him prioritizing that and taking some of those blind definitely has opened up Knight to play some of these counter picks quite successfully into Honkyu and JDG. So, again, we'll see if that continues this game. I think the looming presence is that the Azir Orianna handshake has not been made yet in this series. We've had Orianna banned every game of the series, and Azir has just been ignored. I mean, he slinked through that last draft, unpicked, unbanned, which is pretty unusual, but definitely speaks to BLG not being as comfortable with that champion on their team, and also showing a draft that was very much dissuading JDG from taking the Azir themselves that last game.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Zig's now no longer available in Fearless, and that is one of the counters that you're going to play immediately into the Azir if it got locked in by Honkyu. So I feel like BLG now most likely going to be picking second in this game now that JDG at first selection. Going to be more than happy with banning that over on their side.
That, or I think if you give Azir trying to find a Sylas game plan, because I really love Knight's Sylas. I think that he is fantastic on that champion. That's another angle where I think it was more viable in past patches playing Sylas into Azir, but I think it is an option. That said, diving right in, again, the trend for this series has been whoever has first selection is chosen first pick. Whoever has had second choice is chosen blue side. So first pick red side has been a continuation for the whole series, as well as Varus and Orianna remaining banned on the counter pick side. So in this case, blue side. See where Vi ends up, too. Pantheon and Vi both up. There's a world where we could see these two picks handshaked.
So it looks like more and more respect has been given towards On's champion pool the later we've gotten in this series. 2 bans now towards him specifically, although Shun could also pick up the Poppy here on JDG's side in this decisive game. And that's a Lucian ban as well, meaning that we're going to have a lot of these power picks all of a sudden unlocked going into this 5th game.
Lucian ban, my Callista Renata. Sirens are kind of going off in my head as that can make an appearance. Definitely something that I think both bot lanes could bust out, especially Viper on. As Kasante will be taken away. Azir is up for Honkyu if he wants it. There is no Ziggs counter pick. There is no Poppy to play into Azir either. But this also means that Vi is on the table. That said, both picks are going to be ignored. And Renata will be secured for Vampire, teasing that early Kalista Renata lane. As, again, said my Sirens are going off and saw Lucian ban. Yeah, even more Kalista Sirens going off now for Gala and JDG.
Unless Viper wants to steal it away here, try to split up this duo. Wouldn't be very powerful on its own, though. So you'd imagine something else comes through. The Pantheon, as you mentioned, banned every single game of this series until now. And it'll go into the hands of Shun.
Do we have Azir? That's the real question, frankly. Is there in Azir? Because I will say, if you leave Vi and Azir up, you gotta snag Kalista if you're JDG. And I think that Viper, pretty likely here that we could see a Caitlyn. That or a Kalista deny. I think Caitlyn probably the best pick into Kalista that is left. Wow, they deny it. This does the... there is a world, by the way, you could run Path support with Kalista and then Vi jungle if we're going to get really wild here. What does JDG want to take with Renata up? And 80's left because Aphelios is one of the better pairings. Ashe is one of the better pairings. Those are both off the table. Who else do you want to run with Renata that you can play into Kalista that works? That's something where, off the top of my head, I don't really have an answer.
This draft got really weird real quick as the Kalista bot lane has been split up here.
You could Xayah. I think Xayah is the best pick that's coming to mind right now, but even that's, again, kind of a weird bot lane to play out, and you'd be giving away support counter. In theory, too.
This has been more of a Viper pick here this season. The roles reversed here. Now that we get to the decider, going to be a Sivir alongside Vampire's Renata for a little extra rate, wave clear, and utility on JDG's side.
This is a hard lane. Alistar is off the table. Sivir is scared of that. I mean, probably dissuades from taking something like Kalista Blitzcrank as, oh boy. You know, Yorick was banned last game by BLG themselves. Bin loves this champ. I think that he's very willing to blind it. And some of the better Yorick matchups are off the table, like Gwen. That is a real option into Yorick, not an option. We have seen Kennen played in the Yorick as well. Also gone. So Bin's Yorick now in the top lane, and a lot of side lane strength showing early on for BLG between the Yorick and also and just having Kalista in the game as well. As we continue to ignore and disrespect Azir.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it last game. I mean, I don't see it getting picked by either team at this point. Just seems like not something that either of them are very comfortable on. Something that I guess the league has maybe soured on a bit as well. I know it's theoretically very strong, but the win rate is not as good as you might think across competitive regions so far this season. So looks like perhaps we're leaning towards that situation and leaning towards that world. Continue to see other players and other picks that are not the mid lane getting targeted here in the second phase of bans.
Enchantresses are very good into Renata because there are worlds where you can outrange and just have better lane phases. Kalista already kind of wins the lane phase in a box versus Sivir 2. Sivir has to play the wave, can't really play the matchup itself. So interested to see if there is another Enchantress ban thrown out at On to see if they can take that pool down a peg. In terms of Enchantresses, he hasn't played anything else Enchantress-wise that hasn't already been played or Fearless out of this game. Akali banned out from Honkyu. I think that's kind of important to note, just given there's a Vi on the screen. Vi Akali, definitely a very sound combo to try and one-shot a champion like Kalista.
Knight Syndra rounding things out. By far his most successful champion just in terms of win rate. 49 and 16 on this pick in his career. Don't want to give that to him in a do-or-die situation. Will we see a support lock in here? Leave that last pick for Knight? Imagine.
Could Victor.
Rather advantageous, but if You got a fun blind.
Ooh.
Might as well go for it. And that's going to be an Anivia locked in for Knight in a blinded situation against JDG.
Grapes, I really don't like the fact that we just blinded Anivia. And I don't think that BLG as a team... if you're telling me that BLG is going to pilot Anivia as a team, I feel like Anivia as a champion very much doesn't fit what BLG likes to do or wants to do as a team. I always view BLG as I'm going to shove out waves, pressure the map, and attack from there. Anivia is the exact opposite of that. It's I want to lose turrets that aren't mid, so the map turtles around me, and people have to play into the pick potential, into the control that I bring, which I want to see if BLG is up to the task. As Victor picked up by Honku was teasing that as a potential blind for Knight. Honku's going to have range advantage and bring a lot of stability to the game on this Victor. And Xiaoshu going to pick up the Mordekaiser into the Yorick. So the option to Death Realm someone very real that doesn't really bring a lot of CC or interaction against something like Kalista, which I don't love. So I think that JDG's comp is a wee bit lacking. And is that support? Pantheon?
Silas
Jungle Silas?
Yeah, unless we get like Anivia support, don't necessarily expect, although as I say that, this could be particularly interesting. We're going to wait to see everything.
Are we going to kill
time
lane
out
bot? I would like this a lot more.
Anivia support in Game 5. Is this happening?
Anivia support's wild. I would like this more than Knight piloting the Anivia himself. If we're going to pull out this flex, this is crazy. But at least I think the R from Kalista, you can chain Anivia's Q. And this is a kill lane into Renata. Renata doesn't function well early on.
Yeah,
Kalista plus Anivia, you should be able to outrange. I think if any of these Qs hit from Anivia early, I'm expecting On to go for Electrocute and look for a kill lane.
We just got this whole draft turned on its own head with
that's a wild flex.
Silas R5.
Yeah.
Flexing the Anivia down to the bottom lane to bait a Victor out here for Honku. And now Knight gets the matchup that he wants on the Silas, which you said you particularly enjoy, and you are right to do so. What a way the stage has been set. JD Gaming, a revamped roster looking for their first international appearance since 2023, whereas BLG wanting to make internationals the norm again. They disappointed at Worlds, looking for revenge. They upgrade theoretically with Viper. They bring back Shun. All the pieces seemingly lining up for a trip to the finals. Will that be the case? Or will it be JDG punching their tickets to Brazil?
No Silas shenanigans being found early. No Ignite for On, even if he has the Electrocute. And this is the first... I'm just going to assume this is the first Anivia support we've ever had in the LPL. Because usually, if we haven't seen a pick for a while, there's like the number of days that I can see. We can be like,
No
oh,
days.
it's been that... I don't see numbers on there.
It's been an eternity.
So, yeah.
In fact, we're getting word from our production staff here. Potentially, and I think we can just say this, the first Anivia support ever in a Tier 1 league. And it's being played here by On in Game 5 of the upper finals, and they're already issuing their dominance here with the help of Viper's Kalista.
Yeah, that is lethal tempo for you right there. This is going to say BLG wins late. I very much do not agree with that graph. I think if this game goes very late, I like JDG. The fact that they have Sivir and they have a real support. I think having a real support is going to help later on, because this Anivia pick is for early game. This is for the Qs. It does have a unique interaction with Spell Shield for Gala, as the Q for Anivia has two parts. Yep. If you don't Spell Shield at the right time for Gala, the Q, if it goes through you, will eat the Spell Shield, and then you can still get stunned and still eat the Empowered E damage. As I'm going to pause about the bot lane tech, because Junja on the Vi, working through Wolves, but Shun going to be there first.
Yeah, he hops over. Going to be secured here by Junja. Stun lands onto him, but not much else after that. Now On is going for a bit of a roam as well.
Just Pool given.
He's control of this bottom lane, and that's a big win for BLG.
This could be a dive, too, which is part of why BLG is setting this up. I mean, you are Pantheon as Shun. You have that point and click that was missing in the last game that we kind of talked about. Grapes.
They can invade on their own here as now Knight finds the Abscond ducked onto Hongq. Comet Spear out from Shun, going cross map to try to deny as much of the invade as possible onto Junja. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane is Viper picking up first blood with On, and Hongq gets another solo kill onto Knight.
Big solo kill from Hongq. Gawa spell shielded too early, was trying to guess the Ren, didn't guess it right. Vampire had the bailout on himself, which was a little weird to see too. I don't know if that was a misclick, but meanwhile, mid, it was Shun who flashed himself, showing mid, but it didn't matter. Hongq able to find the solo kill in the night. That's a big surprise.
See if the interaction ends up paying off here. Yeah, the wall right into the spell shield, just too much for Gala to handle.
Yeah, and again, the bailout. Vampire, he bailouted himself. He didn't find the rip. That was a big difference. And again, I mean, this connects. There could be a world we could see Shun having a flash fall. That's not the case. Knight burns the W on the CS wave, and oh, he got stunned up. That was close. But Hongq runs him down, and Shun didn't commit the flash, didn't turn around to help out his mid laner, so Knight goes down in a bit of a funky-looking scenario mid. Bot, the kill lane, does find the 2v2 kill into the pockets of On, who is building a blasting wand. Is this going to be Roa support Anivia?
This is like what my bronze support friends will be locking in solo queue. And this is not typically what you would see in a professional game 5. I'm not gonna doubt On just yet. This guy has been a pioneer in terms of locking in unique supports throughout his career. We saw him with the Shen earlier this season. He's played things like the Elise upon their first emergence as well. So maybe this is the new tech.
Look, if I see this in solo queue, this is part of why I like to play support. Because if I take the role seriously, then I'm going to have an advantage over everyone else. Because a lot of people don't take support seriously. And I know we're in a very serious game here. But if this was solo queue, I would be... my support would not be taking this game seriously, in my humble opinion. We're just on a very aggressive time here for BLG, you know? That's the cope.
Oh, look at Shun flashing forward onto Junja, even though Viper was very low on HP at that moment. But it does burn a flash away from the Vi. They're going to try to get this push. If that wall sent Gala back forward, could have been another kill, if not just that flash being burned.
I will be interested to see what On ends up leveling. Because in theory, you want to put points into wall, and then Q is going to give you a little bit of bonus goodies too, in terms of just more stuns in the game. Very nice for your support, but of course all the damage is on your E as the bird. So interested to see what On ends up doing there.
Crystal.
He has the mana crystal. Oh, hell yeah.
So hey, maybe he'll be useful late game. Maybe he'll be another mid laner. Maybe 2 mid laners are better than a mid laner and a support. Have you ever done that math?
No. we're learning with everyone else.
We're all learning.
Mike and eggs.
Oh, this is not going to work well, as the egg will be procced here. We'll see if JDG can finish it off, but Knight's able to do a lot of damage back on a Vampire. It'll just be the one kill in favor of BLG, and the bird will live.
I just watched On pretty much egg himself, and then the other support died because they tried to kill him. What an insane bait from On. Maximum outplays from the egg. He's just mogging him in the river in egg form.
Yeah, just egg mogged him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm not a kid anymore. I don't know those words.
I'm not either. I'm doing my best here, but you know.
We got ultis traded here on the top side. Xiaoxi with the Death Realm onto Bin forces that flash away, but still going to be able to win out on the duel. At the very least, Xiaoxi should be able to clear out a lot of these minions. They're actually taken very low by the ghouls. All of a sudden, Xiaoxi has to be some careful as well. It's been a back and forth game, but so far BLG are the ones in front.
Yeah, I think again the big difference for me with this game is that JDG scales so much harder throughout this game. They have Victor mid, Sivir AD, and a real support. BLG for me are on a timer, and this 2K gold lead, but giving away the first dragon early on, I mean, I don't know if this is enough. I think it is a good start for BLG, but they really need to accelerate this game, because if Sivir is getting to the 3-4 item state in this game, if Victor is getting to the 3-4 item state in this game, I don't know if I favor BLG anymore if the game does end up going this late.
Yeah, the scaling with Kalista, Pantheon, already not great. And then you add the great scaling on JDG's side, specifically with the backline, right? Like, obviously, real support, great and all. Victor and Sivir, known for being high-quality, high-level champions once we get past the 30-minute mark, once we get those 3 items in. Obviously, it's going to take a while to get there, as Viper and On really have established dominance now in this bottom lane. Almost a 30 CS lead here for the Kalista. At
least, On might be building a Roa to help bridge the scaling on support Anivia. That might be important. As
Starfall forward. Oh, nice handshake from Vampire. Make sure that Shun has no opportunity to jump forward with that W. Might have even canceled it right off rip.
I was baby stunned too, because On flashed in, and then the handshake caught On as well. So Anivia frozen by that handshake there. Wasn't able to freeze anyone else. Also, point check so far into the Anivia. On's level 5, 2 points W, 2 points E. So we'll track that throughout, because you really want to put points into the wall on Anivia, especially 2 points wall. A lot more valuable than the first point. So see what trend continues there for On. Currently, the Roa is what is continuing here. As
no, we're getting it. We're getting.
I cannot believe that BLG's coach Danny signed up for this. That's diabolical, frankly. That Roa support Anivia game 5, baby. This is the winning form. This is what we're banking our international trip on. Roa support Anivia, baby. They first picked Renata. We deny Kalista, and then we take Anivia later in draft, guys. We flex the Anivia, all right?
So far, scoreboard's looking good. That's all I'll say. BLG up 2,000. They're going to get all 3 of these grubs. Viper, again, with that significant CS lead. Now isolated here with Gall in the bottom lane, but in the mid lane, now On's going to be in trouble again. This time, no egg by his side. And so he will meet a grim fate, cracked open and taken down by the likes of Honkyu.
Oh, no eggs this morning for On, as he gets sent home without eggs. And you know, Anivia, like, part of the issue with playing Mage's bot is a lot of mages, you scale off of items, and you scale off of levels. Every level, it's not only more base stats for you, but it's more stats for whatever you put a point of your ability into, which matters a lot for mages. And when you're a support, you get less of both. Not to mention that as a support, you know, you really would like to impact the map. And On has selected a champion that has the lowest base move speed in the game. And no movement abilities on top of it. So we continue to ponder. We'll put it that way. Continue to ponder.
Just to take us all the way back to game number 1 of this series, JDG in that game, able to get a couple of dragons to stall things out, eventually get to that scaling point where they were able to take the soul. A very similar thing happened here in game 5. They got that early dragon. The second one is now spawning. I mean, if they get this one, really set up for scaling, but I mean, even that first one is able to delay a lot of what any soul win condition could look like for Billy Gaming.
Yeah, I don't think that this is a fight that JDG wants to sign up for. Vampire gonna get caught though.
Oh, he's trying to hold his flash. Will he be able to? No. Ends up taking a lot of his HP anyway, and that'll certainly mean this dragon goes over. Shin's gonna be able to take it down.
Well set up by On. Toward 2 points of W. You know, you can make sure you close out that gap. Vampire does lose his flash, and yeah, again, I just don't think JDG ever wanted that fight. Honkyu just completed his Roa. Doesn't really have any stacks to it quite yet. Victor is ahead, which is fantastic if you are JDG. A Victor that is ahead is almost always it's a good feeling. You know, that guy scales pretty good. So
hey, he got his Roa first.
He beat Anivia to it.
Well, he might have actually. I didn't see if he beat Knight, but he definitely beat the bird. Does not have that catalyst though. Okay, we've been going back and forth for a little bit. The gold remained rather consistent. We say generally that's a good sign for JDG, especially if Knight's going to be taking damage like this just to get the wave in. Ultimate was traded. Now we see Gala and Vampire trying to push this wave out. We have Shun on the way as well. They're not pushing the tempo maybe the way that we would want them to, especially with Shun on this Pantheon.
But, I mean, that's part of where I like JDG's draft and where BLG can't, is the wave clear that Victor and Sivir bring to the table, too. It really enables you to try and scale throughout the game because these two champions delete waves. It's Empower Laser for Honkyu and more already. Getting early kill participation as Victor, really good for accessing those earlier ability upgrades. Honkyu getting 2 kills, that really helps towards that. And then Gala, I mean, he doesn't even have an Essence Reaver yet. It doesn't matter. You can already see, you know, BLG are getting chip damage on the turret, but it's not like that turret's going to break anytime soon against Gala. So, yeah, I think that Viper is probably going to continue to build on his lead and keep it, but at some point, I just don't think a 2K gold lead for BLG is nearly far, like, it's not nearly enough, given the draft they have into what JDG is showing if they want to win this game.
Now they have the Callista, who, while also a great duelist, a great mid-game team fighter, Viper's also going to be able to secure some of these major objectives as we get later into the game. You think this Herald is something that they're going to want to fight over in 90 seconds? And if so, what's the game plan for getting Viper up to the top lane in that time?
I think that BLG gets this Herald if they want it. I think JDG drops. I think that all the control right now is in the pockets of BLG, and the way that JDG should play it is just continue to play off Vi timers and try and soak as many waves as possible for Victor Sivir. I mean, every wave that you soak, that you preserve some damage on your turret, that's just more time that you can buy throughout the game. Try and keep on scaling. Try and play this one calm, cool, and collected. I think that the biggest fear I have for JDG, honestly, is if Bin gets completely out of control. Because if the Maiden starts running rampant in the side lane, then that's, I think, the biggest problem that can happen. And I mean, Bin has a small lead, but it's nothing that Mordekaiser or Xiaoshu can't handle yet.
I think you could argue the biggest that BLG has been challenged so far in the playoff bracket entering this upper final was Game 1 against Weibo. Just 1 round to go.
Yeah.
And that one ended because Bin ended up TPing into the base, backdooring, securing a win for themselves, and they did not look back afterwards. Obviously, very different situation here, but maybe Bin trying to emulate some of that success once more. As the Rift Herald is about to spawn, BLG certainly positioned nicely around it. Nidus TP in the bottom lane if he wants to end up joining the fray, but it should just be Shun starting this up and taking it down with the help of his bottom lane.
Jinja doing his best to get some control over this. Ward snuck in by Vampire. On's going to pop the sweeper. Meanwhile, Trade's top. Maiden's been dropped. Death Realm used.
Just going to delay. And meanwhile, it's going to be Knight teleporting in to be able to join his top laner upon his emergence from the Death Realm. Xiaoshu didn't even see it coming and will go down in a 3v1.
Honkyu going to drop his ult. Junja going to hit the wave. And again, I just think that drafts, champion strength at the moment, really hard to play Herald for JDG. Some pressure being thrown around here by both teams. It ends in Xiaoshu drawing out, I mean, pretty much 3 ultimates there as he goes down top. That was a lot used. I think any question of BLG, you know, not being able to have enough to tank to finish the Herald, again, it kind of answered by champ strengths and Viper making his way on up here. So Gala gets a wave or 2 for free on the bot side, gets a plate or 2 to himself, and that's Herald taken. And the fight taken by BLG.
Those were resources utilized. You know, you had the Grand Starfall, the teleport from Knight as well. Gala was able to clear out a couple of waves, get back into this game a little bit. Again, late game insurance policy is him, is Gala here for JDG. One of the more consistent players, especially in the beginning of the regular season for this squad. One of the bigger free agents that was picked up within region. Obviously, Junja and Honkyu were big as well, but Gala, one of the first names to fall in terms of LPL players over from IG and JDG. Certainly have valued his services so far and are looking to see him outplay Viper here in this Game 5.
Is the team captain, which actually has some ramifications in the LPL, as I think there are more interview media requirements for those guys. Another Dragon going over to JDG is concerning for me, though.
Yeah, they're going to drop it. I mean,
yeah.
Shun is nowhere nearby.
What gold can BLG get off this? Doesn't look like they want to use the Herald quite yet. Also, On is still level 6.
6?
I feel like he hasn't moved an XP in the last 5 minutes, which again, is a problem because as Anivia, you do really want levels. Like,
Well, don't worry, Cubby, because in 6 minutes he'll have an extra
He's
level.
got a
thanks to the Rod
roll.
of Ages.
he has a freebie. Yeah, that's fantastic. It's all he's diminishing the value of that by not getting levels now, by the way. But you know, we played Anivia support, so we signed up for this.
I suppose so. That lead that was once very large for Viper and On, suddenly beginning to dwindle. The one area of the map where JDG does have control in terms of the gold department is Honkyu against Knight in the mid lane. Remember, this was the matchup that we really highlighted at the start of the series, Cubby. The younger mid laner from the LCP coming in to face off against the greatest mid laner the LPL ever has had. And again, so far, it's been Honkyu with that success. Even if you take into account both games that JDG have lost and both games JDG have won today, still the highest win rate mid laner out of anybody with at least 5 games played against Knight at 6-3. This game is going to make or break that a little bit, but regardless, just a great way to start off his career and a sign of a lot of good things to come, whether it comes in this game or not.
Honestly, want to see if Honkyu and JDG can show a bit of flexibility here, because I know we talked about how as this game goes on, their comp scales really nicely, and we favor them if this thing goes late for a lot of reasons, but we've also harped on the fact that JDG, their team identity, really is built around Honkyu being the player that is going to move from mid lane, going to impact the map and be damn good at it. Victor's not that champion. You're playing for lane, you're playing to scale. So far, he's done a nice job of getting resources for himself, even if he's going to have to give away some here, as Herald was dropped topside for BLG as they secure the top outer turret for themselves.
And Fate's Call was used to get On out of a sticky situation. BLG, though, utilizing their power in terms of gold at the moment. Issue pressure into 2 lanes at the same time. Bin shoves another wave into mid. Not going to be able to take the turret, but at least gets another plate off of it. Meanwhile, the top lane tower was taken by Shelly herself. Her last appearance for the duration of this best of 5. It's been a good one so far, Cubby, and just the way this game is going, we are getting to a position where one major fight could make or break the last 5 hours of effort that both of these teams have put.
Okay, if I'm JDG, I'm trying to kick that can down the road as far as I can. I think the fact that JDG have picked up 2 dragons so far in this game, that's 10 minutes bought. If you look at it through that lens, for champions like Victor, like Sivir, that's massive. So, JDG, we're 2 minutes away from this next dragon spawning. I wouldn't even sniff that. Like, I'm not sniffing that unless BLG decides to rip a Baron. I'm dropping that one for sure. Just play to get as many items as you can on Victor Sivir, because frankly, with these champions, I think you don't want to... Like, your fight becomes much more favored towards JDG and these champs once you get to the 3-item mark. Looks like Gala is going to go for likely IE or Pen on the 3rd item. Leandres will be really nice for the Victor here for Honkyu, but just keep on playing for farm against the Silas, who is going to be really strong on 2 items too. Why not? So, yeah, if I'm JDG, this dragon's a minute 25 away. I would not be thinking about this dragon at all. I'd be thinking about how I can preserve life on the turrets and funnel waves into my carries.
Right now, the carries for JDG not as strong as Viper and Knight. You see that 2nd item, Rage Blade, picked up for Viper as well. Very much in a good position.
TP.
Meanwhile, we have a 2v1 opened up here. In the bottom side is Bin, has the Death Realm issued onto him, and the rest of JDG's rolling up to make it an unfair fight. Once he reemerges, getting a bit of a taste of his own medicine is Bin, as it'll be a shutdown picked up for the Vi.
Don't agree with Bin burning the flash there. He was against 4. Is trying to buy as much time as he can for Knight, who with 3 grubs has been able to get 4 plates for himself and a lot of work on that top inner turret. And frankly, with Bin going down then, maybe there's a look at this dragon. Bin does have TP available. No flash, no maiden though. As JDG going to reset to fix top lane and maybe again fish at this dragon. I still don't like this fight very much for JDG. I still think it's a pass for me if I'm in their shoes, but maybe they get Bin's TP for it. Let's kind of see what they want to do around this one.
The gold lead maintaining around 2,000. Is that enough? Is the question. It continues to look more and more like no as the clock continues to tick. Dragon is spawned. It would be sole point for JDG if they pick this up. Bin has reemerged from the death chamber and is back in the bottom lane. Would be a 5v5 overall if this fight does end up getting started. And Cubby, as you mentioned, would be very risky for JDG to start this right now.
Victor can poke a bit. They just, like, On has river control, and it's so hard to walk into Anivia here. I think looking at Vi's the wrong person. Look at Sivir, look at Renata, look at Victor. Can you keep these champions out? That's where Anivia is going to have more value. But BLG, Bin's pushing bot, mid's a handshake. BLG have yet to start this objective as Junja getting very aggressive here as they play for this bot side embankment rush.
A risky play, but it looks like JDG do not want to sit and wait for the
Poke's
next
good.
dragon. They want this one right now. A big Glacial Storm is here for On, but he gets crowd controlled and Fate Sealed back in. Gonna be a big hostile takeover. It lands onto Bin, but already Junja has gone down. Viper's picked up his first kill. Knights in the Death Realm. He dashed away with the Abscon, but the dragon's already gone. The way of Billy. They are able to even up the count and now looking for advantage in numbers. On to Xiaoshu they go with the Grand Starfall, and the Mord is now down. 2 kills in the hands of BLG, and they might have just found their opening.
Again, for JDG, I'm kind of down with them fishing around, using Victor lasers to poke. Maybe you can get something, but committing to the full fighter into the river is a little
Handshake?
risky. On's going to fall.
It's on to On. The Anivia egg is still popping. It's not down just yet. Finally, the Boomerang Blade will take it, but Hongq will die in response. Viper gets on the board once again, and now Knight's hungry for more. Takes Vampire down, and it's 4 kills in the extended fight for BLG.
A lot of gold picked up for BLG as they're pushing that lead towards the 5K mark on top of evening up the Dragons, which we expected. But again, you can kind of see the strength, the composition still showing those items as they're rolling in for JDG. Things are getting better, but they're not stronger yet. And the fight for BLG was good. Bin's Yorick got through the entire fight, was able to operate, and was really the big difference maker on the back half as being that immovable frontliner.
And you have to wonder why JDG decided to commit this far forward. It looked like maybe On was the target, but he gets Kalista ulted right out. And then the rest of the fight's just a mess.
Yeah, it was kind of weird as we had the double Death Realm. The hostile takeover didn't get a ton of value as Junja ended up taking a one-way trip into Viper. And then Bin, he gets the Maiden up, and he can't be moved. Like, that JDG frontline cannot move the Yorick at all, so just gets to keep on walking forward. Panthalt wasn't used either. He comes in over the top, and that was the initial win for BLG. JDG then on the numbers disadvantage did give away a little bit more. And that's a lot of gold that went over to Viper. He's coming out of the fights, the replays. It's a 1.7k gold lead for Viper. 2k now on paper, but 3 items in the inventory. That's where the real damage is going to be done because Gala is going for Pen on his 3rd item. Further delays the Infinity Edge where you get that big spike as an 80 carry. And Viper definitely in a sweet spot right now, seeing at 3 items being ahead of the curve.
JDG still looking for a play here. They're going to find Shun out in a 2v1. Hongq going to join as well. This Pantheon is in some severe danger. Bin's on the way, but it's going to be the Arcane Storm to take him down. A big shutdown into the hands of Hongq, but Baron is suddenly getting pinged at. Wouldn't make sense for BLG to take it with their jungler down.
Oh, I thought he flashed. There was kind of a visual bug there at the end. That was a funky one. I mean, that's a nice gap, though, for JDG. Like, a lot of times when you're on the back foot in these games, you do have to find those small windows where you can still be aggressive to get stuff. It's not about just sacking. You got to find those windows where you can step forward and get a little something done. So, nice window found by JDG. They get a small shutdown on the Shun, and they get information on Knight and kind of where BLG are thinking in that top side. So they know they're not on the Baron, and they're safe to operate as is as they continue to suck up waves and get more gold onto those carries.
We're at 26 minutes. The rods have been stacked. Items are really starting to come into play here, but BLG maintain their lead of about 3,500 gold. In the side lanes, particularly, their advantage remains as they await another fight, potentially around this dragon in 90 seconds. Maybe this time JDG feel confident to go back in and engage once more.
Again, that engage for JDG too, kind of lacking. Like they're trying to make up for it with the Sivir move speed in a way, right? Trying to make, because it really is just Junja that has the big engage or big engage tools. You can Death Realm to take someone away. Hostile Takeover is nice, but it really only is an engage tool. If you can do that, then flash forward. So, not a ton of tools to engage. Fortunately, BLG, their comp, is going to be moving forward and playing into what JDG wants to do. But I think the biggest fear, again, is the fact that Bin is getting really big in the side lane. And Yorick is tough to deal with. Gala on the Sivir will be able to deal with Yorick later on in the game, but we're still at the item break point and the part of the game where I just think that the Maiden is so scary on Bin. And Bin very, very good at Yorick and controlling the pet and the Maiden and making sure that he's doing his best job at putting down pressure and then being effective in the team fights. He really, really plays the champion well.
It's a fine line between having a strong presence in a side lane and being able to still join your team for the eventual 5v5 engages. And Bin always has done a good job of navigating that, utilizing his teleport to the best effect. This time, looks like he's with the squad. He wants to make sure his team's able to pick up Chemtech's soul point. I feel like JDG should have learned their lesson by now. It would be very risky for them to enter at this point, but it looks like instead they will go for the fight. Junja has his smite available. He's stolen a number of objectives already in this series. Can he find it again? No. It's immediately bursted down by BLG without much to say about it. Wall cuts off Vampire for a little bit, but JDG are still hunting. They're still looking for a fight. Knight goes for the chain, not going to find it onto Gala, but he's still being singled out. Death Realm onto Shun, on tank very low, with that Arcane Storm starting to do a lot of damage. The egg is out, but now Hongju is trapped into the bins. Burst. There goes Viper. Gets the kill onto Gala. And that might be the fight that breaks the camel's back. Knight is going to be able to run Xiaoshu down. And JDG had their fun. But now it's time to bow down to the Knight that rules this realm.
30 seconds on Gala. I think 4 is enough for BLG as the supported Nivea is going to find the Game 5 win, the flex pick. And again, JDG, they kind of lacked engage with his composition. I think they played this one too fast. I think they didn't wait for their windows to come to them and BLG punish.
It's 5 seconds on Vampire, 10 seconds on Gala. That should just be it. Billy Gaming, they retooled their roster. Wow. They repaired their mistakes, and now they want revenge internationally. 3-2 over JDG, and they're headed to first stand.
Viper, welcome to first stand from the LPL. BLG being there, I think that's big ups to everyone that's at the tournament. It's another great competitor in Knight to see if he can finally do the damage internationally that he's really been looking to do in his career to cement himself as not just an LPL legend, but a legend of the game. We think that he has it in him as a player. He's had some international success, but even more at first stand would be huge. And man, the tweet, Grapes, of the LPL runs through Knight, LCK runs through Chovy, LEC runs through Caps, and the LCS runs through Inspired. If you look at the last 3-4 years, 5 years of history between all these regions, it has been these players where if you want to hoist those domestic trophies, you got to go through them. All 4 and their teams are at first stand respectively now. And Hongju and Junja still have a chance in the lower bracket to make sure that those LCP representatives and Junja running that region when he was there can even make it the first stand too.
We got one more chance. It's going to come in the lower finals against the winner of AL and Weibo. AL and Weibo, that series is happening tomorrow. Should be a good one as well. But BLG, they defy any odds that were stacked against them. They are able to overcome those gold leads that they threw away and gave JDG the opportunity to pull into match point. And they're able to take control of those early games and really not let go over those last 2 matchups. They figured out how to control the macro game. And I think on the other side of things, JDG, as you mentioned, felt like they had the scaling in that Game 5 and they opted not to use it, instead going for Dragon Flips 2 straight times before their AD carry and Gala had 3 items.
Yeah, I really feel like the 3-4 item mark was big in that last fight. Yes, they had 3 items, but the gold that they gave away to get there with that last dragon, I think it was a big pickup, big secure by BLG. I mean, Baron was never taken in that game, but even just the Baron bait from BLG, turned that scenario where JDG was down numbers into even more gold for BLG. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's huge ups to first stand just as a tournament, having BLG there. They've proven that they are one of the stronger teams that we have in the LPL. And man, JDG, it's been a good playoff run for them. I really felt like their run to get here, they were tested more. It fell short against the best test so far for BLG. And that's a scary place to fall short because I think that a lot of people at home still favor AL in that rematch if we do get one between them and JDG, as there are 2 slots to first stand. So JDG, they have one more best of 5 to try and make it the first stand against the winner of AL versus Weibo that is played tomorrow.
That's what's so exciting about this JDG lineup, though. They went through their growing pains throughout the regular season. They started off hot, then maybe slowed down in the back half, and I feel like every single series that they play, they're learning a little bit more and a little bit more about themselves and also how to play together. And this is not just for this split, but for the splits to come. I mean, we saw this happen with a team like Anyone's Legend as well throughout their progression in 2025. That could be what JDG are able to do here in 2026, and we'll see what that lower bracket matchup ends up holding. But I feel like JDG fans, they have something to be excited about here this year. Obviously, still a tough task ahead of them to get to first stand specifically, but a lot of League of Legends left to play for them to make another return to that international stage.
I just can't believe that they ended up losing to Roa Anivia support as, oh boy, that was, man, tough way to go. I think JDG, again, played their way back into that series decently, but frankly, BLG were the team that deserved the win on the day, which that takes a lot of good play for me to say, as I still remember game 1 where they decided to take Baron over Hextech Soul and rightfully lost. But BLG, they won all 5 early games. I think BLG, better team on the day, ended up booking their ticket to first stand early as they take the win.
Yeah, I mean, again, these are fights that doesn't feel like JDG necessarily have to take. You can see some of the vision here. Try to lock down Shun.
This was Gawa. Gawa just kind of butchered this fight. Yeah, because he walked straight into the egged up Anivia. Yep, you can egg it. And didn't have spell shield / doesn't spell shield the knockup. Yeah, that was, I think Gawa had a bit of a rough series, honestly, in hindsight. And that was not a fight that he went through well. Frankly, one that he wants back. I will say that on Sivir, you want people around you that can take up space. And I know that Game 5 Fearless options get limited. But Sivir Renata's not going to be one to take up space. Hostile Takeover does take up some space for you, but just don't think that those were dropped in good enough places between Vampire and Golem where they're standing. And yeah, Sivir not doing a lot of damage in that game. Definitely a lower damage game overall, especially looking at Knight, whose damage was big. I mean, all that probably came from team fights for Knight, so you got to keep that one in mind too. But man, kind of a crazy day, Grapes, looking back, because I really felt like JDG coming in, again, had the harder road to get here. I think there was an argument where they could have been favorites on the day, but on the back half of the day, it feels like BLG is still the team to beat here in the LPL, and that bit of a cakewalk of a run they had in their side of the bracket, not punishing them, going up against JDG, who, again, were much more tested in 2 5-game series against perceived stronger opponents in top esports and AL versus BLG. You kind of beat up on Weibo and IP, but had a good day today against JDG and found the win.
I think the one thing that really has been established by watching these games and watching this playoff bracket over the last couple of weeks is we kind of came in to this year with the expectation that it'd be really a 2-horse race to the top, right? AL, BLG, we all had them 1 and 2. This playoff bracket has taught us there's another team in there at the very least, and his name is JDG. Maybe you throw Weibo in there. Maybe you give him a bone for how they were able to perform in some of their games, but JDG just played 5-game series against both BLG and Anyone's Legend, and they could potentially have another one or 2 lined up in their near future. That's a good sign of things to come for the strength and the parity here in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, in LPL, there was a lot of change in the league this year, and I think Hongq and Junja entering the league, I mean, 2 fantastic additions looking abroad, but also even thinking about some of the other teams like Weibo being top 4, bit of a surprise. Weibo always a bit sneaky in terms of how they make their way into random parts of the bracket. I'm still thinking back to last year and Xiaohu finding a lot of success on Morgana mid when that was the flavor of the month pick. But yeah, LPL, I mean, it's always exciting. That's why we're fighting these dragons, this Sivir Victor. We got to keep things exciting, you know?
Yeah. Some of these macro decisions going to come back and haunt JDG, who played such a great series from a macro perspective, especially through the first couple of games. Remember, it was Junja going in, stealing dragons, getting these souls, keeping their team alive in some of these games, got them to that 2-1 series lead, but BLG able to answer back with strength and definitely owning the early game throughout the day, particularly over those last two. Were able to hold on and not let go, make sure they get another trip to the LPL finals and a chance to try to defend their title, something that they won back in summer of 2025.
Well, Grapes, I don't have too much else tonight. I'm still thinking about how the game-winning play was Viper throwing an egg in the JDG, and that's how we wrap things up. That's how we wrap things up here in our upper bracket final. You know, every split of the LPL, every year of the LPL, they try and change the tag, but it always comes back to crazy as our game, as they even gave it to On. I detest this choice for MVP, but On, you know what? You did flex the Anivia and you won, so congrats. Just remember, kids, at home, Callista, you don't pick Callista to carry, you pick Callista to empower your support. Right?
There's going to be a lot of Chinese 80 carries in silver that are going to be very upset over the next few days.
If you guys want to play Anivia support, play Vayne, okay? Just call me, or, you know, condemn.
I like where we're going.
Yeah. Who voted Bin as Pog? I don't even know.
There's one guy that really likes Bin.
Yeah,
we've been noticing this, but yeah.
Bin's gotten a lot of love over there. A lot of love over there. But any closing thoughts you got, Grapes? Or any hopes you think? I know this is our last time on the LPL broadcast for this split. You have any predictions for lower bracket and what you expect to see here?
Ooh, I'm rooting for my away bros. I've been high on. I've been excited about them all split.
Oh.
I want them to do well. I love Elk. I hope he has a great series against AL, which will be happening tomorrow. And then once we take that day break, get over to our lower finals and finals. Maybe Weibo's going to be involved. Who knows? But
AL 3-1, AL 3-1, BLG 3-1. That's what's happening in the next few days.
You heard it here. I'm not going to try to challenge that because you seem very confident. I'm scared. So
gentlemen sweeps across the board, you know.
I will leave that to you, Cubby. Pleasure to get both of these playoff series together throughout the bracket. And what a way to wrap up our time here on Split 1. Not to wrap up your time, though, on Split 1, because there are still plenty of days of competition left as we wait whoever our second representative for First Stand will be, as well as the eventual champion here of the first split of the LPL in 2026. Big shout out to Ice Fire Ride, our producer, all of our socials team, mods team working behind the scenes. And we are going to be ready for a next couple of days of insane stakes and really fun League of Legends here on LPL English. Before we go, we want to give a quick thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung, as their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew, who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Final score here in our LPL upper bracket final. BLG take the series 3-2 over JD Gaming to clinch their spot in the finals and clinch their spot at First Stand. On behalf of all of us here on LPL English, my name has been Grapes. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll be right back here tomorrow for Weibo AL.